I've been blowing through the money like you growing trees. I've been fucking on a French bitch, say la vie. I just put them on a jet, now they all Italian. Way I'm dressed until I've been to $1,000. This bitch lie about getting shots, but she's still a stallion. She don't even get the joke, but she's still smiling. Every night, late night, like I'm Jimmy Fallon. Crows shoot from anywhere, like you Ray Allen. Cody, turn me up. Cody, turn me up. Cody, turn me up. Got a fur on a Tampa, got me burning up. Shorty said she graduated, she ain't learning enough. Play the album track 1, I heard enough. Girl, the driver downstairs, better hurry up. Savage got a new stick, you wanna dirty up. Touchdown in NY, tear the Mercer up. Hey, Bottega shades with the great sense. Introduce me to a nigga, yeah, it makes sense. Gotta put her on the team, got a great bench. Linking with the ops, bitch, I did that shit for Jay Prince. Bitch, I did it for the Maltese. Feel like 17, 2 purse, frog eyes. And I never been the one to go apologize. Me, I'd rather hit him up one more time. Hey. Known a girl for 6 months, dinner up at my place. But I got these diamonds on my neck, so it's a blind date. All my niggas on the roads, raising up the crime rate. Your name not ringing out here, it's on vibrate. And she took a skull, now shorty gotta hydrate. And he did some dirt, now my Cody gotta migrate. Probably won't see him for some years. When I do though, turn me up. Cody, turn me up. Cody, turn me up. Hey, Cody, turn me. Hey, yeah, what? Cody, turn me. Hey. What? 21. In the drop top Benz like it's 03. Hey. Had the shooters aim down from the nosebleeds. Gotta get this passport, keep my nose clean, bitch. Tried to burn me up. Keep a man tuck. Yeah, I never slip. SF90 rims red like a poker chip. Rich as hell, still hood in the stroker's belt. Pink slip in the glove for the ownership. Limping with the 30 on like a broke hip. Red flag giving blood on some donor shit. All the ops get a bullet on some Oprah shit. Went from Angel Town Estates to a bigger state. Probably would have had a zombie on me if I would have stayed. Still a caught a case if I would have stayed. I've been thugging all my life, that's just how I played. Still posted in the A where niggas feel me. Still gotta see the gunners win Premier League. Still gotta keep a gun, it's always near me. And I'm down to hit them up one more time. Hit my line, you know the hair was great. Oh yeah, alright, don't do romancing. One more time, you gotta run the face. Oh yeah, alright, one more time. What's next on this thing? You party. Sing it with me. Lord, she gone too soon. She gone too soon, y'all. Don't let them handle me and drive me mad. If you can keep me, I want to stay here forever, and I'd be glad. Someday I know he's coming back to call on me. He's gonna handle me and hold me so. And I ain't never going nowhere unless you share the fun. Sing it, Whitney. Sing it. Sing it, Whitney. And I am telling you, I am not going. See, you're the best man I've ever known. There's no way I can ever go. No, 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 no way. No, 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 no way. I'm living without you. I'm not living without you. I don't wanna be free. See, I'm staying. I am staying. And you, and you, and you, you're gonna love me. You're gonna love me. And I am telling you, I am not going, even though the time is showing. See, there is just no way, there's no way. And I don't know, just scream a shout, so you can say what you want, and I'm walking out. Holding forever, what's like it to hear? I'm not gonna leave you. There's no way I will. See, you're the best man I ever know. See, there's no way I can ever go. No, way. Living without you. Living without you. Living without you. Hey, I don't wanna be free. That's what I'm saying. Sing it with me. Sing it. My love, take me forward. Oh yeah, I'll never change all my colors for you. Cause if I change my love, I'll never ask for too much. Just all that you are, everything that you do. Ooh, I don't really need to look very much further. I don't wanna have to go where you don't follow. I won't hold it back again. This passion inside, I can't run from myself. There's nowhere to hide. So don't make me cry. Sing it with me. I don't wanna hurt anymore. Stay in my arms. If you're there, start imagine you laugh. Please walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing. Sing it with me. If I don't have Sing it. You see right to the heart of me. You break down my walls with the strength of your love. I never knew love like I've done it with you. Will a memory survive? I can hold to you. Yeah, I'm gonna get you up. Very much further. I don't wanna have to go where you don't go. I want that again. This passion inside. Fire on the myself. There's nowhere to hide. But your love I remember forever. Don't make me cry. I don't wanna love anymore. Stay alive. Give me a man. Stay imagine you back. Don't walk away from me. I have nothing, nothing,
All right, shorty. Turn this off. Got my stalkers in the building. Hold on. Wait a minute. I'm playing this on something else, girl. I don't know how to turn this off. Wait a minute. What's up, Stephanie? What's up? What's up? Okay. Listen. You know what I went and did? Now, I ain't go over it, and I haven't compared it, so we're going to have to do it live, right? And of course, I don't remember it. But I went and I pulled up the Jabo's post-conviction motions, right? And then I also pulled up, of course, the appeal. And I pulled up what the prosecutor said with regards to the post-conviction motions, the arguments that she pretty much is making now, right? Because these are objections on the record, right? And then I also put up what the judge said, so we can try to compare and then see if she has something. So now this is going to be probably more pro prosecution, right? Because remember, I told y'all a long time ago, before we even got started, I said just based on the time period we're in the beginning, it was going to be pro prosecution because it's prosecution's case to bring. So they have all the evidence and all that. So everything's going to look, like, it's bad R. Kelly. And then when the defense presented their case, and started making motions and then present their case, then I told you I was going to be probably more also pro defense. And what I mean is, based on what we're talking about, it's going to seem like it's more, more one side than the other. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes there are times where you can strike a balance, but then other times there's, not, because the only thing you will have out is one side or the other. They don't have a response in yet. So now, since the prosecution for this appeal, the process and the purpose of this appeal, they're going to be on the defense, right? Because they got to support their position in bringing their case, right? And subsequently trying to protect their conviction that they got, right? So we have to do all of that. What's up, Dorothy Vaughn? Hey, Cool BJ. Hey, Shaitan. And the rest of the people that's holding on to the window, looking in. So listen. So of course, well, let's do a little monologue and get into it. If y'all want, if that's what y'all want to talk about, do y'all want to talk about those things? Do y'all want to do those comparisons? Because you guys are pretty swift. Even the people that's looking in the window, y'all are pretty quick to catch on group. Do y'all want to talk about those things? Because it's different in a sense, because one, you get to look at how how her objections have already been responded to. Okay. Do you think the appeals court will agree with her assertions? Because this is like a replay. It's not like a replay. It's a new play, more or less, all over again to a new set of eyes. And then, but you got the same parties involved, right? And we'll see. We'll just ask and answer some of those questions. Me myself, I don't know about y'all, but I like to keep the emotion part down to a minimum. And here's the reason why, okay? Because one, it's a waste of time. I hate wasting time. And it's not, he's not being held in the court of your emotions. He's been held in the court of law. And the things that bind him are the things that's illustrated in black and white. So I like to deal with the facts. When I be up and hollering at them about them goddamn hypotheticals and examples and shit like that don't have nothing to do with what the case is about. It don't have anything to do with the facts nor the damn elements and shit. So, right, Queen Bro. Hey, Angela Jackson. Yeah, so I like, just me personally, I like to deal with those things, right? And from time to time, we can get rid of some of those emotions. And when I mean not your actual emotions, I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about those emotional phrases that a lot of people like to run out of here on either side, right? When it's not supported by black and white. Okay? And we can, talk about some other stuff. But anyway, y'all, let me tell you. Life is overall, it's always a blessing, right? It depends on how you look at it. I think it's always a blessing. Shit, your ass wake up in the morning, it's a blessing. Okay, so shit, you got two eyes and two working arms and all that shit like that. Hell, it's a blessing. So, but then then there's sometimes when you be like, oh, it's rough day, But I was thinking about all the type of people, and it's a list of motherfuckers that my pretty much it's pretty much the women on my mom's side, right? They tell you to stay away from all these type of people, and that's a list of motherfuckers, right? And find out, you figure out the reason why they tell you to stay, stop dealing with them type of people, right? Or don't stay away from them. And I think all of our parents told us to stay away from them fast ass girls and shit. And we later find out why they wanted us to stay away from them fast ass girls, and they were right. Okay, whether we had went back and admitted to them or not, shit, we were right. But those were the same girls that were getting the abortions and having babies before they graduated. So they were right. But there were some people that they told you to stay away from, to where if you listen to them, it would seem like, well, these are just people that, experience some misfortune, right? A lot of people experience some type of misfortune. You live long enough, shit, something gonna happen to your goddamn ass. It ain't always gonna be peaches and cream and shit. And it's like, but some of it, I do see now that some of that shit plays into people's adult life, right? Like, and then it makes them motherfuckers to the rest of the motherfucking culture, right? To the rest of us. Because they never learn how to get over it or get beyond it, or they never sought the tools to deal with their shit or whatever. So that's where you see a lot of fucked up motherfuckers. And I forgot to say this before I start my little monologue, and I want to make sure, because I think all you people over here are pretty much are in your right minds to understand that everything I say don't apply to you, even if you might fit that particular category. Okay, I don't know why I have to say that, because it just seems so unnecessary. People think that everything you say, you talking about them. And I'm be like, how the fuck is that even possible? I'm not even thinking about you. How the fuck I'm talking about you? You understand what I'm saying? I can see if it would be, yeah, I think that's more or less paranoia. And again, there's nothing that I can do for that. I don't know what kind of medicine they give you for that, but hey, I could be your paranoia, but it's not, exactly what's going on. Especially if I ain't beefing with your motherfucking ass, then I don't know how would you think I'd be talking about your ass under what any circumstances, whether it's good or bad or whatever. I have no idea. And I'm definitely not going, out of clear blue sky without giving you a backstory of just start talking about your ass. That's just, no, that ain't gonna make no sense. But, so everything I say will not, it might fit in your category, but, or you may have experienced it, but don't think I'm talking about you. I'm going to talk about it again. You do know when I'm operating under disclaimer number 2. I shouldn't have to say I'm operating this under disclaimer number 2 all the time, because you should just know that. It's just to be common sense. Everything, though it might fit you, is not going to apply to you. But so I don't want to start saying this, and then people be like, "Oh, she talking about me," like I would have no idea about the circumstances of how you grew up. I don't have a clue, because I wasn't there. I don't know you. So, but um, they used to say, like, I used to think these were some of the harshest things. Right? They were like, stay away from trashy ass people, and mind you, this has a lot to do with the mental state, the behaviors, not so much of the conditions. Okay, all right, because you can have. When I was in the hood, even though it was the hood, but majority of those people back there had jobs And not saying a job makes you better than anybody, but I'm just saying they wasn't laying around on Section 9 and shit, having 10, 20 babies and letting other people take care of them. No, they had jobs and things of nature. So it's all about the state of mind, right? If you have a trashy state of mind, you have a trashy state of mind. So, but it was to stay away from, people that suffered abuse and all that type of shit, whatever. And although they didn't explain it fully, they just left it, gave you the one liner. And then before you think, well, I gotta stay away from everybody that been abused because they're not explaining it to you, right? You had to, figure that part out, right? Sometimes they may give you a couple lines to describe what the fuck they talking about. Other than that, you just got that one line, and you're gonna make it figure it out, right? And the motherfuckers that the parents gave mayonnaise sandwiches and sugar water and shit and sent their ass to bed and whatever, you know, those people they gonna turn into some terrible individuals. Now we do know that everybody that experienced that did not turn out terrible, right? And but you do know that some people that experience that type of life, that hard knock life, or whatever you want to call it, whether it was whether they inherited them or then shit they picked it, whatever. A lot of them did not grow out of those ways or learn from them or you know conceptualize being a person that they're going to be better than that. They just let those ways turn them into bitter individuals, right? And me personally, I can't do nothing about, your parents done sent your ass to bed with a mayonnaise sandwich and some motherfucking sugar water. That is horrible to me. That sounds crazy, you know. But that's what it was, it's just circumstances, well. But my thing is, you shouldn't, by you was had to get the hand me down all that bullshit. By you going through all that, I don't think you should be then grow into an individual to where you let that make you into a bad person, right? Just said to stay away from motherfuckers that ain't used to shit, you know. Well, ain't got shit, and this thing ain't shit. It was a whole bunch. It was a list so long. I'm surprised we even goddamn remember. I'm surprised we was able to goddamn just hang around anybody. But it just don't make no sense, right? Because, and I think what they were trying to say, that even though people and everybody and not and our my parents and everybody experience some shit or whatever, that they were armed with the tools to, all right, figure a way to get out of it and figure a way to learn from that experience, become a good person, and try to treat people good and not let that fuck them up for life, and not, understand what I'm saying? So, right, right. What's good with it, Atmos? Oh, this is a good day for y'all and you and Karen, Atmos. Yeah, I'm doing good today. I'm not saying nothing crazy. There ain't a lot of cussing going on or whatever. So, um, but hey, and a lot of people had to be raised by their grandparents and things of that nature and all of that, whatever. But it is what it is. Sometimes those were the best set of parents for a child to be raised by, especially if the parents aren't able to give give the kid what they need and things of that nature and whatever. I just come from a family. Just got to understand that if they hear adults speaking poor English and spelling wrong and shit like that, whatever, they think something. They think it's the end of the world. They're gonna be like, "Oh my god," like So they be looking at each other like, "What the hell is going on?" Whatever. So They be like, oh, you know what I'm saying? Somehow you would think, baby, that means that just because that person can't spell, baby, that that person is the devil. You know, they shit, them motherfuckers are extreme, honey. You be like, And so, the reason why I'm saying telling you this because my daughter and I had a conversation, and so I had to explain this again to her in depth, right? And actually, we had this conversation before. I left that one of the calls on the channel. We're talking about some of the things, whatever, and shit. So if you grow up with that type of stuff, whatever, that's unfortunately some of those ways you're going to parent your child with. I mean, hell, it ain't that type of parent that ain't fucked you up. You did okay, except when you chose to do, whatever you wanted to do, the wrong thing or whatever. But other than that, it came out okay on the other side of it. You got done. You met their goals and objectives, and it wasn't necessarily your goal and objectives, their goals and objectives, and their requirements and shit. So and I had to explain that she was like, she couldn't understand something. Sometimes it was like the smallest little thing, like her being so forgetful, because she's very forgetful. And honey, that works my motherfucking spinal cord. You hear me? That moves my spinal cord to the right and the left when somebody is forgetful. Because see, I be on the go. I have to tell you things, whatever, especially when, I had assistants and things like that. I had to tell you that one time. And I'm telling you while we walking, because I'm walking and thinking, and I need you to get it, because I'm on to another thought, honey. I got to move on. I ain't got time for you to forget, because I'm not going to remember to remind you. I'm going to think you got it. And all this child, So she was like, I forget something. You act like it was the end of the world. Because I couldn't understand. You damn near half my age and you can't remember shit. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I just can't understand nobody that young being so forgetful. So a lot of that stuff you pass down. Sometimes it gets passed to you. A lot of that shit um you using your parenting styles or whatever. Just like people don't understand why we weren't allowed to get jobs and shit. And I don't know. Hell, I mean, I know, but it's shit. It wouldn't seem like it should have been a big deal. But hell, they made it a goddamn crime. They make shit in my family a goddamn crime. That's a crime. So yeah. Hey Marietta, yeah, keep the fuck up. So it was so it was so eye opening, but sometimes I guess what we have to do is like we need to take what we were passed down, the good and the bad from it, and the good and the bad that we learned, and just try to make a little parenting package and shit. And do the best you can with it. And that's what. But and there's almost impossible for me to stay away from people that's eating mayonnaise sandwiches and drinking sugar water. I got a whole ass charity, and I'm always a giving type person. So of course I'm gonna hear those type of stories or whatever. But I'm just not used to. Um, Now y'all got to admit, now some of these type of people that we done encountered out here on these goddamn YouTube, y'all ain't never encountered these type of motherfuckers in your entire life. So, and the shit or whatever they done went through or whatever. Why? I don't know why they so fucked up. That if you see it plays on the streets, right? You see it plays on these goddamn YouTube streets. You be like, why is this person so fucked up in the head? Why are you so bitter? What is wrong with you? Why you can't just move on with your life? Let it go, whatever. This and it done fucked them up. And you all you can do is just sit back and shake your head and be like, "Ooh, I'm put you in the hands of the Lord, honey. I'm put you in the hands of the Lord, cause I just don't know what else to tell you, but I'll move it on, But you go ahead with what the fuck is wrong with your ass. But it's like you can't. It's a shame when you can't even speak in general, honey. Motherfucker, you be like, I can't talk about this. I can't talk about. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to restrict what I can talk about, what I can't talk about, whatever, in fear of somebody may think I'm talking about them, or in fear of somebody thinking that, like, how did you get that from that? I don't get it. I mean, am I gonna get mad by it? And when people start every time somebody talk about people need to be on diets and shit, no, no, I don't think you just talk about my ass. Hell, you know, you ain't never heard of people drinking sugar water, girl. You ain't heard. See, Karen, you must be. See, you must be don't elect to be around all kind of people and shit. Because there's some people that can tell you about some mayonnaise sandwiches, honey, and sugar water, and going to bed on that. Yes, girl. Yes, honey. When people tell you them goddamn stories like that, honey, baby, ooh, child, my nose started shaking and shit, and girl, them tears be about to fall. I'm like, that is just so sad. Lord have mercy. See, I knew y'all was the wrong type of people to talk about this because y'all ain't even never heard of this shit. Let me go over into one of them goddamn rough channels. Well, and when they can tell me shit, you talking about mayonnaise sandwich and sugar water. Hell, we went to bed with nothing on our stomach. Y'all are talking about, huh? Mayonnaise sandwiches, sugar water. My God, what is oh, oh Lord. Well, I tell you what, baby, y'all Beverly Hills niggas over here is just terrible. Y'all like, oh my God. That mayonnaise sandwich. Kobe J, like, I was thrown up. Oh my God. Yes. Child, y'all was like, hey, what's up, Cookie? Honey, child, these people don't even know about the mayonnaise sandwiches and sugar water. Girl, I don't know what to do. Hey, I got to find my audience. I don't know what to do. Oh, Lord, have mercy, Jesus. You know what I'm saying? But you got some of these motherfuckers, they done went through it, honey. And you got people, and these people, like, they know that they can't um keep up with your ass, right? Because I'm gonna tell you, you can't keep up with me if you trying to buy what I have or get the knowledge that I already have. You already behind. Okay, you can't keep up. So you're not even in a God. There's no competition. I don't even know what the fuck is going on. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you have a lot. I'm not just talking about this with me. That you have a lot of that. People that do that. You see that happen with like different ministers. Like you go to one of them churches that got about 25 ministers, then they got the junior ministers and all that. Honey, you got one try to take try to capture the take the other person's swagger or however they do their stuff or whatever. And it's like, and they be thinking that they competing. It's like, how are you competing when you're trying to jock my style and you're trying to do what I do, and you're trying to say what I say, and you're trying to have what I have? I already have it. So how are you in? You're not even on the same street, honey. You still somewhere else. I mean, I don't. So, but that just be in a person's mind that just I don't know. So it's just make you look stupid. You know what I'm saying? Um, it's like when somebody's trying to defeat you, whatever, in a fight or a beef over or argument or whatever. Well, how the fuck you gonna do that when when you're not playing the game right? You know what I'm saying? When you got to go to other things instead of keeping it, you keeping it on one. These people got to go to your mama, your daddy, your kids, your call your business and report, make fake reports on you and all that type of shit, whatever, like all that type of old crazy ass shit. When it's like, okay, you need to keep it, with me. Okay, just keep that shit with me. All right, keep it with me. Now, if you think I'm a bad business person, you're more than welcome to call and make those calls. Yeah, I mean, if I did business with you, yeah. If you think I'm a bad business person, yeah, and it's just like with license, right? Your occupational license, your business license and shit, whatever. Some places where people report shit and they think it's like ha ha he he. No, that shit stays there. Whether it is founded or not, that shit stays on your motherfucking license. Or on your records or whatever. So you have to be careful with all of that type of motherfucking shit. You know what I'm saying? Mm-mm. Like you report somebody to the Better Business Bureau. The motherfucking records don't go nowhere. They stay right there. It just shows whether it was resolved, what happened, blah 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 blah. But it stays there. So. Mm-mm. And you might fuck around and don't even answer because you didn't see the email you got or you didn't get the letter or whatever. Then that shit say you ain't even bothered to respond, and it's there. So hey, you have to be careful. Hey, Sonya Davis. Oh, okay, but have you ever had mayonnaise sandwich though, and sugar water? So you have to be careful with all of that type of shit. Who you and you don't know. So listen, and these people, a lot of these people rather see you doing bad and most definitely worse than they ass than see you doing goddamn hell a little better than okay. And so it's crazy, but they'll make up some shit about you and make you look like the bad person of the world, all kind of shit. And the lies, honey, ooh, I ain't never seen so many lies in my life. Now here's the thing, right? If you're just a general liar and you just long as you ain't lying to me and on me, I'm good. If you're just a general liar, I don't give a fuck. I don't believe shit you say anyway. But other than that, I don't give a fuck. But when you start doing it, yeah, shit. I don't like all that. But anyway, um, so this is what I want people to think about when we're talking about this appeals process, right? Okay. Now, I'm not a Debbie Downer. I don't know why I have to explain this again, but I am. Because I want to make sure people understand. For some reason, people thought that the emails was going to be the ticket out of jail free for R. Kelly. And then there's the text messages. And then, whatever else. And unfortunately, I tried to explain it, but then when you try to tell people, because a long time ago it was subpoena the parents and all that shit, and I said even before the case got started, so that's not gonna help, because the judicial process is structured in a specific way. There's stuff you have to prove, and then there's rules and regulations, and then there's specific ways that you can fight a case. and that is streamlined. There is, so there is so many things other than what you think should be, and what you think is fair, and what you think is unfair, and all of that. So it's a specific way that you have to address these things. Okay. Some things, due to the nature of them, it's not going to even play a part due to the nature of them. Okay. So you have a lot of people that, get their hopes up and and swell, that this is it. And it's not it. And I hate to tell you that, but it's not. And I'm talking about it's whether it's on both sides, because this is, to me, this is just pretty simple. If it was, and he has had a staff now, because now I uncovered that the brothers Johnsons, they did, try to fight for some text, all that type of stuff. So they did do, as I always thought, a decent job, But he's had a whole fleet of attorneys from different law firms to work on this case. And the things I told you that wasn't going to help, that wasn't going to happen, it didn't. And they have the files and the records. So if anybody could have gotten it to go, his fleet of attorneys could have gotten it all. Anything y'all thought was going to help, any little catchphrases y'all was running out here, whatever, any of that shit, if it was going to be a player, they would have played it. And they didn't play it 9 out of 10 times because legally it wouldn't have made sense. Okay? Or they couldn't play it because it was barred by something. So whatever. So I'm trying. What's up, New Black? I'm just trying to get to a point where you're hanging your hopes on that which is legal, that which is factual, that which actually happened, that which did not happen. And I'm talking about whether it be didn't happen or did happen in the case, or didn't happen or happened in the lives of all these individuals, meaning R. Kelly and all them women and the parents and all that shit, whatever. Not nothing made up. I know hypotheticals, not reading something that's not there, none of that, because it's not going to work. There is sections in the law where you can infer something, right? From evidence or things of that nature, whatever. But it has to be a pretty good inference. And in certain situations, it requires corroboration, which I'm talking about circumstantial evidence, right? If you don't have that, then it's going to be hard for you to prove your case. But two, it's going to be hard for certain things to be allowed. This is just the way the judicial system is structured. It's structured so that both sides receives justice. In the with the common sense in the common sense letters of the law, not with, you know, whatever we think it should be. So it's kind of, and I know it's hard to get people to understand certain things, and I can't tell you to just take my word for it, but I'll be thinking like when you see it, when you see my word play out, that you get it. Motherfuckers still don't get it, so I don't know what the fuck to tell you at this point. I don't know which way to go. But you know, there are okay, so let's take this, and this is one thing I thought about that could solve a lot of problems, right? You have people still debating whether or not Faith Rogers have the herpes, okay? Now, if I'm not mistaken, and that was on Diva's Live, because they were, people were talking about it, her mom was on there, then I went and listened to the live, and if I'm not mistaken, I thought I heard her mama say, no, she doesn't have G on the herpes, because this is when Cash Jones was on there. She said she has, you know, herpes in the mouth. Okay. And I think she testified in the transcript somewhere when she found out she caught herpes. And I think her sister, she talked to her sister about something, and it wasn't the story that ran out here. Now, the story that ran out here, a lot of people said they heard it in court. I don't know if you heard it in court and it was introduced at what, you know, how was it introduced? If it wasn't introduced on direct testimony, or if on cross, that attorney did not use something, like some type of paperwork or whatever, to prove that she had herpes. I mean, some of y'all talking about it as early as 12 years old and shit. I mean, that sounds crazy as hell. Well, okay. Then you know, I can't take that, because a lot, I know some of y'all, I was there and I know, but you know, well, you know, sometimes, you know, y'all say y'all was there, but sometimes either your hearing wasn't working or your mind wasn't working. One of the two. Because the shit, when you listen to the transcript, man, it's totally different what y'all thought y'all heard or what y'all remember. So I don't know. Okay, but I'm talking about, well, I don't know which one of the herpes, hey, perspective, but I don't know which one of the herpes that she's allegedly got from R. Kelly. So y'all gonna make me pull up them transcripts. I'm trying not to do that. But yeah, so, but here's the thing, right? Because the Mann Act is a big part of the case, right? This is real simple. This can be solved just like that, right? All he needs to do is take a test, a herpes test. This would be evidence that, although new, it's the type of evidence that new evidence that the appeals court will consider. And that right there would, because I've hear people now saying he don't have them. That's, hey, this was real easy. He can just take a test. Bam, get those charges off. Or work towards getting them off. They'll take that. Upon appeal, they'll take that. That's all you have to do. Right. So if he came up negative, but that's not what that his doctor said. His doctor said that he gave some kind of examination and diagnosis of whatever, however he diagnosed him. It doesn't always have to be via test, but test results are good. But, well, tell him to take it again. This would be another test that he didn't do in preparation for a trial. He's doing at this time. Take the test. He don't have no herpes. That means that, hey, her intent, she don't even have to really go that far with the intent like she did in her appeals brief. The intent wasn't even would be a non-factor. Okay, because he don't have it. Therefore, he didn't have the intention on infecting anyone with the herpes or whatever. That is her argument. The prosecutor's argument that he knowingly infected. Okay, so he wouldn't be knowingly and willfully, because guess what? He don't have it. So that element would be null and void. He was convicted wrong. He was wrongfully convicted with regards to those elements. That's all he needs to do is take the test. That sounds simple. Now I wonder. Now I don't know if y'all can give me these answers. Now remember, I don't need nobody fucking with me, because this is going to be now, since the prosecution is on the defense now, the defendant is the one that's bringing this appeal. This is now going to be probably more pro prosecution / defense, meaning prosecutor, right? So I wonder why J-Bo then proposition for him to take a test. I'll wait. Well, if he's gotten it from someone later, Cookie, here's the thing. Okay, if he got it from someone later, here's the thing, right? When did he receive it? When did he catch the herpes? And was it after these he had been charged with, after he'd been charged with the with exposing them to the herpes? Or was it before? Right, but what I'm saying is this. It could be proof. It could strengthen her case, because guess what? If he takes the test and he's proven not to have the herpes, because people's out here saying he ain't got them. So if he ain't got them right now. So if he ain't got them right now, take the test. And if it comes back negative, I want to know why, in the course of his defense, I don't recall anyone on his defense team saying he didn't have the herpes. Now, mind you, we done already read the his mitigating reports, right? We already read all that, but we're just gonna act like we haven't, because apparently the people that's running with this on these streets haven't, or don't remember, or don't recall, or something. So, take the test. Yeah, he could have eventually gotten them later. But my thing is, if he don't have them now, as a lot of people have suggested, take the test. That'll that'll get rid of that man act. See, because we're not gonna have it both ways. We're not gonna have it both ways. Cause let me tell you, I used to tell somebody all the time, ain't that many coincidences in the world that all those people gonna somehow, everybody got the herpes, and the only thing they have in common is one person. Yeah, so I do, it's like where is the hold on, I'm trying to pull up. See, because y'all done made me go, you got to go find them goddamn transcripts. Because I'm really wanting to know, what did that girl say specifically when she got them goddamn herpes at one point. See, this is the type of stuff that can play on appeal. You got a test? Not a problem. They take that. Why in any of her arguments to support him not exposing anybody, I've never heard her say or any her coming, when I mean her, I mean J-Bo or his other attorneys coming on. Why nobody never said that he don't have the herpes? She used one of the arguments that I came up for him with, is that he didn't know he had them, so how can he intend to expose somebody? I came up with that. I think when I did that exercise for the defense, coming up with some different types of um defenses, but I'm just asking. See, this is the common sense shit. This is not made up. This is not what I think. This is not what I feel, what I want. This is not what I, you know. Because if you don't get away from that type of wasting your time with, well, the hypotheticals and shit that didn't happen, shit happened, all this, and you got to get to what actually did happen and what actually didn't. What did the paperwork say? And how can we craft a defense with regards to that? Because that's all that's going to matter. They don't hear nothing else. All right, I got you. They don't want to hear nothing else. I just want to deal with the shit that will work. Oh yeah, I can't see y'all. That's a damn shame. I was doing all right with these goddamn hot flashes. Perspective. How you say the paperwork is bullshit when the paperwork is a accounting of what happened in court. The paperwork is also consists of the motions and shit that she filed. And I'm saying within all of that, why none of that came up? Do you know how huge that would be if they proved that he didn't have herpes at the time these people said that he did, or even if he ain't got them now, do you know how huge that would be? Hell. And that's real simple to prove, at least most of it. So okay, I got the transcript. I'm trying to find that faith part. When the hell she said she got them down? Herpes. Now, I'm just saying, it's not. It doesn't make much sense that everybody got them. Or put like everybody he done fuck with got them except him, or whatever. It's a nexus there somewhere. I'm just saying. I just need us to do some common sense shit. You can't fight this thing on you know. Okay, let me see. Come on, please help me find the page. Ugh. Okay. So here we go. All right. So it's an occasion. First travel to meet them. Communicated. Did those sexual intercourse. Okay. Come to. I'm speed reading through these text messages about the Trump through these transcripts about these goddamn herpes. Sean witness on the government. Do you recognize this? Government example. Concert. Yeah, because she had to talk about it because that's one of her. He got a charge on her right with the Mann Act. So let's see. This is in line. Concert. And then she saved the phone number. This photo. See, and what I'm trying to show y'all is that his attorney is not going to create a defense built on, what her feelings and what she think and blah, 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 blah. Not any of the stuff that we hear out here. Okay, put it like that. Not so much. If she comes up with any type of inference, right? Or she put a story together from evidence, you can best believe that one, more than likely, there's no kind of physical evidence or whatever that has been presented in that courtroom. And that way she's going to make the jury pretty much look at the case as a he say, she say type situation, right? Well, they can't really prove what they say. I can't really prove what I say. I'm just giving you an alternate set of facts that you can consider, okay? That's going to be different from theirs. That's easier to do when you don't have pictures, you don't have, anybody corroborating what you're saying, no type of other type of evidence, right? Prove Nothing that can prove the prosecutor's case other than somebody's giving a testimony and maybe one or two pieces of evidence. But the evidence and the testimony is so far apart, you can fill in the middle. Okay. That's when you usually see a defense attorney do that, come up with something that, an alternate set of circumstances or facts that contradicts what the prosecutor has laid out. That's because they have enough hypotheticals and some things that can make common sense and some type of logic. Although it may not be true, but they can put it together in such a way that you can either accept, if you are a juror, you can either accept what they're giving you or accept what the prosecutor has laid out, right? Okay. But when the prosecutor has a lot to fill in the middle, then that's when you have to more or less go on the defense of what they're laying out. That's if anybody one of y'all want to go to law school, y'all can learn how to do that. Other than that, y'all don't need to know all that. But I'm just letting you know. Still looking. Because I'm kind of thinking that the conversation was more about the the gun and all of that. Her testimony was more about that, but in the theater shit. But okay, business records, and I would make testify about events occurring in a hotel room. He instructed me to go on the bed. Everybody's 16, you can tell daddy. iPad. Got some flights with Diana. Stayed in the room. Okay, so you're okay. It's not going on. He texting back and see, I think they pray for him. A lot of people that were against me. But he said the fans arrived in Dallas. I saw him at a cigar bar. Carl, what happened to the defendant in second? We had sex. He was like, yeah. Okay. Did you see the defendant get on a trip? He revealed to me that there are some females that I'm raising. He said he wanted to text me. He told me exactly what to text. I guess he texted me. The defendant open. Something that he discussed with Joy in the conversation. Okay, to my Joy's dress. Entered the sprinter. Damn. Okay, I met her high school boy. Okay, met her being epileptic. Okay. Yeah, once we got on the sprinter, I hop. I really want to get down to the bottom of this goddamn shit here. Text me your defendant and describe what he sent to the defendant. Where I love you. Hey, Carla. What is all this Diana Copeland shit? Okay, what is this? I can listen to news reports about the case. First sprung all this sprunner shit. I'm so sick of that goddamn sprunner. Joy, she seen Joy. I stepped back. He said something next. Yeah. How many times? How many men have seen you naked? Oh, I know he asked how many people done seen her naked. My gosh. Okay. And the studio where you was sitting with him in a government exhibit. I'm still trying to get to the herpes. Okay. Moment for life. This moment. And the doorway you see it. Enter two. Why somebody just won't give me the damn. Oh, okay. Here we go. Okay. Okay. Did you have any concerns regarding anything that the defendant had related to you? Yeah, once I had got back to San Antonio, mind you, I'm from Texas, so the climate is very hot there, even in February. Yes, Lord. So when I got back to Texas, maybe like 3 days after I got back home, I was coming down with a cold, and I thought I just had the flu. And on the fourth day of having a cold, my mouth had bumps everywhere, and my tongue was inflamed with bumps. My mouth, it looked like disgusting. I had went to urgent care because my other sister's a nurse, and I had sent her a picture of my mouth, and she said, that looks like herpes. So me, I'm freaking out. Mind you, my parents are like, what's on your mouth? And that was the first thing that made me be like, oh, okay, I got to go see what this is. And I went to urgent care and they had tested me for herpes and it came back positive. I kind of was in shock. So I always go to my OBGYN every 3 months. I was on birth control, so I get the depot shot and they test you. But I had went just I needed her to just check me then. So she gave me a pee test and a blood test and confirmed that I did have herpes. And what, if any, understanding did you have about what type of herpes you had? At the time, she told me that I had type 1 herpes. So I didn't know what herpes was. That was my first time learning that there was 2 different types. I had type 1. Now, after you learn you had herpes, What, if anything, did you do? Y'all got to understand something. I'm a hypochondriac, and sometimes when y'all be hearing me say, oh, and this, sometimes I can physically sometimes feel something hit me and stuff like that. I promise you, I don't know why I think I got the motherfucking herpes. I don't mean to laugh. Oh, it just, oh, like I'm like, oh Lord, I'm just reading this. I'm thinking, and I'm reading what y'all saying. I'm like, Lord, have mercy. If you get a blister on your mouth, you got that motherfucking herpes. Oh, God damn. No. Wait a minute. Now, after you learned you had herpes, what, if anything, did you do? I reached out to him a couple of times. He never texted me back. When you say you reach out to him, who are you referring to? R. Kelly. And when did you reach out to him? I want to know if he knew like what this was, or if he knew like anything. Just, it was just like I came home. We weren't speaking, and boom, I found out that I have herpes, and you said nothing to me. I really just wanted him to maybe give me some answers on how to fix it, or just acknowledge like he did it. I knew it was him, and he just totally like cut off communication with me and wouldn't respond to me. When I was texting him, I wasn't saying text me back, I know you have herpes. That I was saying let's have a conversation. He would not reach back out to me. And yeah, hey y'all, can y'all put in let me know something, y'all. Can y'all really give me the where? Can y'all Google and somebody please tell me how to get them type one herpes? See, that shit makes me, whew, mm, god damn. Like, cause y'all in here talking about if you get a cold sore, you got the type one herpes. Now y'all got to give me some more better information than that. Shit, the fuck. Mm. But is the type one herpes, is that the herpes that somebody that got it in they penis and they coochie? Is that the, can you get type one from that? Shit. Okay, wait a minute. Okay. Okay. He would not reach back out to me. And why did you want to have a conversation with him? I wanted to discuss my STD status. And did he respond? No. After receiving no response from the defendant, did you contact the lawyer? Correct. And why did you do that? Because there was no other way for me to get resolvement in this. And the lawyer you contacted, was that a lawyer in Texas? Correct. Where you where you li- where you were where you were living? Correct. Child, you said I'm all fucked up. And after contacting a lawyer in Texas, did you and the lawyer go to report anything anyway? Yes. Shortly after I had obtained a lawyer, he heard everything that happened between me and Mr. Kelly. He had let me know that it's actually illegal for someone to give you a STD, and they know. Mr. Mechanic objection. Quote, well sustained as to that. You had a conversation with the lawyer, and what happened next? After my conversation with my attorney, we went to Dallas police first, and we tried to get some type of resolvement there. They told me that because the basis of my, well, just while you were at the Dallas Police Department, what, if anything, did the police you met with while you were there try to do? They had told me that I had to objection. I know it's difficult. Don't tell us what they told you. Did you do something with them? She said, correct. Okay, what did you do? So I called him, and the reason why he objected, he was objecting to hearsay, but He didn't say it out, but he was objecting to hearsay. Okay, what did you do? So I called him. You called too. I called R. Kelly, and he did not answer. So after I called, okay, so let's just stop right there for a moment. When you called R. Kelly, the defendant's phone number was that in the presence of Dallas police personnel, correct? And was the plan to record that phone call correct? Was the plan to record that phone call correct? And you see how the prosecutor got that in, right? So she just reworded to where now where it's not actually hearsay, but she's saying like, okay, the police overheard our conversation, right? So someone did hear it, and they did have a conversation with her about it, right? And they were to record it. So let me keep reading. So, and the plan was to record that phone call, correct? What, if anything, were you planning to discuss with the defendant if he answered the phone? So she can ask it that way. I'm pretty sure that the cops told her what to ask him, what to say, or whatever, because she wouldn't have known what to say, what they needed to get in order to, to try to get charges or something like that. So they had to tell her. So by the prosecutor just asking her directly what she had to say, what she said to him, that's avoiding hearsay. Okay, so it says, what if anything were you planning to discuss with the defendant if he answered the phone? If he answered the phone, we were going to discuss the herpes. And I think you testified the defendant did not answer. Is that right? Correct. Following that, were you advised to try to make another recording or to make a recording of the defendant? Correct. Discussing the herpes? Correct. And after you left the Dallas Police Department that day, did you and your lawyer attempt to do that? We did. And how, if at all, did you try to get the defendant on the phone after that? In the wee hours of the morning, a couple of days later, I had got a phone call from Mr. Kelly. I answered. We had a conversation. Prior to that, had you sent him any text messages? Yes. And what was the purposes of sending him the text messages? So that we could have a conversation to talk. Now and then, I think you, at some point, did you, in fact, speak to the defendant over the phone? Correct. He ended up calling me back. I answered. He let me know. He said, your name came up. And he said, you're the only faith I know. He said, I just want to let you know you still have a friend in me. You really do. And I said, I do. He said, yeah. And I said, well, why you didn't tell me? He said, tell you what? I said, you didn't tell me you had anything. He said, well, basically, he said, he said, if he had excuse me, if he had something, we weren't going to discuss it over the phone. He said, I don't know what you're talking about, but if I did know what you're talking about, we're not going to have that conversation over the phone. He advised me to come to Chicago, but this time he said, you get your flight and I'll give you the money back. He said, you came up here, you met me, and you come up here, you meet me, and you just let me know. And I said, okay. And did you go to Chicago? No. Did you have any intention of going to Chicago? No. When the defendant called you and you had the conversation you just described, what, if anything, did you do during that phone call? I had put my lawyer on three-way and he recorded the call. Your lawyer recorded the call? Yes. Now, in addition to the Dallas Police Department, did you go to another police department after that? Correct. And do you recall where that was? In New York. And was that in Long Island? Correct. And did you make a report there? Yes. And now, at some point, did your lawyer in Texas refer you to a lawyer in New York? Correct. And what, if anything, did the lawyer in New York file? She filed my lawsuit. And that was a lawsuit against the defendant. Correct. And Was the lawyer's name Linda Hills? Correct. I'm showing you what's in the evidence of Government Exhibit 231. Okay. I don't need to read all that. All right, now let me see. Now I want to get to this cross because I still want to hear about this him about she got this herpes from somebody else because it had to be on cross. Okay, she had a sidebar. What was the sidebar about? What was the issue? I had inquired about in the break whether Mr. Kennedy intended to cross-examine Faith, the witness, about Lydia. So Lydia Hills, the lawyer who initially filed the lawsuit for her in New York, completely unrelated to the lawsuit or anything like that, was charged and convicted of a federal offense. What did she do? I think she had something to do with mortgage for her aunt or something like that. You're really going to ask her about that? Kenny, they made the lawyers here so prominent. I don't know what she's going to say in response to my question, then I would. But if we get a ruling on it beforehand, well, I don't see how that's relevant. It looks like she's got two lawyers who wasn't the first guy who leaked something to TMZ. That's in 300 material. Then you got this person who gets convicted. Not really her fault. I don't think it's relevant, Judge. I don't think it's relevant. It's relevant to ask her about what she did file the lawsuit, right? You didn't represent her in court on that. No, that was Mr. Farinella. Really? No, I don't think so. No, I don't believe anybody in this courtroom is involved in that other than the defendant. I know that Farinella was involved in one case in New York Supreme Court that represented. I have no idea about that, but I have no information that Mr. Farinella was involved in the mailing that went to Mr. Cannon. Oh, the mailing, neither did my client. That is sealed. Okay, I don't know. Her lawyers had something going on. Okay. That video is evidence that played portions of it today, I think, George. But we've got the point where, do you see them in the courtroom? You was gonna be a different court. Do you see anything about? Could you hear the defendant say anything? Fix my legs. Could you hear anything else about it? No. What video? Can you tell the jury what was going on at this point? You told me to give him a kiss and rub his beard. Okay, I don't hear about that. Evacuate. No, I'm trying to get to the cross. Okay, here go the cross. Okay. So at that point, had the defendant filmed you? Yes. Engage in sexual intercourse with him? Yes. Take the pictures of your naked body. Were you concerned about the infected surviving alive? Basically, they did. No further questions. Before you started your testimony that you had met the government to go over court? Yes. And did you go last night? Did you speak last night? Did you not speak to them this morning? I said good morning. And other than that, did you have communications? When did you speak to them this morning? Okay, what was it you looked at? Do I have to answer that? Yes. Okay, it was a picture of my text I was looking at. Objection as to form. Did you look at anything else? Now before yesterday was lit, Mr. Comment. So on Sunday, do you remember the time you saw him on Sunday? Do you remember the time yourself on Sunday? Do you remember how much time you spent on Sunday? Did you make it? Okay, and the date was that. Okay, and prior, did you? I'm not asking my exact date. Yes, just approximately. But did you remember about that? Was generally I met with the last month, I believe, as well. How many times have you met with the government? I'm trying to get to what y'all be saying before speaking to the government. You also talk about appearances concerning. We talk shows. I've been on a few. Dr. Oz, you ever participated in? My question is, when you start participating in surviving R. Kelly, I'm sorry you asked the question again. When you made the trip to New York, was the premiere? Okay, okay, $1,000 for sure. Did you receive any money for your made appearances? And you said that you realized that your college was not for you. Before meeting R. Kelly, before the involvement surviving R. Kelly, I asked was part of something. Your podcast. I'm a female, correct? Podcast appearance came up. Lee Merrick. Actual question is Lee Merrick an attorney? We all read. Everything came in according to what man when you retain Gloria Allred. Did he ask her anything about the herpes? Discuss the choices you made. I didn't hear you say objection. Court tried to get okay. I heard Mr. Merrick. Police. Okay, here we go. And you filed a lawsuit. Can you pick those dates again? And you asked me to use the dates again. Sure. But he asked for the dates. Now, before making an effort to file a complaint, the exact date you filed one in New York, I don't remember specifically. Did you go to these places to file a lawsuit? Exactly. Okay, I don't know. Okay. You said one of the 19, your location, right here. First location. And you filed another lawsuit. I'm still looking for the herpes in his cross. That's what I'm looking for. Exactly. I'm asking her to play. Remember this date. I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. That's all right. He's going to show you the date. All he wants to know whether or not you remember when you spoke to the police in Suffolk County here in New York. Next question. Speaking, do you know Joseph a point? Concert, you testified, exchange number. So point, saw him. FaceTime is speaking. Days come and check, make sure that the flight was booked. I can't read that person's name. Excuse me. 17 of his name, text messages, answer the phone, you call, enter my ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to break for lunch. Still looking for them herpes. Resume. Because it was a fan. It was. Google him. But I'm not married. Is there a distinction? Mother's child girlfriend. Incorrect. Still looking. Then that's what's going on. Going to the after party. My best friend, baby, call your best friend. I don't want to go to Texas. Into the flight to New York. Got another sexual encounter with him. San Antonio. Great experience. Section. This was okay. Diagnosis. Okay. Now, and this was now you had been diagnosed with this condition that would cause you to have a seizure before you went to Dallas. Am I correct? Okay, they talking about the seizure. Let me keep going. Alcohol. Got the sprinter. Oh, wow. Max Rock. Okay, maybe this is it. Okay. Isn't it a fact that you told police officers what's on the paper is incorrect? I didn't ask you. Just let, okay. First of all, let him finish the questions before you start to answer. He's going to ask you questions and let the witness respond. Thank you. So, what is the question you want to put in to the witness, Mr. Okay, isn't it a fact that when you were interviewed by the police officers who took this complaint, you told them that he inserted his penis in your anus and your vagina? That is not a fact. So you didn't tell them that? No. And if it's here, they made it up, well, that is not a fact. Well sustained as to whether they made it up. You're saying you didn't tell them that. It is right. She said yes. And when you were speaking with them, were they taking notes? Yes. And you were the only one who were giving them the details of this account that you were complaining that happened. Am I correct? Correct. Now, isn't it a fact that you also told them that in that interview that Mr. Kelly told you that if you didn't allow, well, that you pushed, that he pushed you and said that he would not allow you to eat during the meeting? That's incorrect. And if it's in here, that's an error. Absolutely an error. Okay, and isn't it a fact that you told the detective or whomever interviewed you that you were tested and found to be positive for herpes in December 2017? She said, incorrect. I never said that. Okay, you never said it. And if it's in here, then it's an error. Oh, 100% an error. Now, may I have a second, Your Honor, please? Now, after this experience that you had in LA, where you said that Mr. Kelly had a gun near him, he spoke to you and that he violated you sexually and had you wait around, you flew back to Antonio. Okay. So that's all. Let me see. Is that all they said about the herpes? Hold on. Met this person, she preferred it. Yeah. Okay, you told me that I hop up, you hop in, yay. Oh. Um, no, ma'am, Your Honor. Try to ask you questions, overrule. Hold on, you asked me if a friend. Hold on, let me see how did they do a redirect. Okay, yeah, they redirect. Let me see what they straighten up on this. Okay, I don't think it's very long. Okay, yeah. During the cross-examination before lunch, you were asking questions. Remember to do the government screenshot about your Jenna Copeland. Okay, refresh your recollection. You asked some questions before lunch. Okay, about leaving college. Again before lunch. Okay. You were asking questions on cross examination before lunch break about certain dates about when you went to a lawyer and when you went to the Dallas Police Department and so forth. Do you remember those questions? Yes. Testified that you went to the Dallas Police Department on April 9, 2018. Do you remember that? Yes. Mr. Canick, the defense attorney showed you a document that indicated something about a demand letter being sent on April 17, 2018. You remember the questions? Yes. April 19th, April 9th, 2008. That's for April 17th, 2000. Correct. So you ask questions about travels. You testify about certain things happen on a trip. You testify there's two sides to the defendant. In fact, okay, defendant just for okay. The podcast, okay, the defendant made some choices, and pretty much other choices of flight. The defendant chose to know it when you said you were uncomfortable with the sex. Choice to go back to see him. We're talking about after you saw it was LA. Okay, making a choice of contacting another trip. You didn't ask him for permission. Um, okay, hold on. The government actually show I go do where you told it that could you testify we got that you put you in permissions. Okay. Okay. I done went through the text messages and all of that. Again, there's nothing in here that suggests that she got it any earlier than when she said she got it on direct. The on cross, that was, he said he was saying some things that was supposed to be in a police report, but they still point to the like maybe a year before, but she said that was incorrect. Now let me say this. Sometimes, okay, this just is a trick. You can be you can hold it, you can have a police report up or whatever, and you can say, well, there's a date in here that said, okay, you can say this, just like he asked, if in this report they said that you got herpes in 2010, is that correct? And she say no. Well, if it's in here, would that be incorrect? Yes. Okay. That doesn't mean that it's actually in that report. Okay. So these are little tricks and games. We don't even have to get into all of that. We ain't gonna even go into it any further. Okay, because I don't know if that's what he was doing or not. Because I don't know what he was looking at, and we don't have that. So I don't know. I don't know if that was a trick or whatever. Okay, I don't know. All right. Again, it's just to monkey around with the dates. It's to strike at her credibility, things of that nature. Okay. So I don't know, but what I do know what I read in those transcripts is nothing about what have been ran out here about what she allegedly said she when she got the herpes and what came out in the trial and all that. So I don't want to hear that no more. Yeah, it could also mean that it was in there, but she said that it's incorrect if it's in there. He also said it's incorrect if it's in there. So I'm not saying that it's not in there. I'm not saying that it is in there. I'm just saying it could be and it could not be. But what I'm saying, what I do know that it's not nowhere is anything about all this stuff that she got the herpes when she was 12 or 15, all this other extra shit and things of that nature. That ain't in there. What expert and the she okay, what paperwork, which one of the paperwork, what paperwork can be um BS? Because I'm cause see the I mean not text me, the transcripts, okay, are the transcripts of what happened, right? Here's the thing. If the transcripts are incorrect, the transcripts can be corrected. If his attorney see that the transcripts are incorrect, he can have them, they can have them corrected. Also, J-Bo can mention it. She can have, I mean, she will want to have those transcripts corrected prior to going to the appeal. And they normally correct them not too long after that's brought up. It's corrected between the judge, the both sides, as well as the over at the clerk of court. So if you're saying the transcripts is BS, then they could correct them. Right. Well, we don't know if it's factual. We don't know if it's factual. But I don't see where J-Bo has even made those arguments. That is ran out here with regards to when Faith got the herpes and who she possibly could have gotten from. Now, some of what y'all say out here, and very few things, but some of those things can be a defense, can be used. But most of them, cannot. But I'm just saying that the stuff that can be used, why they don't use it? I'm trying to see. I find that when you, instead of giving somebody the answer, let them come up with their own conclusion. Walk right down the path with them, and then they'll, some kind of way they'll put it together in their head, or feed you a line of bullshit to further push whatever narrative. Either one or two. I can tell. And then that's when I, okay, I see what we on. All right. Because I can tell when you feed me a line of bullshit to push a narrative. Or I can tell when you just, you're not picking up what I'm saying. You're not, walking down that road. Either or. She yeah, in the transcript she said type 1. She said it came about that she had type 1. So at some point, whether you for or against, right? What the hell happened to my thing? At some point, we're gonna have to get to the defenses that legally helps him out, or the shit that proves, that he's guilty. One of the two. Not the shit that ain't there. The shit that ain't there won't even be brought up in court. So let me share the screen and let me pull up. Now I wanna, but that's what I was asking y'all for, the type of tell me what, like the herpes, like, can you get it from can you get the type 1 from the damn having sex, or y'all tell me. I don't know. I find that when you allow somebody, you can walk them up to the answer or whatever, but when you allow somebody that's really trying to come up with the answer and a legitimate defense, right? They actually do well with doing that instead of using bullshit that does not appear. They can't even, be a factor in the court. And I just don't see the purpose of holding on to that and harping on it because it ain't gonna work. All right, so let me pull this up about this goddamn enterprise. Let me get into what we actually supposed to been doing. So this right here is the appeals, right? Am I sharing it? Oh, okay, here you go. Okay. The first one, she already took a swing at it, right? She already took several. I can actually do this and have some company up here. So let me dropping pin. To what the doctor's testimony about when he said he got herpes. The Karen, the Mann Act, which deals with the exposure of the herpes, is a part of the appeal. But this is a matter that can be cleared up. Because shit, if he has some tests that he's taken since, okay, because here's the thing, right? Check this out right here. Now this is really gonna fuck you up. Per some of those lawsuits, and I don't know, but police reports, I don't know. I think they had told him prior to prior to Azrael, Faith, maybe what they girl named Geronda, maybe back to Rashana. In between, at least I can say Geronda about the herpes thing. That he was made aware that he could possibly have it. Now, if he was made, because if I'm not mistaken, with the Geronda, I don't know I forgot what she said. Well, let's say this. Let's go down a page. All right. Faith came after Azrael. Well, they were treating the medicine the doctor was giving. They was treating him and her together. So he had a duty to let Faith know that he had herpes. Now remember, don't come fucking with me. We just getting down to it now. Okay? This is just rational thinking. This is how this works. This is the advanced session, and we don't do too much bullshit when it's the advanced session. Hold on. Let me get you in, Carla. I think your thing on your camera.
Okay.
Oh, you good. You good. So go ahead.
I just jumped on about the herpes thing before you start on the other one. So if I believe the doctor testified that R. Kelly had type 2, that Faith had type 1, even if she had oral herpes, she should still be testing positive for type 2. Now, sometimes the blood test cannot detect that it can still come up negative if you do a blood test for HSV.
Mm-hmm.
The best test to do if you want to do it if it's not active in the body is to do a spinal tap, because for some reason the spinal fluid will pick it up. Some
Mm-hmm.
people might say that test is too evasive to have somebody to do in order to prove, something like that. They might say they don't want to further traumatize somebody or make somebody go through that. But if Faith
Like,
has type 1, she could
mm-hmm.
have acquired that in childhood. Type 1 has a dormant phase, it has a
Mm.
latency phase. So in a dormant phase, it might, when you say dormant, that might mean that it can lay in the body and never even become symptomatic until years and years and years later. Or a latent phase is when from the first time that the person has become symptomatic and then the next time they become symptomatic. That can also be years and years and years. So as a little kid, she could have had a little bump on her lip, never had it again, and then years later, it could be some type of stress, something, because HSV is normally brought out through some types of stressors. It,
Mm.
it could be some type of stress that could have caused her to have another outbreak. So that's why I was asking to look at the doctor's testimony again, because if I remember, I thought that he said that R. Kelly had type 2. And if that was the case, that's the type that all of them should be testing positive for, not type 1.
Okay, but so let me
I
say
just
this.
wanted to
Go
clarify
ahead.
that part for her, because
Okay.
everything else she said about herpes is correct, but the doctor cannot diagnose which type he has if the test came back negative. He would have to get a positive swab test to tell which type of herpes it is, and or get a positive blood test with antibodies in order to be able to tell, but the doctor never did that. So
Okay,
we
so
don't
R.
know
Kelly,
what type he has.
okay,
If
so
he
he,
in
he,
fact has it, which,
he,
yeah,
he never had a test that showed which strain it was.
he never had a test that came back positive.
Okay, so the best way, like Miss Angie said, then too, it's not necessarily the blood test, because that could come back negative. But R. Kelly could do a spinal tap where the spinal fluid would show the strain.
So the only HSV2 lives at the bottom of the spine. HSV1 lives in
Right,
the neck.
Mm.
exactly.
So the
So
spinal
then
tap
it
would
can
not
rule out, right?
necessarily tell you
Well,
unless it's HSV2.
it
So
could
the
be a
best
rule
way
out.
to
It,
catch,
mhm.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It could be rule out diagnosis, is what I'm saying. So if when they do the spinal tap, if he doesn't come back positive for type 2, it'll be a rule out diagnosis to say it's type 1.
I mean, but you can't even do that. That's not how we work as healthcare providers. The only way they could test him essentially is he can have an outbreak and then he would have antibodies in his blood, and or we would give him a swab when he has an active outbreak. So yeah, we
That's
wouldn't.
not, because I work with dermatologists and gynecologists clinically, and we had a patient that we had to end up doing this with, because we could not prove any other way. Like I said, she had HSV type 2 on the side of her forehead,
Why?
which was a very
Why
strange.
did they do the spinal tap though? There has to be
They
something
ended up
else.
doing the spinal tap because she kept having recurring outbreaks for over a year. And every
Well,
time we tried to do a culture or we tested her blood, it always came back negative, because when she would come into the doctors, there was no
Mm.
active infection. So the fluid from the blister was never
Mm.
there. It was
but the
just covered
antibody
over.
should have been in her blood.
Right. No, it wouldn't. It wasn't. I'm telling you, it was coming back negative. And then that's why we had to end up infusing her with Valtrex. She get Valtrex infused.
Mm.
And did
Mm.
they say it was herpes or did they? Well, shingles is
Yes,
still
it was
herpes.
herpes. It was
Shingles
herpes.
is herpes.
I
So if
worked
it
with
was
a
along a
dermatologist, a
line on
very
her
good
face,
one. Yeah.
it was probably
It was
shingles.
herpes, and we thought no, it wasn't shingles. It was
Shingles is
herpes. It was
herpes.
type 2. It is, but it's a different type of
What
zoster.
happened?
The zoster is different. It's a
Oh,
different
dang.
strain. So we had to admit her, but the first time she came in, my physician thought that she had herpes, but it came back negative. That was the very first time we saw her, and it was over a year that we kept culturing her, and we could not get anything to come back. And then finally, we ended up sending her for a spinal tap. It came back.
Mm. I'm gonna have to ask one of the physicians because I'm in the ER and I've not
I work
seen
with several
anything like that.
dermatologists who treat. Yeah, I've worked with several practices where they treat that. But like I said, they didn't think to send her for a spinal tap because normally you wouldn't send somebody for a spinal tap for HSV. The problem with her was that it was over a year. It kept coming back. And like I said, it was so visible on her body that, that we were like, we have to figure out like what's going on.
So let me ask you this: do the herpes just stay down below and in your mouth? Do it show up on your arms and stuff like that?
It's skin to skin contact.
Right, and it's normally not gonna show up. Like when I'm telling you the case that we had, we never seen that before. That was the first time we saw that. Like
it's skin to skin contact, so it can be in other
normally
places.
it is orally. Yeah, normally oral or vaginal, or in genital area. We never saw it on there, and that's why when it came back negative after the first time, we started exploring other options. But the biopsies, we took a punch biopsy of it, everything, and it was still coming back negative.
Ooh, baby.
Well, here's the thing, right? Whether or not whether or not he has a person has it or not, when in this particular situation, would only be relevant to him. The rest of them, he got charged with exposing it. But if he does not have it, whether or not they have it or not, that's neither here or there, because they're saying that he has it, and the crime was the knowingly and willfully exposure of, right? So it would only benefit to know whether or not he has it. That would be that's what I was really getting at. I was going back to reading through hers because I had heard so many things about she got it when she was 12 and she got it from somebody else and she didn't get it when she said, and all this so and so whatever these people say they heard at the trial. And I said, well, I don't remember hearing any of that when I heard the transcripts and what I just read. So that's what I was really going to see, going back to see when she said she contracted it. But he would be the only benefactor. It would only benefit him. And it would, to know whether or not he has it. Because obviously, if he does not have it, then he can't expose somebody either willfully, knowingly. He would have no intent, whatever. She would need to even, have to make those arguments, whatever. I'm saying that wonder why she has not had him tested to determine if determine if one of he has it, to the strain. I don't know.
Majority of the mitigation report was redacted, so it was probably in there.
Yeah, it was.
It was probably in there.
It was it was not only in the parts where she had to submit, but I remember reading.
She did put in one of those motions, which I can't think of which one. It was she only did 3, the 33, the 29, and then the one that she did by mistake. Or was it just the 33 and the 29? Anyway, in one of them, she did bring up that Faith has HSV1. And to me, if you bring that up and point it out, then that shows that you have an argument you know, why even mention that is HSV1 if you don't have an argument on that base?
Well, yeah,
So
but and here's the thing. Here's another thing. They could have very well contracted. You say all of them contracted it from someone else. I'm gonna get your person. Hold on for a minute. Let me move this up. They could have contracted it from somewhere else. If he still had it and did not disclose it, he still would be criminally liable.
problem is, well, they brought up people who said they had it at a certain point in time, because otherwise I was going to say there is no test that would tell you when a person had it. And the doctor didn't. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I say right, exactly. They can't tell you when you got it.
Yeah, so and the doctor did not confirm necessarily that he had it. So it's just like, how can you tell when I actually got it?
But he did say that he was treating him and at Jane Doe number 5.
But this is
if I'm not mistaken, he didn't see Jane Doe number 5. She said she got Robert's medication. He didn't say he seen her.
Right. And this is what I want to know.
Well, not seen her, but was giving medicine to both of them for herpes.
She was just taking some from Robert.
Right. And if they never got a positive culture from Robert, then how can they prove that is exactly what he had? Because the doctor can give you the voucher just thinking that might be what you had.
Exactly.
How you guys doing?
Fine. How are you?
Hey, just fine. I want to dip in real quick. Oh my God, I got jet lag, so I'm about to lay down for a minute. But I'll probably come back in depending on how long Miss Angie's on. About to grab me some alcohol, so lay down for a minute. But I want to say something. Listening to these very intelligent young ladies speaking.
Yeah.
As I listen to them and their expertise being in the medical field, break down the herpes virus and its transmissibility and how it works, and more importantly, its detectability, how to detect it in the blood, the spine, and this, that, and the third. I want to say this to y'all, that when I contrast that with what Angie read as it pertains to my cousin's defense attorney under his cross-examination of Miss Rogers, I want to say, these two young ladies speaking about the herpes virus, they have educated us in 15, 20 minutes. We've gained more clarity and education on it than was displayed in court. Mm-hmm. Whoever, I don't know if you guys are old enough, but whoever observed that OJ trial, everyone who were really legal enthusiasts and those who wanted to know about how trials are supposed to be conducted, one thing about that OJ trial is that it gave every layperson a thorough knowledge of the DNA process, how DNA works. Majority of the people, maybe 90%, were just interested in the trial itself. But if you were inquisitive and you wanted to know how DNA works, Attorney Barry Scheck broke it down. And if you notice, every witness that testified against OJ, they sat on that stand sometimes all day, because the defense attorneys were very, very thorough. They were very distinct. Every question mattered because they understood that it was a game of inches. However, if you go back and if you guys play back what Miss Walker read as it relates to pertains to the cross-examination, that African-American, I don't want to call him an African-American attorney, but that attorney, I think I thought about that. I don't want to cast those kind of aspersions. I don't want to say he was a black attorney. No. Because there were a lot of non-black attorneys who also were inadequate and inept in my cousin's cases. But once again, there's no way in the hell that we should be wondering about herpes. We should be, there's no way in the world that these two young ladies should have to come on and explain anything. After Ms. Walker read the cross-examination, there is a common phrase that is always used when those transcripts are read, and that is, well, we don't know. Well, we don't know. We don't know. Shit, hold on. Hey, Ms. Walker, I'm like, hold on, wait a minute, we don't know. This man's giving life in prison, basically. And shit, I'm like, we don't know. Listen, we don't know if he was actually reading that off of the police report or not. Right. That is insane. If you listen to that, listen, Ms. Walker.
I was just kicking. Sometimes I don't do it, and at this point I figure like we done went past. Sometimes I'll just kick in the little tricks or whatever. But let me say this, Levi, to speak to what you're saying. So I'll have to give you this one because having an expert up there to talk about herpes would have been very relevant. That expert could have spoken, and if nothing else, to at least cause it will cause some additional reasonable doubt, because you would have had the jury thinking, and that testimony wouldn't have been seen as confusing to a jury, but you're trying to show that he plays the numbers game and the dates game, whatever, with the police report or whatever he was showing her, right? And then you have an expert come on, like these ladies have spoken about this, got me itching up here about these herpes. Then you would combine that together, and how you answer the questions in a certain way, which kind of guides the jury to the conclusion you want to draw. You could have really given some kind of, well, I don't know if he actually gave her herpes, because then she's talking about she got him in her mouth, and then this one, all of that, should have been explored a little bit more. The differences, and I don't know the differences in what the bigger difference would have been in the mouth, get him in the mouth and the other way and all of that, whatever. But I think it could have been enough testimony from somebody, an expert or something, but they would have drawn a pretty good distinction of what I made it. You know what I'm saying? Could have try to create some additional just reasonable doubt with that. Now that I, now that they give me all that information with the herpes, that's absent in the transcripts as far as him questioning, putting his own expert up there, and then and then you got a doctor that takes the stand, his doctor, and you don't get someone that can kind of challenge the fact that, well, he didn't have a test that said that he's positive for it or whatever, stuff like that. That was a missed opportunity, and I'll give you that. That's a missed opportunity.
One of hundreds. Listen to me. Let me give you this. Now, I, as a layperson, I've sat in a lot of courts, Ms. Walker. I have. And I, in my work, contractually, working for attorneys, sometimes some of the cases were so interesting that I would go back and just watch them. And I'm going to give you something. And I'm a layperson. How about this? Ms. Rogers, you just testified to the prosecutors, to the court, that you normally visit your OBGYN because you get every 3 months because you receive birth control shots. Is that correct? Yes, sir. So are we to assume because you were getting birth control shots every 3 months that you were sexually active? Boom. Boom. Yes, I was. Okay. Now, you don't have to go no further. That plants in the jury's mind, well, goddamn, who gave it to you then? You was out here having sex. Now,
we know that the judge didn't allow any preferences to their previous sexual history. And we know that the judge, if I'm not mistaken, the judge didn't allow a healthcare professional to testify.
Yes, ma'am. That's something that has to be revisited. We don't know. We don't know. But I'll say this much.
Let me ask this. Go ahead.
I think Ms. Walker would agree that what the judge allows. See, one thing I've learned, I used to work with this attorney, and he would always tell me, he would always say, cases are won or lost in pretrial. He would always say that, well, cases are won or lost in pretrial. And I never understood that to now, that it is the pretrial. However, the way you can circumvent that pretrial process once the trial begins is that, yes, certain things are precluded. We know that. But if the witness or the prosecution begins or touches on a line of questioning, and I think Ms. Walker would agree, that opens up the scope where you can explore that. Is that true? Yes or no?
Right. Yeah, you can open the door, but there's a Victims Act where you can't talk about their sexual activity. You can't talk about their sexual activity. But did you see when I pointed out how the prosecutor, let me see, it was going to be hearsay. They objected. They didn't say, they knew it was hearsay, but she was trying to tell what the police said to the face was trying to say what the police said to her, and they objected. They didn't have to say hearsay, but that's what it was. So, and she changed her line of questioning to walk her up to it. So she could have said, you go to get your, or why do you get your every 3 months, why do you get your shot, and what is that normally for, to prevent why do you get your shots or whatever. You could say to prevent getting pregnant or prevent whatever. You can't ask that leading questions, but you could, what I'm saying, you could definitely lay it out so you can paint a picture in the juror's mind. So you can't ask her direct about her sexual.
And with that being said, that's why I kept telling you the paperwork is bullshit, because it's just a story that's being fed that can manipulate and lead.
But this is what I want to know. They didn't even have to question Faith. Why didn't they question the physician more thoroughly? I'm kind of perplexed on how they would not allow the defense to bring in medical experts to discuss something that's so crucial.
Well, let me say this. When a young lady says, to answer your question, when a young lady says the paperwork is bullshit, when she said it, and I heard her say it earlier, I understood. And I want you all to understand that the onus is not on the prosecutors, nor is it on the judge.
It's on the defense.
It is just exactly his inept legal defense. Right. Now, absolutely. Let's be clear.
It's no way that you're going to tell me that you're going to accuse this man of exposing. There's no culture to prove that he actually had it. The only thing that proves is that the doctor prescribed him Valtrex. And you're going to say that that's enough evidence. That's not. So there needs to be somebody there who speak to etymology in order you have to speak to latency and dormancy phases in order to say, hey, and also the fact, like I said, that HSV1 is very communicable.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
80% of the population has it.
Yes, ma'am. But as it pertains to hiring an expert medical witness, this is what I want you guys to understand also. Considering that this was such a high-profile case, they could have had top physicians come in for free because it was a high-profile case. These top physicians in that field of transmittable diseases and things of that sort, they write books, and they would have loved the publicity to be able to say that would have been good for their resume, that I testified as an expert witness in the R. Kelly case. Y'all don't even understand. This is what most people don't understand. I wouldn't say their names, but I spoke with two very prominent attorneys. And when it came down to, before I go back to my cousin, I'm like, I need to know how much you're going to charge. What you charge is none of my business. But when you speak with him, I need for you to have that front and center. And I would always say, because I don't want to waste your time or his time. The two who are very prominent, if I said their names, you all would know them off rip, said to me, Levi, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Don't worry about that. One of them said to me, at this juncture, I'm damn near prepared to defend your cousin for free, but I fly private. And this person is very well known. He or she said, I fly private and I will go to New York and meet with him if he's able just to foot the bill for the gas for the private jet. I said, how much is that? And nigga said round trip maybe what he said, 70-something thousand. I said, hold on, wait. The private fuel for the jet was like, I think he said something. Don't quote me, but like 45,000 or something. I was like, word, like what the? Can you do a Zoom? Shit, you feel me? But what I'm saying is that they had a lot of experts who would have been willing to come in and display their expertise. But once again, I'm going to get off of here because I got to take a little short 20, 30-minute nap. But once again, when the sister says the transcripts are bullshit, the average listener would think that means that there was some malfeasance on the part of the prosecutors or the judge. No, you're right. The transcripts are bullshit because we don't have a full picture. You have to have a full, even in relationships. There are people right now who are drinking, smoking weed, using drugs and shit because they never had closure in a relationship. But one thing about closure in a relationship is when you have closure, it is what it is. Hey, she was a hoe or the nigga wasn't shit. You feel me? But you need that closure in order to know, okay, this is what we're working with. In Robert's case, I'm telling y'all, if anyone that was around going back 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, I was yelling and screaming at the top of my voice. What are these attorneys doing on social media? What are these attorneys doing sitting with bloggers? Yo, listen to me. We're talking about the thousands and thousands of pages of documentation. I understand that there was a delay in the discovery, but it required this case, and I'm going to prove something real quick and I'm gone. This case, one thing about Robert's case that I noticed early on, it required reading, studying, and analyzing, okay? Reading, studying, and analyzing. And I can tell you from the inside, I'll say this, not that I'm bragging. Niggas be on social media capping. Listen, there's only a few major players in this whole dynamic with my cousin, and I'm one of them. And I'll say this much, that to prove to y'all that it required reading, analyzing, and scrutinizing every word, every document. How the hell y'all think that the whole social media world now is lit up talking about the text messages? How do y'all think right now you got DL Hughley on Vlad saying, yeah, I read the text messages. Everybody's talking about the text messages because guess what? It took a nigga from up top Detroit, put it to you that way. It took a nigga from up top Detroit to put that before the world and say, look at this, y'all. Look at this. And now the world is up in arms like, wait a minute, hold on. But guess what? I promise you within the next week, as it pertains to the text messages, y'all ain't seen nothing but the tip of the iceberg. It is so unbelievable. It is so unbelievable. So I'm gonna get off and finish listening to you guys, but I wanted to first commend the two young ladies as well as Ms. Walker for having this analytical discussion. But it is a travesty in my mind, because I take it personal, that we were not able to gain a thorough knowledge of how herpes and all of that works because one of the attorneys had 6 weeks to prepare. For the love of God, listen, y'all, listen to me. I'm gonna ask y'all a question. When you pay your cell phone bill, let's be honest, I'm quite sure all of us have said, damn, when we get the notification, it's time to pay your cell phone bill again. We be like, damn, I just paid it. That was a month ago. 1 month flies past fast as hell. When you pay your cell phone bill, you pay it before you know it, the notification, it's time to pay it again. That is 4 weeks. Well, damn, all he had was 4 weeks and 2 more weeks to prepare for a case that required, oh my God, we talk about tens of thousands of documents. You had to go through all of that. And I'm gonna close by saying this. I confirm myself. This is me talking. None of them scrutinized those text messages. That's for one. And we could talk about that later because Ms. Walker says she want to get into the legal aspect of things that could possibly either help Robert or that will work against Robert, but all due to the paperwork. And I'm willing to have that discussion, and I really want to have that discussion because I believe myself personally that this case is going to be, the case in New York definitely is going to be won through the process of habeas corpus. And I have to say this real quick, I'm sorry, y'all, that as Ms. Walker talked about, well, she speaks about, well, that's not going to help him in an appeal, or this is not going to help him in an appeal. And most of the things she said, I agree with. However, what y'all must understand is that there are bodies buried. There are bones buried. There has been so many lies told. There's been so much prosecutorial misconduct that has occurred. There's been so much, but guess what? I don't have the answers. Y'all don't have the answers, but there are people out there that knew these major players as it pertains to these witnesses. There are people, there are family members, there are friends, there are ex-boyfriends, ex-girlfriends. There are people who knew the things that took place that were improper in Robert's case. But by the text messages now being out there in a prominent way, now you have people stepping forward saying, hold on, you just had my cousin's brother, he is not my cousin, but that's my cousin's brother. A lot of people can't comprehend that shit. Like, damn, that's my cousin's brother, but I am not his cousin. But we just found out that, I don't want to get y'all off track what you're talking about, but I have to say this real quick. We just discovered over the last couple of days that when Jane Doe number 5 testified and said the police knocked at the door while he was performing oral sex on me anally, he said, jump up, go to the bathroom, put your clothes on, and he answered the door. We just found out that Robert's brother was actually on the phone during that whole incident. And he called him and said, the police just knocked on my room door. And he said, for real? And as he was talking, they knocked on Robert's room door. But according to his brother, at the Dolphin Hotel, who was there, he did not hear him say, go get your clothes on. Who's going to answer a phone that's performing oral sex? Listen, I don't believe in going downtown too often. But when I do, I ain't answering no goddamn telephone. I'm downtown. You feel me? I'm downtown. I ain't got time. You heard me? But yeah. So that's conflicting. So there's a lot of stuff that's going to be coming out in the future. But I'm going to finish listening to you guys. I'm sorry I talked so long, but I'm so filled up. And I'm going to finish listening, and hopefully Ms. Walker's on long enough, I'll jump back in.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be here for a minute because I don't know till when I come back. So
I'm looking forward. Okay, bye-bye.
Oh,
Angie, can I add 2 things onto what he said? Because he talked about Kennick in only that 6 weeks, and didn't throw in the part that Kennick also, during that time, there was pretrial motions coming. There was, I want to say, he set in on a few, I think he set in on the Curcio, he set in on different things. So he didn't have even that 6 weeks to prepare because things were happening at that time. So Kennick didn't even get the chance that he needed, and he still did damn good with the time that he had.
Now, that's with all due respect, miss, with all due respect, and I, as a sister, I love you, and I'm not saying this to start a beef with you, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna say this. I've said it before that when you look at Robert's situation, any attorney, any legal defense individual that stepped into that courtroom, it was the equivalent of stepping into an operation room. It was the equivalent of stepping into you're operating on a patient. Legally, you're conducting an operation. Okay. So my cousin has said to me a couple of times, he said, because you don't know how I get. And he said to me, listen, I know you mean well, but don't step on the doctor's foot while he's operating on me. Don't step on his foot and don't step on mine because I can have a heart attack doing a goddamn surgery. And I got what he was saying. But it's surgery, it's legal surgery. So when you take any surgeon, listen, who is willing to go in and operate on a patient unless it is an emergency triage situation,
And it was.
But check this out. No. It wasn't. It was a critical situation, but it wasn't a triage. Like he just was rushed into the emergency room, and we have to do something. No. It wasn't.
Hadn't Greenberg and Leonard put in the paperwork to pull out?
At that juncture, when he came in, it was around the same exact time. I agree.
Okay, so that made it emergency.
But
and hold on top. I'm sorry, baby. Just one sec.
It's okay.
On top of that, making it an emergency, they needed his license for New York. He wasn't supposed to be lead. He was supposed to be a license.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off or you off. So finish your points. I got my thought, and I'll say what
Okay. Let the girl.
Well,
I'm sorry.
What I wanted to say was, and I wanted to ask Miss Angie, because this is probably more of a procedural question, but it could have been things that they could have done to try to get more time, because I've seen that happen. I'm watching a case now where this woman has changed her attorneys 4 and 5 times, and they have given more time to her for them to prepare.
They asked. Judge Donnelly denied.
Oh, that's because they. I'm sorry, Ms. Walker. Go ahead.
No, I say you can ask.
And they did.
Yeah, you can ask. We don't
Here's
even give you.
the problem right here, y'all. Here's the deal. If a surgeon is in an airport and someone has a heart attack, if someone can't breathe, that surgeon, if he or she is worth their grain in salt, will take a pen and prick that person's throat right on the airplane to open up an airway.
Mm-hmm.
If they have to, they'll ask for a knife and cut that person's chest open right there on the airplane, because that is an emergency situation. What I am saying is that it was legal malfeasance, not only on the part of that African American attorney, but any attorney worth his or her weight in salt, given the weight of Robert's case. They would have said, well, if I cannot be granted more time, I'm sorry, I cannot assist the client. Well, I'm not going to give you any more time. Okay, well, I'm going to sign off. And I say this because those 2 attorneys that I spoke with, who are high upper echelon attorneys, told me that my cousin was done. They said, well, they didn't want to say it like that, but they said, they said he went with this guy, whatever. And they said oh my God, they didn't want to, just bring my hopes down. But I tell you this, both of them said to me, one of them went and actually met with Robert during the COVID. I don't know if it was Zoom or whatever. He met with him and he called me. So I talked to your cousin for an hour and a half. And he said, this is winnable. And he said, tell me what he decides. Boom. He calls me a week later. And he says he has a female team, assistant. And he said, we were talking today, and I'm telling you, this was 4 months out, 5 months out before trial. He said, listen, Levi, let your cousin know I need to know something within the next couple of weeks, because it's going to take at least 3, on a minimum, 3.5, 4 months on a minimum for us to prepare. And I said, but what if he doesn't make his mind up this, then a third? He said, if it comes past, if it crosses that threshold, he said, we can't do it. It will be, this is what he said to me, it will be legal malfeasance. It will be legal malpractice for us to take a case of this magnitude unprepared. And sure enough, that man walked in with a dollar store notebook while the prosecutors rolled in carts of their cases on carts.
That was illusions.
No,
that was illusions.
It worked. Whether it was illusions or not, it worked. I tell you this, with all due respect, and I'm not bashing that man. I'm not bashing the African American attorney. I know I have in the past, but I'm not on that no more. What I've learned is that 90% of Robert's legal defense team, most of them signed on for the publicity. And when you have that kind of situation, that's a recipe for a disaster. If you look at the guy, I forgot his name, the black African-American black dude that was Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby's assistant. Y'all remember his name? That guy that spoke with Rob? The one that was standing there with Baljean when Bill Cosby came home? That
No,
brother.
no, I know his name.
Okay.
I can't think of his name right now.
He said that he spoke when he first signed on with Mr. Cosby. He said there were a couple of attorneys who were on social media. And he said he called a meeting with them. And he told them, this is not about publicity and you trying to, get publicity. This is about fighting for this man. And they went back on social media, in the media, and he went to Mr. Cosby and said, look, these attorneys are not going to work. And Bill Cosby gave him the go ahead and said, well, get rid of them. This is about your life. This is not going to work. So I'll close by saying this. That's the story of Robert's life. That's the story of Robert's whole entire life when it comes to females, when it comes to hanger-ons, when it comes to every damn body. That has been the story of his life. And that is, if I'm connected to R. Kelly, if I'm around R. Kelly, I'm going to get perks. I'm around a superstar. And as a result of that, very few people were around him that truly loved him, which he sees that now. But that was just the story of his life, man. And it played out with the legal defense team. And I'm not casting aspersions on them in such a way where, it is what it is. It is what it is. The text messages confirmed that they never read them or didn't give a damn about them. And there are going to be so many other things that you guys learn where they were not involved in these cases at either New York or Chicago. They were not really involved. Now, I will say this from my observation and vantage point, and I don't favor Greenberg. I don't in any way. But as it pertains to who was more equipped, I believe he was more equipped. I believe Greenberg.
You just said that a case is won in pretrial. He did no pretrial motions. None.
Well, as it pertains to his...
He did some. Greenberg did some.
Well, when I say he was more equipped, he was more equipped in a sense of, as a man, do I want a stripper or a hoe that's out there selling ass in the damn corner? You feel me? You say, well, at least she's a stripper. She's out of the damn place or whatever. I'll take her. I'll take the stripper. You feel me? So he was more equipped as it pertains to being knowledgeable of the entire case. Now, how he would have done that, water up under the bridge. But if y'all notice, I've really toned down when it comes to, I'm not beefing on social media anymore. I'm not disrespecting those attorneys anymore because I'm at a place where now it's a whole different feeling.
Can I give a different perspective on your analogy?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you said, okay, on an airplane, if somebody can't breathe, a doctor will take out a scalpel and make a way for him to breathe temporarily until you get to a different place. So in the case of that court started with Nicole as the lead.
Yes.
That became emergency because Nicole messed up in the way of calling those ladies young girls. She messed up in the way of saying, find my client guilty. She messed up in a few ways in her opening statements that made it emergency. Therefore, Kennick stepped up as that surgeon and gave him a way to breathe. Because even if the case was not necessarily winnable at that moment for him, he gave so many ways to win on appeal.
Yes, but this is what you don't know. You got it. I mean, I'm not taking that from you now. You're right. But this is what most people don't know. There was a concerted effort behind the scenes from terrorists. I'll say it openly. From terrorists who had positioned I don't say his name, but the African-American attorney was placed there by the terrorists, for one. For two, there were so many maneuvers being made behind the scenes. And I'm going to say this openly. If my cousin has a problem with it, he'll tell me. Because everything I fucking say on social media, they email him and, yeah, Levi said this. Come on, huh? They do it. That man, boy, look, they email. He received about 100 emails. He said, boy, Robert said, boy, he said, you online, they hate you. Well, listen, I swear, it's got my right hand to the Most High God. He said, boy, shit. He said, I got 100 emails. Well, listen, so you have this. sweetheart, listen. The same thing happened in that court that played out on social media. There was a bunch of posturing. There was a bunch of maneuvering. We saw it on social media. We saw he don't know R. Kelly. He's not his cousin. This one don't know. No, I'm here. All of that moving around, it was those same people infected his trial in a sense where you had these. I don't want to get off into that because I don't want to start no beef. You feel me? I don't want to start no beef because if I start some motherfucking beef, I'm going to finish some beef. So I ain't on that no more. But I will say this much, that the blunder, and tell me if I'm breaking up, but the blunder that Miss Blank Becker made, yes, it occurred. But keep in mind, my cousin had people in his ear. The plan, they never implanted the African American attorney net without planning. Is that my phone or something else?
No, I'm sorry. I'm eating red vines and I'm opening the container. I apologize.
The plan was for him to take the lead chair. That was the plan. Yeah, quite naturally. It was an infiltration. It was a hijacking and it occurred. Whoever got a problem with it, I got proof of it. You feel me? But that's cool. All that's water up under the bridge because at the end of the day, this is what pains me. Had Robert been free out on bond, none of this would have happened. But he was blinded in there, and he chose to allow certain people to get next to him who were in bed with terrorists. And I'm gonna tell y'all something before I get off of here. I've never lived my life looking through the rearview mirror, ever. Where I grew up at, you'll get killed looking through the goddamn rearview mirror. You can glance at it, but you better not just stare in the rearview mirror. You will lose your life. So I've always been, I don't believe in regretting. I don't believe in regression. I don't believe in really even speaking about that which is water up under the bridge. I don't get down like that. It is what it is. You feel me? But now, at this juncture, I'm more concerned with the legal aspect. At this juncture, what you guys are discussing right now, believe it or not, that which is thought-provoking, the things that you guys are discussing, Ms. Walker don't even know. You all don't even know. I take notes. I take notes when someone says something that is profound. I'll take notes and I'll store it away because it's going to take thought-provoking activity to prepare Ms. Bonjean for what's to come. And there's a lot to come. This was listen, I ain't gonna get off into that. What's at play here? It's prosecutorial misconduct and an inapt legal defense. And it is what it is. I ain't tripping.
Levi, wait a minute. That prosecutorial misconduct, I got a problem with that. I got a problem with that.
I understand.
I still agree with that because just because I'm saying that Kinnick did decent in his timing doesn't mean that I'm saying he was ill prepared because he had such short time.
Well, I want to posit something else that I'll venture to say that the scalpel should have been bought out way at the point of him deciding to take the case because he knew that he was dealing with limited time. And most lawyers, and Miss Angie, you can probably vouch for this, the crux of their research are done by other individuals. So probably more than 3 individuals needed to be brought in order to tackle this case. So and from what I understand, they only had a total of 3 paralegals between the entire legal team. So when they were in hearings and other different things dealing with the procedural things, their research team could have been doing more research if they had more hands on. When you have something like this, you have to have all hands on deck. And sometimes you gotta go get some more hands. And I understand like money might be a thing, but when you're a lawyer and your career is dependent on something, like I kind of agree with Levi. If you did not have the resources, then why even jump into the game?
Again, my understanding is he was there for the license.
Well, let me explain this to y'all. As women, have y'all ever had a woman who was jealous of you and your mate?
Of course.
Okay. I could ask black women certain questions, and all of them say, all of them say, hell yeah. All right, so check this out. So that woman knows, damn, this nigga, he's handsome or he got money or whatever reason. He's good to her with this, that, and the third. I hit on him, but when I hit on him, he ain't gonna give me no play because he's loyal to that woman. Now, say if that same woman had a cousin and said that nigga works at the plant, he goes to lunch every day at that damn Subway, and that same woman who's jealous of you sent her cousin up in there like she's ordering some Subway. How you doing? And they strike up conversation. So she sends her cousin in to achieve what she wants to achieve. And all of a sudden they trade numbers, right? He starts sleeping with her. Your relationship goes awry. Then you find out a year later from him, he comes to you and say, you know what? I'm sorry I did you that way, blah, blah, blah. And the chick I cheated on you with, do you know she's so-and-so cousin? And then you start to connect the dots. Well, damn, this bitch was that scandalous. Well, she sent another female in there to lure my boyfriend or my husband. People do this. People do this kind of shit. People do this kind of shit. You feel me? So what I'm saying to y'all, this is what, when you talk about the African-American attorney, if that woman was sent in to lure your man, that means she came into the situation with ill intent. That means she wasn't concerned about loving that nigga. She was concerned about knocking you out the way. And I'm telling you, and I'll say it, if he wants to sue me, he can do it. He'll be on CNN, me and him, because I got the proof that when you go into a situation like that with nefarious intent, hear me, then you're not really operating in a ethical, moral, decent, genuine way. Now, if your same boyfriend or husband was up in the damn Subway and a motherfucker walked in, female walked in, strapped, dressed nice, smelling good, and he said, how you doing? And it went down, she don't know you. It just happened that way. You can't fault her that the nigga cheated on you. But when you look at the one who was sent in to lure your husband, boyfriend, fiance, you have to fault that woman's cousin who sat back and concocted a scheme and a strategy. And what I'm saying to you all, the placement of that African-American attorney, I fault the terrorists because they implanted him in there. And they had certain people who had Robert's ear basically disseminating that bullshit information to Robert. And I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you what I know. And I'm telling you what I told him. And I'm telling you what he acknowledged after the shit was over. He acknowledged it. But I'm the kind of person, my mother taught me, if somebody has a toothache, you don't, why you shouldn't have been eating all that candy. You don't do that. So I don't go, I don't drill on him with that. But at the end of the day, I sent that man two of the best who was about that shit for real. And these people, infiltrated. They hijacked. It is what it is. But I'm going to close by saying this. I'm in a different space now. I'm in a different place now. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart. I'm in a very different place now, in a very different space now. Because once he was transferred, that was like the hardest part for me. But after speaking with him a couple of times after he was transferred, and the fact that he's in a different place and a different space, I have to conduct myself in a different way. And that is not to beef. I'm not on that no more. Now the horses are out the stable. It is what it is. We handling business. Listen to all the terrorists. Me and my cousin handling business. Period. You feel me? Because it's going to take business. And it's going to take thinking people like these three young ladies that are on this panel. It's going to take critical thinking and critical thought. And that's all I'm concerned with. So now I always say I'm going to be on here for 10 minutes and be on here for hours. All right, listen, I'm about to listen to you guys and I'm about to get off here for real.
You're going to jump right back up, Levi, because I'm still going to keep talking.
I know. But
thank you for the compliment.
Without a doubt, because I love it. I love this. I'm the nigga back in the day when I walk in a barber shop, they talking about sports and this and that. I'm the nigga that changed the whole environment in the barber shop because I'm about to start talking about life. I'm about to start talking about politics, religion, law. I'm about to start talking about real shit, and the whole barber shop changed. So I love hearing individuals like yourselves, especially you, Ms. Walker, being in the legal field. You two young ladies being in the medical field. Guess what? You're not on here talking about twerking and back that thing up and a bunch of, I'm old school. Back that, you hear niggas say back that thing up, you're old school. You ain't on here talking about back that thing up. So I gave you and shit, you heard? Y'all on here talking about you having a very intelligent, substantive conversation. And these are the kinds of people that I've dealt with all my life. Ms. Walker will tell you, I've never sat on porches with motherfuckers that's stupid, ignorant, talking crazy, because I can't get nothing out of that, you heard? So I'm finished listening to you guys, and I'll probably jump back in, all right? Let me go. Now I'm going to leave, that way when she says something, I ain't got to respond. You feel me? All right, y'all.
Hey, Miss Boojum.
You gonna want to answer this, though. So he mentioned nefarious reason. And my thing is, being the person that I am, my work ethic would not allow for me to do anything under my abilities. So just because I'm coming into this knowing that I am going to gain publicly and my career is going to advance, does not mean that my reasons for taking the case are nefarious. We are both benefiting because I know I'm a boss and because my career will take off. So I'm helping you and you're helping me. That's not nefarious to me. But maybe he has some inside information that I don't have, and so he sees it from a different perspective. Okay.
In perspective, I can agree with that, and that's why I said, like, if I couldn't gather the resources to do the job that I know I can do, like you said, I wouldn't even jump into, because my ethic wouldn't let me do that. Like my ethics.
I don't know. I'm a boss. I take things on because I'm a last minute type of person to where crunch time is the best time.
Well, yeah, it is. It is, and I agree. But what I'm saying is that means I'm going to put in all the time, and I'm going to put in all my resources to make sure that I get it done. And I just feel like here we see missing pieces where certain types of resources would have been beneficial to. We can look in the transcript and see that there was a lack of certain resources in certain areas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think my thing is... Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was going to say there is a benefit of, having enough time and becoming real familiar with every piece of discovery or what have you, right? Mm-hmm. And the benefit is because, one, of course, preparation, but sometimes it's not going to always go as how you think it's going to go. You can anticipate what the other side's come with. You think exactly how your particular, witness is going to perform. And sometimes you have to get back up there on redirect or recross or what have you and steer the ship back, get the ship back on. So you got to come up with some questions right off the top to get everything back in your favor, whatever. And knowing what you have available to you to use, to whether it's to rehabilitate somebody, whether it's to whatever, you know what I'm saying, then knowing that makes you more prepared, more ready to and also knowing everything you have, you can also then bring in the other additional resources that you need to cooperate. Let me say this now. You got to understand this, because I forgot who said. Somebody said something about his testimony. I think it was what did they say? One of y'all say that the doctor's testimony. One of y'all said something about somebody's testimony, and I wanted to tell you that now, just because someone does not, or someone or something does not corroborate someone's testimony, that doesn't mean that doesn't That's not a standard, meaning it doesn't have to. The Supreme Court said that it doesn't have to. A testimony does not have to have cooperation. So someone can get on there, just testify to whatever it is, whatever the thing is, okay, or the situation, and can walk off, right? So they don't have to have anything to corroborate it or whatever. And Supreme Court agrees with it. So whenever an attorney brings that raises that on appeals, the Supreme Court has already addressed that. Sometimes, you could find appeals courts and that will disagree or whatever, but that's rare. But if someone, I forgot what it was. It just said, I think somebody said just by him saying that
Oh
that
yeah, that there was no confirmatory, there was no test that was
yeah,
result.
you said it
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So their testimony doesn't have to be corroborated, and the Supreme Court agrees with it. And when you said that, I was looking directly at something Jabo raised on her appeal, and I'm like, oh boy, that's probably the answer she's going to get back on that. But I'll go over it when I get to when we get off these herpes and get to the next step. Now, the part I disagree with Levi is about the prosecutorial misconduct. He still tries to make certain things the misconduct of the prosecution, and I don't see that's not gonna fly. That's not even something she raises. So if she's not raising it, most likely because it's not there. That is prosecutorial misconduct. That's shit. One of the easiest ways to get your appeal granted. So and also it has, like I said, it has different benefits. Sometimes, depending on what the misconduct is, you can retry that person, and sometimes you can't. You're barred from doing it. So, but
And
those
I
go
agree
ahead.
with you on that, Miss Angie, because I think it was more so the burden on the defense. And I say, whatever the reason it was, whether it was just the lack of time of being there, whether there was nefarious intent, whatever the reason was, it was not the job of the prosecution to put on the defense case.
Right.
So I absolutely agree. I think what some people are misjudging is prosecutorial misconduct is
Mm-hmm.
being taken for that the defense did not do the investigation needed in order to come up with what evidence they needed to present their case.
Or that the prosecution suppressed evidence, or they did this and did that, whatever. So, and I said this even before me even having this channel, right? I said, if the lawyers, 9 out of 10 times, if the lawyer's not saying it, and when I mean running with a lot of the narratives that were put out here, some of the emotional phrases that were being used out here, if the lawyers are not running with it, 9 out of 10 times, meaning that there is no legal ground to raise it. So, I mean, and because I don't know how I foresaw that this was gonna happen, but because a lot of this stuff, happened, and like I said, I know people want the emails and want the text messages to be that thing that unlocks the jail cell, but I don't see. Well, I definitely don't see how those text messages can. That's just some real shady parenting. That's some lies going on, and that's a lot. That's a lot of a lot of bullshit. I just don't want to use that word, but it's a lot of bullshit going on in text messages or whatever. But here's the thing: does it have anything to do with the elements? does it have anything to do with the facts in the case? And when I say the facts, I'm not talking about the facts you guys want or I want or whatever. I'm talking about the facts that was introduced in the case by way of the evidence. That's what we're talking about. That's what the appeals court deals with.
One of the charges had something to do with inducing, enticing, and coercing.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't induce, entice, or coerce her.
Okay, here's the thing.
That's what.
J-Bo, go ahead.
I was saying that's what she was trying to get to with those text messages for her. And then to then knock off.
Well, are you saying, I'm sorry, are you saying the induce and court and entice her to have sex or to travel?
He didn't entice her to have sex or travel.
Okay. She was using those text messages to say that she did not, that he did not induce, and those four things, because I hate to say it all together all the time. Those
You're saying she was attacking the Mann Act.
She was attacking the Mann Act, which is the travel portion of it first, which she used those to say that he did not have to induce, coerce, persuade, and whatever the fourth one, for her to travel. Okay. To travel, to going across the state lines for an immoral purpose. The immoral purpose is the sex part. So she was talking about he didn't have to induce her because the mom was,
and
gave the
how many
blessing,
charges do you have to get in order for it to be a RICO?
2 predicate acts within 10 years.
2 predicate acts within 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so taking away the Mann Acts from all of the girls. Wait, let me think. He was charged with the Mann Act, sex trafficking, and Mann Act, sex trafficking. What else?
It was Mann Act. It was sexual exploitation of a minor. The Mann Act was broken up into parts A and B, which was the coercion and I think the transportation. The sexual there was a labor that was Mann Act, but that was in a different count, right?
I can't think of all the charges.
Right, because
so I'm gonna look those up in a second.
Yeah, repeated in different counts. So what
I want to say there was something like 5 charges, and so she's attacking the Mann Act on every single girl.
Right.
So in hoping that the Mann Act goes away, then she's attacking the transferring the herpes, and that the herpes law is even able to be used. That's another.
Right.
The trafficking. In order to traffic, there has to be monetary gain.
I don't think it's sex trafficking. Hold on, I got it right here. I don't think it's sex trafficking, is it? You might be right. I don't think it's. It's okay. The RICO's 1, insufficient enticement. That's 2, 3.
Wait, start over. What is it?
The RICO was the first one.
But the RICO is collectively all of them, right? There is no RICO without
the proof. What? Okay, so she's saying the structure of it, what is considered the enterprise, and then also that the RICO person and the RICO enterprise are one and the same. Okay, she's saying that. If you want, but if you wasn't here my last laugh because I went over that, but I can. So for RICO, right, you have to prove that the RICO person and the RICO enterprise are 2 distinct entities, right? Mm-hmm. It cannot be one and the same. Now, the evidence she's using is that, well, 1, only he was charged with it, and 2, that he was also charged with carrying out the acts and being the person benefiting from it. So she's trying to say that the so that they're one and the same. With the RICO, it had those two things have to be distinct. Like a lot of times that they try to show where the enterprise can function outside of the RICO person, right? Sometimes they've used that. They've used the benefit. They've used that who benefited from the acts and who carried out the acts and all of that. So there are different circuits that have used different explanations when it comes to demonstrating that one person one person can be the RICO person that can be separate, the RICO person and the RICO enterprise. That person can benefit from it, but
But there's no case
but they're
law
also
where
distinct.
this has ever been shown because this case set precedents, right?
Hmm. They have case laws that they have case law. They have more. Put it like this: they have more case laws that the prosecutor could use that shows where the separation between the RICO person and the RICO enterprise. Even though you're gonna get charged one as one, but when you put so here's the thing: when you put the associated fact in there, and then they put that in his indictment, that already let everyone know or put the court on notice that they're saying that there's the bus drivers and all these other people, whatever, and they're doing it for the three B's, right? At the behest of, on behalf of, and the benefit of, right? Now, the three B's is what I teach. In that, in the opinions that have come back, what have you, a lot of these courts have cited the benefit. Who's receiving the benefit. How the enterprise function. They're saying that it doesn't. She tried to say that everybody had to know that they were doing things for illegal gains, and they have a bunch of case law that shows where it doesn't have to be everybody know that they were doing something for illegal gains. It could be it's something as simple people that he has on payroll that gets his coffee and gets his whatever. They can make up the enterprise and whatever. It's so many examples because here's the thing: that particular fact is a highly contested issue when it comes to RICO. And if you can get, an appeals court or higher to buy into what you're saying, I mean that's great. But like I said, they have so many case laws. So what Satinwood, Rosewood, it's so many that it shows where these they can show that the RICO person and the RICO enterprise are distinct, meaning they're not the same. And it's crazy because you're saying that it's him.
You're saying the opposite, that they're not the same. But in his case, they're saying it is the same. The enterprise in him, right?
She's saying that it is the same. If it is the same, then it's not a RICO. But if
Right.
it is different, but if it is the same, then it's not a RICO. If it's different, then it is a RICO. I know it's crazy and confusing.
It is. I'm not quite catching, but I'll watch the replay and get
Yeah,
back to that.
yeah. It is. Because what you should do, read that portion when she tries to illustrate how they are the same. Well, you know what? And I hate to say this because I just don't think. No, I ain't gonna say that. Let me look at it real quick because I didn't think. I'll go ahead and say it. I didn't think that she broke into it well enough to make him seem all one and the same enough. You know what I'm saying? If I may, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. Did she did she illustrate how it was him and he alone that did this, did that, and whatever? Now, here's the thing. I know you're wondering, well, why would she say he did it or whatever? This is the part about the RICO, okay?
No, she
She
didn't
got
say
to
that. What
prove.
she said is that they asserted that he did this and he did this alone. Not that he did do it, but they asserted that he did.
Good. Okay. That she asserted that he did it and he did it alone. Right. Okay. So some people may wonder why why would she write it like that? She would have to write it like that because it would counter the RICO, because you have to show that it would be, if he did it, it would be acts of just one person instead of two separate entities functioning, right?
Mm-hmm.
If he, now there is now the courts have rejected entities like let me give it like different corporations. Just say like you got R. Kelly's corporation, right? And then you have another entity, like you have like his say his engineers, that was a group, that was a company, and then you have another company or whatever. Courts have rejected that those type of entities banding together as one, be consisted of as a RICO. They have rejected that, but I don't know how the like when they say the bus drivers, the managers, or whatever. I don't know if they were hired onto his personal payroll like that, or did they come with, like, like you have casting companies and stuff like that. Was it some stuff like that? Was it a bus driver driving his personal bus, or was it the Greyhound people or whatever? I don't know that, but I forgot exactly how she made it inclusive, made it all one instead of making it distinctive. How she explained it.
Miss Angie, I took it as that she was trying to say that they were trying to say that RSK, the brand, that R. Kelly, Robert Sylvester Kelly, used RSK, the brand, like so that was like the separation.
That she was saying the brand is the,
like,
but see, you can't make it a separation. She got to make them all as one.
No, I think she was saying that there was no separation. You accused him and him alone of doing this, that, and the other, and the enterprise cannot be one person. It has to distinctly be him and an organization, an enterprise. And since you haven't done
but
that,
the state
you sound almost verbatim, girl. Shit.
The
Go
state
ahead. I'm sorry.
The state is making it like RSK, the brand, R. Kelly, the brand. That was the enterprise that benefited Robert Sylvester Kelly. That's how I took it, with the way that they tried to spin the narrative.
Wait, what do you mean the state? The state.
The prosecutors.
Okay.
Like,
fed.
Okay. The prosecution tried to put on the case to make it seem as though that's why it could be one and the same, right?
No, the prosecutors have to say that they're distinct. So let me read it. Let me read what she has, okay?
And I want to come back and say their rebuttal was that they were charging two people in the Chicago case. So they already pointed out that their intent was to add people to this enterprise, but since that failed, the enterprise should fail. Okay.
Wait a minute. Okay. I have that paperwork already up because I want to see how they defend. I want to see how they defended the RICO, and I also want to see what Ann Donnelly said about the RICO. All right, so but let me read what she says in her appeal. Okay, she says defendant and the enterprise are not distinct. Relatedly, the government's evidence of a RICO enterprise was insufficient because defendant is indistinct from the enterprise, meaning there is one. Okay, for Section 1962C purposes, the person charged with a RICO violation and the alleged enterprise must be separate and distinct from one another. Okay, she have a case law here. It says holding that one must and prove the existence of two distinct entities. One, a person, and to an enterprise that is not simply the same person referred to by a different name. This requirement flows from the statutory mandate that a person who engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity must be employed by or associated with the enterprise. Let me reread that. This requirement flows from the statutory mandate that a person who engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity must be employed by or associated with the enterprise. Satinwood 385F 3D 159, Second Circuit 2014, Riverwoods Chippewa Corporation versus Marine Midland Bank. And it's all these case laws. And I mean, I told you just a whole bunch of them that have gone back and forth over this craziness. It says an entity cannot simultaneously be the enterprise and the person who conducts its affairs, permitting that would be tantamount to permitting an entity to associate with itself. So there's a lot in one of those case laws where it pointed out that the government was saying that the RICO person was doing business with and associating with itself, which meant that it would not meet the requirements to be considered an enterprise under the statute of RICO. So you go to them see if, as the government claims, the objective of the enterprise was to promote the defendant and meet his personal needs, including his sexual activities, legal or not, the enterprise had no function unrelated to the defendant. So remember, I told y'all that in one of those case laws, they showed that the other members of the enterprise, the so-called enterprise, function outside of the defendant, right? So that's what she was, I guess that's what she was talking about here. It says that the enterprise had no function unrelated to the defendant. They are one and the same. That the government did not and seemingly could not indict a single other member of this enterprise under a RICO theory, reflects the absence of an enterprise distinct from defendant. Since this RICO prosecution is the first of its kind and likely the last of its kind, this court must look at civil RICO cases for guidance. In Riverwoods, the plaintiff claimed that through acts of extortion and mail fraud, the defendant, Marine Midland Bank, coerced Riverwoods to restructure loan agreements between Riverwoods and Westchester Federal Savings, later acquired by Marine Midland. Riverwoods purchased a property in Newcastle, New York to develop residential condominiums and obtain a loan from Westchester Federal Savings for that purpose. Marine Midland later acquired Westchester Federal Savings and inherited the loan agreement. According to Riverwoods, shortly after acquisition, Marine Midland officers communicated an intent to dishonor the loan agreement and engage in extortive behavior to force Riverwoods to enter into a new loan agreement with the terms more favorable to Marine Midland Bank. In its complaint, Riverwoods alleged inter alia that through a pattern of racketeering activity, Marine Midland and two of its loan officers participated in the affairs of an associated, in fact, enterprise known as the Restructuring Group, in violations of 18 U.S.C. Section 1962C. The Second Circuit reiterated that under the plain language of the statute, the RICO person must conduct the affairs of the RICO enterprise through a pattern of racketeering, and that the person and the enterprise referred to must be distinct. The court emphasized that a corporate entity may not be both the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, acknowledging that the distinctness requirement could be satisfied where there is partial overlap between the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, and that a defendant may be a RICO person and one of a number of members of the RICO enterprise. Okay, he's going to however. Okay. However, by alleging a RICO enterprise that consists merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant, the distinctness requirement may not be circumvented. The Riverwoods Court observed that because a corporation can only function through its employees and agents, any act of the corporation can be viewed as an act of such an enterprise, and the enterprise is in reality no more than the defendant itself. So she is trying to say that he acted along with his employees and agents that made up the corporation. So she's trying to say that made him. I said, I think that is where I was like, I didn't see where she was trying, that she made them one and the same. Well, no. I didn't see where that, what she said, was actual proof that they were one and the same. And I didn't see where she shorted up a little bit more. Okay, because she gives another case law and it says where employees of a corporation associated together to commit a pattern of predicate acts in the course of their employment and on behalf of the corporation, the employees in association with the corporation do not form an enterprise distinct from the corporation. See, I had a problem with that area right now. I think I had a problem last time on that same area. I was like, because the language is broad and the interpretation can be kind of loose. So I want to leave it loose like that.
Every member of the enterprise has to benefit. What was their benefit in doing the things that are alleged that they did?
Well, that's why I was saying, for me, I was thinking that RSK, the brand, was, when it says that the RICO person can be an employee. R. Kelly is an employee of RSK, of R. Kelly, the brand. And
what she said, you have to be distinct from.
Right. Well, Citizens United, the case of Citizens United does make a distinction between giving a business personhood. So that that case isn't cited there, but business does have personhood.
But she just said they could not be one and the same. The brand and R. Kelly are one and the same.
It's not the same because R. Kelly is an employee of the brand.
But there is no brand if there is no R. Kelly.
Right. But that's why he's an employee of the brand in addition to being the RICO person. That's how I took it.
He can't be the employee. I see what you're saying, but he can't be the employee of what he is. I mean, do you see what I'm saying? Like, that's brand.
That's why I'm telling you that's because in the case of Citizens United, business is given personhood, is what I'm saying. And even though that case isn't cited there, businesses have personhood based on Citizens United. And that's why I took it as that they were saying his brand is a separate entity. And he is an employee of that brand, which makes him the lead of that. He's the RICO person, the head of that brand.
But when the brand,
that's what I interpreted it as.
But when you think the brand, right? Okay, so let me ask you this. Okay, you got R. Kelly the person.
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly, you want to stick a brand out there, and then you have R. Kelly's corporation, his business, whatever he.
I get when I'm saying brand, that's what I mean, like the business. Him is
his
a
business person.
Okay. Yeah, him is a business person. That's given personhood, right? Under Citizens United, right?
So you're saying R. Kelly's business and
Mm-hmm.
R. Kelly, the person himself, and then R. Kelly's business. R.
Mm-hmm.
Kelly's business is him together with others, which are those people that they laid out in the enterprise. Here
Right.
goes the problem. The problem is right before she goes, says, however, okay, and this it says that the court emphasized that a corporate entity may not be both the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, acknowledging that the distinctness requirement could be satisfied where there is a partial overlap between the RICO person and the RICO enterprise, and that a defendant may be a RICO person and one of a number of members of the RICO enterprise. So, okay, so that, now let me see who said that, what court said that. See, that's the Second Circuit. I don't know, J-Bo. So let me stop there and let me go over and look at what the prosecution said. How did they come back at it? See, what did they say when they were um defending how they deemed that R. Kelly was R. Kelly's enterprise was RICO. Hold on, let me see what they said, honey. That's J-Bo. This is okay. Is that her again? Okay, no, that's the government. Okay. So what do you say about the RICO? Okay. Council. Did they? I know they addressed it. Okay, the racketeering conviction was. Oh, okay. Here we go. So it is on 46 and 47. Okay. Okay. So I know they addressed that. I remember her bringing it up. Okay, 46 and 47. And y'all, I'm looking at document and paste if y'all want to go along with it. It's document 278. 46. Okay, so okay. Okay, Kelly challenges the sufficiency of the evidence as to each of the counts of the conviction, as set forth in detail below. There must be okay legal standard in analyzing evidence. Okay, hold on. Okay, the racketeering conviction was sound. Kelly raises several challenges to the propriety, of his RICO conviction. He argues that the government did not prove one, that an enterprise existed, two, that the enterprise affected interstate or foreign commerce, or three, a pattern of racketeering activity. He is wrong in all aspects. Okay, sufficient of the enterprise will lack, okay, law terms. I'm just trying to get to the distinctness. That's all I'm trying to get to. Because she challenged every part of the enterprise. Okay. Okay. 51. Okay, 51 and 52. All right, and the reason why you want to why we're paying so much attention to the RICO part, because one, that carries the most. Okay, so it says the enterprise was distinct from its racketeering activities. Kelly contends that the government failed to introduce evidence showing that the enterprise was distinct from the racketeering activities. In so arguing, Kelly again misconstrues what the government is required to prove. Okay, so they're going to that move. Okay. It is true that the government must prove both the enterprise and the pattern of racketeering activity, and that proof of one does not necessarily establish the other. For example, if several individuals independently and without coordination engage in a pattern of RICO predicate offenses, proof of these patterns would not be enough to show that the individuals were members of the enterprise. However, that they are separate elements does not mean that the existence of an enterprise may never be inferred from the evidence showing that persons associated with the enterprise engage in a pattern of racketeering activity. On this point, the court reiterated its conclusion that it made in Turcat that proof of a pattern of racketeering activity may be sufficient in a particular case to permit a jury to infer the existence of an associated fact enterprise. Ooh, okay. So they're going with the bare bone. Well, we don't. This is all we had to prove. Okay, all right. We didn't. I don't have to go, far and beyond and do this and that, whatever, to satisfy what you think. I'm just telling you what we have to prove. And fortunately and unfortunately, depending on what side you're on, that explanation usually is good enough because they only have to go by, really what
But
they have to prove.
they're not satisfying her opinion, they're satisfying case law.
Well, no, they don't have to satisfy case law. They have to satisfy mandatory law, right? And mandatory law, even though most of it is broad and it usually requires someone to infer from it to, give an opinion of it and break it down exactly the language of the law, it doesn't mean that they cannot rely on the law as it is plainly stated, right? They don't have to, have an interpretation of it. They can just go by how it's plainly stated. So they can just prove the basic and plain language in there. So what they're saying, so a lot of times, I mean, y'all might as well get used to that, because a lot of times they're going to say, hey, we only have to prove this, that, and the third. We don't have to corroborate evidence. You're gonna, as this process gets going, gets down the road or whatever, you're gonna see that. You're gonna see that language a lot. All right. I sometimes say it's the it's the easy way out, but it's legal. I mean,
Because Miss Angie, all they have to do is prove why it was charged. It's up to the jury to determine whether or not they met the elements, correct?
You have to. No, because if on appeal it comes back later that you didn't, meet the elements, whatever, then that's gonna undo your shit. But to get an indictment, you're supposed to at least show where you get proof of your elements, right? That's enough for the charge to stand. If upon some later on, or sometimes it happens during the pretrial process, the court can determine that the evidence is insufficient, right? And that would be like, it's, and then so they're not going to have a trial on it. So yeah, so I don't have to wait to the jury. When it gets down to the jury, that means that the judge has determined the evidence was sufficient enough. The jury has to determine, is it reasonable enough? Was it reasonable enough that they can make a actual finding of innocent or guilt? So yeah, but it's determined whether it's sufficient enough to go to the jury. So, but it's also it says a proof of pattern of racketeering activity may be sufficient in a particular case to permit a jury to infer the existence of an associated in fact enterprise. In any event, as set forth above, the government adduce a sufficient evidence of an enterprise as and as set forth. Let me make this bigger. I can't see shit. Hold on. Okay. As and as set forth in great detail below, the government adduced sufficient evidence of the pattern of racketeering. Therefore, Kelly's argument fails. Oh, that's all they said about that? Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Let me see what they said about this. Hold on. That's all they said. Um, and they give in a footnote, they give some case law, but that's all they said. Well, I don't know, Team Kels. Y'all might have a level playing field. I don't know. So, okay, so what I'm saying is they're gonna have to do better than this on appeal. That little bit I just
So
read ain't
you
shit.
have to remember that once the RICO is knocked down, then the statute of limitation is knocked down on Geronda. Or wait, is the statute? Yeah, wait. Now I got to think because they changed the statute of limitation to not being in. No. That's only in California, right?
No, they changed the statute of limitations. This is federal. So, yeah, and if it's dealing with a minor, then there is no statute of limitations as far as when they can report or when they hold on. But Geronda is caught up. Hold on, Geronda is caught up in the RICO. This makes it totally different because with the RICO they had, was it 5 years from the date the crime was founded?
The RICO,
And
I
they
know they
found
had
it.
to. I know they needed 20 years, so they needed Azriel and Faith in order to say this was something that was happening over time. And that's why they're knocking that she's trying to knock off the Mann Act and the herpes law thing because the herpes law was, what is it called, repealed?
No, the herpes thing is part of the Mann Act, but she's trying to say that the mandate, what I think what it was, which one was in force at the time or whatever, the correct, she's challenging which one should have been the one that the prosecutor should have used. But wait a minute, I'm trying to think about this RICO. Hold on. Okay, the charges in the RICO, they dealing with minors. They would have to come back and charge him without that RICO, but the elements would have to be totally different and the charges are going to have to be different. But there's only sexual exploitation in the penal code that covers minors, domestic abuse, sexual exploitation. It all comes under sexual abuse. Mm, 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 mm. Yeah. Okay. So if you are on Team Lock 'em Up, you're gonna want to see something more than that little bit I just read from your prosecutor. That's just my opinion. Okay. Because this is it gets tricky. All of this gets tricky now. So and so let me say this. So they got 30 days to respond, right? If I see where they are asking for an additional time and additional blah 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 blah, that means that they are really putting some thought behind it and they're working on it, and they're not going to give just these couple of paragraphs as they gave, as and make it and made everything rest on, well, we only had to prove this. Nothing is just quite that simplex, right? So I look for it to be a little bit more detailed than that. I gotta think about I gotta pull up that indictment so I can look exactly at what he was indicted
Should we?
upon a RICO. Well, I
So
got
they
this
did racketeering. They did racketeering, sex trafficking, bribery, and the Mann Act. But I'm missing one:
sexual exploitation.
sexual exploitation. So the Mann Act, she's knocking down in all aspects because Geronda never testified that she traveled. But I remember you and I talked about this. Faith, she said she only visited one time, to adult consenting adults. There was an invitation and an acceptance. And then Azriel was not induced, enticed, or coerced. Her mama sent her. So if they took away the Mann Act, because I believe there has to be 5 charges in order for it to be a RICO, then again, the sex trafficking, there has to be monetary gain. So
Two
I'm not
predicate
sure.
acts in two predicate acts in 10 years. You say the sex trafficking for Monica. There's no sex trafficking. You see what you saw? There's a
It
charge
is.
of sex trafficking.
It is. That's one of the charge. That's so the RICO. You have to do one of the RICO criminal charges in order for it to even be a RICO. And there's 35 things that qualify. And so sex trafficking is
That's
one of
more
them.
than 34. It's actually more than 35. But go ahead.
Oh, I don't. Well, Google. Google lawyer
Yeah,
said
well,
34.
that's Google. That's what I'm saying. It's actually more. I don't know. Google. We don't even take. Well, we don't accept Google and. But go ahead. Unless it's from a good primary source of law. But go ahead. Yeah.
So the bribery. Old boy testified that he didn't have anything to do with the bribery. So I don't know how that's going to play out. The Mann Act she attacked. The sex trafficking, again, law is that there needs to be monetary gain, so I'm not sure how they got that anyway.
Where are you
And
getting
then
this from? Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me look at something. Did somebody just pop up
just
here?
look up his charges.
Let's go for the indictment.
What are you
Because
getting?
an appeal, right? And an appeal is not a relitigation of the case. So a lot of the mama sent and all that's not going to even play. She's not going to ever bring that up.
It's okay. It says the jury in Chicago. I don't want to look at Chicago. I'm looking at NYC. Hold on.
Wasn't forced labor one?
Forced labor was one that's under.
What was the forced labor?
That was
I guess the sex.
That was
The sex was
sex up
forced
under
labor.
the gun with the gun or something.
But he never said any, and that's probably why she put that in there. There was not a one time that he mentioned the gun, insinuated anything towards the gun, and I believe she answered all the questions saying that he didn't. So I think that's why that was mentioned in appeal.
Okay, let me go over this. Okay, so the first thing is first count. Okay. Count 1 is the racketeering. Okay. Act 1 is the bribery. Act 2 is the sexual exploitation of a child. Racketeering Act 2. Act 3 is kidnapping.
Who he kidnapped?
That's that girl, right?
The one he was found not guilty of?
I think so. Act 4 is the Mann Act violation with the transportation and coercion and enticement. Act 5 is the Mann Act with Jane Doe number 4. That's the forced labor, sex. Wait a minute. No. Act 5 is the Mann Act. Okay. Act 6 is the forced labor. Act 7 is the child exploitation. And Act 8 is the Mann Act with the coercion and enticement. Act 9 is the Mann Act with Jane Doe number 5 with the coercion and enticement. Coercion of a minor. Transportation. Act, is that what it is? Act 10 is the sexual exploitation of a child. Act 11 is forced labor of Jane Doe number 5. Act 12 is Mann Act, Jane Doe number 6. Act 13, forced labor. Act 14, Mann Act. And count 2, and then you got the Mann Act, whatever. So it's several different things up in this this whole racketeering thing, and it goes back to 94. Is that with the bribery?
Mm-hmm. I think they needed 20 years.
20 years to do what?
There was something about needing 20 years to show that it was a pattern. Bribery is with it, and he didn't need to know, but only benefited. Yeah. Everything was switched at the end. To me, you shouldn't be able to change the goalpost either, but I don't know if that's something that's normally allowed.
What?
Changing the goalpost in the middle or at the end of trial, them changing the bribery charge to say he didn't need to know about the bribery charge, he only needed to benefit from it. Okay. And then what else did they change at the end? The cohorts, whatever, the words they keep on saying, the cohorts and
Coerce, persuade, induce, entice.
yeah, but it was and induce and entice, and they changed it to or. And then what else did they change in the instructions? That the enterprise doesn't have to be a criminal enterprise. Lord have mercy.
Well, all of that is a part of the RICO law, the statutory law. All of that is a part of it. Now, you can make administrative changes, the and of or, that's just simply arguing the disjunctive and what they always do. They always make and changes like that, when it comes to the jury instruction. So that's not going to cause. Now they can't make changes that makes him getting indicted an illegal conviction. You can't do that, but you can do and or you can do that.
But they changed the bribery to him not needing to know about the bribery, but just benefiting from it. You don't feel like that would change?
How they change that? Did they change it? Okay.
They gave it.
What did
They
it say?
changed the instructions.
The instructions have to damn near it has to match it exactly, or it has to have like minimum like administrative changes. So here the indictment, the indictment and the jury instruction. I'm getting sleepy. I'm just let me see. So it said he didn't have to know with the bribery. Let me see what the elements are, because I don't remember that. It says the bribery. It says on about August 3rd, 1994, within the Northern District of Illinois, the defendant Robert S. Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally cause another individual to promise and tender to a public officer and public employee property to a United States currency that such public officer and public employee was not authorized by law to accept, with the intent to influence the performance of an act related to the employment and function of a public officer and public employee, to wit, the creation of a fraudulent identification document for Jane Doe number 1, an individual whose identity is known to the grand jury in violation of Illinois Criminal Code sections. So I didn't. It just says did knowingly and intentionally. So
You see, and then at the end they said he didn't have to know. Now tell me that ain't some straight bullshit.
okay. So wait a minute. Wasn't that on in? Hold on. Wasn't that on one of the indictment? Not indictment. One of the motions where it said that where they was trying to straighten out the language, did knowingly and intentionally. Is that what you're talking about? Because I remember something like that.
Say that again, Angie, because I'm getting sleepy too.
Okay, so in one of those motions, and I think this is one that Kenneth put in, where they were trying to discuss the language knowingly and intentionally, what it actually what R. Kelly behavior had to
So
be.
the indictment said he knew knowingly and intentionally
right.
bribed a government official, which they never produced. And I believe they said that they couldn't even find the ID in the system, which would have had the employee's name on it, but they never mentioned why they didn't bring in an employee. But the indictment said he knowingly did this, but then the jury instruction changed at the end because the prosecution offered a different version of it, and the judge had to decide whether it was okay or not. And she decided at the end that they could change that to he didn't have to know that the bribery was taking place as long as he benefited from it.
Right. So that's why I teach the 3 B's: behalf, and benefit, because all through the law, it's going to come into play, and it's going to define, it's going to illustrate whether or not somebody could be found guilty or not. And a lot of times, if you can benefit from some stuff, whether you knew about it or not, is an afterthought. If you benefit from it, you can be criminal liable for that. I do remember when the jury instructions came out that it was a back and forth about that.
There was, but I'm gonna stick to our lovely judge was a little bit biased and willing to change the goalpost.
Well, but see, now here's the thing: certain things they can change. They can add, like I said, as long as it does not.
Tell me how that saying that did not change the conviction. Saying that he didn't have to know about the bribery, but he benefited, whereas the man said he didn't do the bribery. That obviously changed what was going to be said by the jury.
Okay, but you can say that. Now, see, you gotta make me pull up the actual damn thing, because I want to know exactly what was said, right? Because here's the thing, right? Because if he stands to benefit, meaning, okay, well, you got to know You're not even just stand up here and marry somebody and not know, she not of age. You know that much. I mean, you got to know why you're marrying her. You ain't even just stand up here and marry somebody
He
because somebody
didn't
tell
know
you
that
to
an
marry.
official had to
That's
be
crazy, right?
bribed.
Huh?
He didn't necessarily know that an official had to be bribed. Like,
That's a good point. And that's in the elements, right?
that's
That
an element.
you didn't necessarily know that the official had to be bribed. Now, see, you
But
should have
you
sent that
said
with the
that
paper.
the instructions had to match the indictment. They did not end up having to do that because they
Go
changed
ahead
it.
on, girl. Gold star for perspective. Yeah, now you know what? Listen. Now that is a strong point. And why? Let me tell you. Let me come around here and tell y'all why I got so excited. Let me tell y'all why. Okay, because sometimes y'all come up with shit that ain't I'm getting sleepy. Now getting it that's not in the facts or the elements. Y'all come out with all kind of defenses. It has nothing to do with either one. But she actually came up with something that strikes to the heart of the goddamn elements and the facts. Think about it. Repeat that.
I told you I'm sleepy too.
No, I'm telling you to repeat it because now I'm having flashbacks like I'm in the class now. Repeat that because I want you to tell them. What you saying now?
All right. Ann just said that the indictment has to match the jury instructions, and they didn't because they changed it at the goalpost, and the judge allowed for them to say that he did not have to knowingly and where was it? Knowingly and intentionally bribe someone. In the end, she said that he didn't have to know as long as he benefited. What else did she change? She also allowed what's her name?
No, say that strong. No, I don't want you to say that strong part. You said that he didn't necessarily know that the person, the official, was bribed.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good fucking defense. That is good. Because listen. Here's why it's good. Because remember now, we're dealing with the elements and the facts, right? The elements said just what it said, right? Knowingly and intentionally. And they had the official in there as a part of the elements. It's part of that whole paragraph I read, right? Which the prosecutors had to prove, right? Listen, if he didn't know that the goddamn official was bribed, that means I'm thinking as J, but I'm thinking as defense now. That means that although, yeah, I went through with it, but you know that you only have to prove that I knowingly and intentionally knew about this whole goddamn shit about the person had to bribe. Now here's the thing, right? If I'm not mistaken, they did show where I think he either got the wait a minute. It could be his word against his, because although they said R. Kelly got the preacher, he wasn't, but R. Kelly was not present or involved in the part which shows up in the indictment as part of the elements was with the official. They put that official in there. Okay, because that's part of that's part of the law.
We never seen who the official was.
I think didn't they get the official?
No, they
Or
didn't.
the secretary
Are they
official?
Yeah, is the official the preacher, or is it the person that they got the fake ID from?
So official or officiant? The
It
official.
doesn't say officiant.
Official.
It says
So wait, Angie, are we talking about the person the officiant who did the marriage, or are we talking about the official who was supposed to have gotten the welfare ID.
Okay, and tender to a public officer. So I think
We're talking about the welfare ID. We're not talking about the officiant. Okay.
Okay.
And
Yes.
wait a minute, hold on. It says to a public officer and public employee property. Well, that's
Then
two
that's
people.
that's the government ID then, right?
That's two people.
The welfare, it's supposed to be one person, and it's a welfare
Right.
person.
No, I'm
And
saying in the
you
indictment,
blinked
it's
out.
two people. It says individual to hold on. Okay, that's where they got them. See, listen, I knew it was too good to be true. That's where they got them.
Yeah, because I was like, I think it's the welfare person. Right. Right.
Hold on. I'm tell you where they got them. Tell you where they got them. Tell me they got them. Got them. Honey, them thin white girls up federal building that sit up there and eat that tofu that's on them plant-based diets. Honey, they don't miss nothing. I'm tell you what they got. I'm tell you what they got. That was good. I'm tell you what they got. Okay, it said the defendant, R. Kelly, together with others, did knowingly and intentionally cause another individual. So they're saying that he caused what that man name is, Demetrius, to promise and tender to a public officer and public employee property. Okay, so those two people.
But Demetrius said he didn't know about it.
Demetrius
So he did not.
Said R. Kelly didn't know.
He did. And so he did not make him promise because he said he was unaware. He had nothing to do with it.
I remember hearing something like that, but didn't they come back and show something? Because
he had to be unintentionally aware, because how did he think that they were able to go through with a wedding without having something?
Again, that doesn't necessarily mean that a person had to be bribed, because somebody could have did it on the strength that he is R. Kelly.
But this is intentionally. This is not unintentional. This is not that part of intent. This is intentionally.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. He would have to knowingly.
You're dealing with the top two intents. You're dealing with general intent and specific. Unintentional, that's at the bottom. So they're saying that he intentionally. So that means that he had to know about it to cause Demetrius to go through and do whatever. Now I do remember Demetrius saying that R. Kelly didn't have anything to do with it, but I doubt I remember them showing some kind of evidence saying that he knew about it. Am I just dreaming that?
Gimmick. Oh, Stephanie says something about a gimmick. I don't remember that being said, Stephanie, but in court, but
she said what? She said what happened?
She said that Demetrius may have told the lady that it was for
I do
a gimmick.
Right. No, Keller, I'm talking about before they got to the ID and marriage license. I'm talking about this is to the bribe, because before they got to the marriage license part of it, you got to get to the bribery first. You got to get
the bribery is the charge.
Yeah, you got to get the ID and all of that in order to get the marriage license. So we're talking.
And then once the marriage license was, or once that was even an issue, they brought in a county clerk to just go over what the license looked like, but she had no knowledge of how it came in, when it came in. I believe they said that it wasn't Aaliyah's or R. Kelly's signature on it, and the officiant didn't send it in, which is what's supposed to normally happen. And then the day it was sent in, didn't it come out in that magazine?
Yeah, I think it did come out. It did come out. But what I'm trying to see, like I said, how they get him. is that they are saying that he caused that man to do that. And if I'm not mistaken, they presented some type of evidence to show that he knew about it. Now, well, hold on. Wasn't it that conversation? And of course, testimony is evidence. Wasn't it that conversation where they said that that R. Kelly said that was talking to him in the back of the car or something, said that he think Aaliyah pregnant.
Yeah, but that all happened before.
Before they traveled,
right?
Or on the
And
plane, right?
Demetrius testified that he went in straight to whoever the manager or whoever was, and told him that he would take care of getting the ID. I don't remember him ever saying that he said that to R. Kelly.
And I don't remember him saying that I need to pay them or bribe them either.
Right. I don't remember.
Because that might have just been your friend, your homie lover friend.
Okay, I still like your point. I because on the stand, they could really do something with that particular point, because you're saying that, hey, it can't. I mean, even though R. Kelly didn't take the stand, it's like, do you believe this guy on the stand? What he's saying. And his attorney, R. Kelly's attorney, would have went down a line of questioning to flesh out that R. Kelly had no knowledge of what he was doing.
Yeah, because Demetrius was very hostile. Yeah, he was very hostile on the stand. So I'm curious to see if the prosecution brought out something that may have shown that there was some type of knowledge, because he was not quite. I think once he realized that this was going to be a real thing and it was going to be a real trial, like he didn't really want any part. He was not cooperative on the stand.
Right.
Yeah. He wanted his immunity, and then he got his immunity, and then he wouldn't tell him shit.
Right.
Right.
Nothing I said matter. I don't remember any of that shit, and I'm going home.
Right. Right. I'm like, oh Lord. But that would have been who, anybody knows who questioned him, because he could have went down a line of questions that would have kind of painted in the jury's mind that, hey, he didn't know anything about what this dude was doing.
It was Kenneth.
Even, you know what? Even, this is good right here. Even, just say, fuck it, R. Kelly knew, because he can't. I mean, you sound real crazy saying that he didn't know he was marrying Aaliyah and shit, and they standing up there and go through with it. Just say, for the sake of, he knew he was marrying her. He could have had a line of questioning that would suggest that, well, R. Kelly didn't know anything about them elements and those facts. All he knew that somebody was getting it done. And then you don't know, and he didn't know what the getting it done consisted of. He didn't know what the getting it done consisted of.
The getting it done could have been that they did pay the officiant, but that would not be considered what they put in the indictment.
Right, but we're gonna go and see. Sometimes this is where you can use the prosecution's, theory and then their job against them. This is what you have to prove. Mm-hmm. Well, you got to prove that I knew. And how you gonna prove testimony? You're gonna say the testimony would prove that I knew, right? But my attorney will get up there and through his line of questioning will also disprove that I ain't know shit. All I knew is that, okay, all I know is we gonna this is gonna happen, and I was just told to show up at the church at 3:00.
Right.
Well,
right. Because in reality, the officiant was a friend of a friend. So why should I assume
Right.
that he needs anything if he's already doing us a favor?
Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Mhm.
It could have been through the officiant. The I'm going to get things done could have been through the officiant and not through anything that had to do with a government official.
And they never produced a government official. So they never produced.
Now I gotta write down. Now I gotta write down and go look at that testimony and see what was the line of questioning. Okay.
Yeah, they never produced the government official, and I had to keep wondering why and why it wasn't asked. Where the heck is this person? Where is this person?
Question. Damn her.
Why are they bringing up irrelevant people who had nothing to do with it and don't know the circumstances?
Right. Yeah. That makes, that could have been really, really strong, because then you don't have her people there. You don't have her people there. She's deceased.
Yep.
And now you have a damn fool on the stand.
Right.
And
Criminal.
yeah, and I listen, I don't know, my client don't know shit. Like, how you proving that my client knew about this stuff? I'm gonna look real quick because I got this I can't help but do it. Now, sleep as I am, I'm gonna look and see exactly what it was.
Yep, and this is why they got Javante, and then she had already ruled that Javante couldn't come in and then let her in the last minute, which is bull, because they weren't necessarily prepared for her to question her.
Because defense that they said it was publicly
She was
done.
supposed to not be able to be allowed in, but for some reason she was still there ready.
Miss Cookie, no. What I'm trying to do, get away from here. I'm trying to get away from the hypotheticals and the narratives that run out here. I'm just trying to get directly into what is gonna play in court. Cause we've been doing all of that for what, 3 or 4 years, and ain't no use to, cause all it's going to do, until you get to what the what's happening, what really matters, all it's going to do is make people really have a distrust for the law, which they already do, which is fine. I get that. And they're not going to understand, well, why this can't and why we can't. I'm gonna tell you why. Yeah, we need to get to, okay, this is why it's not happening. This is why J-Boy's not saying it. This is why, this is, that type of stuff. We need to get to the narrative, it wouldn't be narrative.
He
But
says that the transcript is on 820, and it starts with Carolyn Harris' testimony into Demetrius. And they said that he perjured himself, but he had immunity.
Demetrius just wanted to get the hell up out of there. He
can perjure. But what I'm saying is, we need to look at what happened on cross, right? Well, we gotta look at what happened on direct too, because what did they use, if any, to corroborate what he said? Because they should have looked at the indictment, and I'm pretty sure they did this, but I'm just saying. They should look at the indictment and craft their line of questioning around those facts and those elements. And if you had any type of evidence that includes testimony that would counter that indictment, then that's what they should have put on. Not just letting people leave off the stand painting the impression that my client is guilty of all the shit, even if he is. You're not doing your job if you want to sit up there and let them think that, because if you don't have anything to count, meaning any type of evidence to counter, your line of questioning got to serve as the hey, the
The
catch
defense.
all.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right.
Your line of question got to serve as the defense. If not, then shit. I mean, hell, anybody can get up there and just go ask a bunch of questions. No, you got to ask. You got to ask. You got to ask some questions. Yeah, to clarify some things, whatever. But you definitely got to go down the line of question to paint a different kind of picture. You got to have, and it doesn't require that much skill, especially as long as those are trial attorneys. That's different than somebody, coming from the corporate area. We don't do that. We won't go through all of that, but that is crazy. Go ahead on Perspective and came up with that. That was good.
They was good.
Yeah, that was good.
Mm-hmm.
Stephanie said, Andrew, put Demetrius up.
And because he did not, I can't remember. I do, because I just listened to Demetrius the other day. But I don't remember him. I remember him not saying that Robert did not know on the stand, but I cannot remember if the prosecution said something to try to pull something more out of him. I don't remember them providing any type of evidence to say that he did tell Robert.
Really? But see, in how the indictment is written up as saying that R. Kelly knew
They
about
cried
it
like
and he was
babies. They stumped their
active
feet.
in it. Huh?
They stumped their feet like babies. Your Honor, he's changing his testimony. That's what they did. That's what they did. And
Oh, wow.
because he stopped them while they were asking those questions and said he wants his deal. And if he didn't get his deal, he wasn't going forth. And then he came out and said, I don't recollect. No, that's not how I remember it going. No, I don't remember.
All that old crackhead goddamn activity.
He did exactly what all the accusers did. Soon as they got crossed, they said, I don't remember. I don't recollect. Oh, is that what's in the paper? I don't remember.
Like I said, except Demetrius was doing it on direct.
He did it on direct.
Yeah, right.
Exactly. So if you call him a crackhead, call them bitches crackheads too. And yep, I said it.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh,
that's when he did it. So
it.
he might have, they may have taken statements that he said on Surviving R. Kelly, or when he talked to them individually or something, and then when he got on the stand, he said something different. But I don't remember them refuting him saying that he did not tell Robert when he was on the stand.
Mm-hmm. And honestly, I think they took most of his testimony from the book he wrote.
Yes, right.
And then he always tried to go with the narrative that the book was not fictional. So then he had to, explain some things. Because the book was probably fictional, but he was, selling a story. Mm-hmm.
Right. Well, a lot of them wrote all these old crazy ass books.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's where they got Geronda on the herpes thing, because in her book, she mentioned something about him telling her about him having herpes.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I know.
And now I must say, Koenig did get her on that. He did pull that out.
I don't remember that. You are gonna make me go back and read. Go.
Yeah,
that doesn't happen often. Go ahead.
Right, he did pull that out on Geronda. That in her book, she mentioned him telling her about him that Daddy is sick. Daddy got something going on, and then that's when he went into that whole dialogue between the two of them, and from her book.
Anybody else remember this? Queen E.
Oh, they have to understand.
Queen E. Yeah, Queen E. Come on, I don't remember that.
Yeah, Koenig did when he cross-examined her. He pulled out from the book of her saying that. Geronda got hit hard on cross-examination.
Robert Keller, if you saying that he definitely was aware, come up and explain why he was aware. We talking transcripts. I'll talk transcript to me.
I'm looking at I'm trying to see what Ann Donnelly said about the enterprise thing, because she would have had to answer it too. So let me see what she said. Not to change.
Oh, I was also gonna say, because we were on the herpes thing
You're
earlier.
okay, and we don't went all over the dang place. We don't went all over this place, honey. I don't know. But
Definitely have, but I was gonna say the Department of Health was sitting in court ready to testify because they were against the whole herpes charge as well, and I believe they were not able to testify. They sat in court. So yeah.
I think that, to me, I think that's the most crazy, outlandish thing, is that they were not allowed to testify on it.
I think there was something about, she said something about relevance. I don't know.
Maybe because all they had to prove was exposure. But like I said, I know what Miss Angie is saying, but my thing is that if there was no confirmatory test of him having that, just from the doctor prescribing him a medication does not give him a diagnosis.
Well, true. Oh, okay. Let me see what the judge say. Okay. What the judge say? Let me see. What did she use? What did she use? Oh, she went into it. Okay. All right. In challenging the existence of the enterprise, the defendant does not appear to contest the evidence that he was at the top of an organization and that he had groups of employees, an inner circle, who worked to promote the defendant's music and brand and to tend to his personal needs. Now, let me let y'all know this now. I know y'all gonna fight. Y'all been wanting to fight Judge Donna anyway.
And that's what I mean by the Citizens United. Yeah, the brands, enterprise, they have personhood. So it is distinct and separate from the individual. Right.
So Judge Donnelly, now her and the prosecution, now when I say, I'm not saying they're physically gonna be on the side. I'm not saying that. But you gotta kind of have to look at this now that they're going to be kind of on the same side. Okay, they're going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if the prosecution does not rely on some of what Judge Ann Donnelly said in her order with regards to her ruling. I'm sorry, with regards to the acquittal and the new trial. So they might pick up some of the stuff, she said. So let's see. So she says, relying on First Capital Asset Management versus Satinwood, the defendant insists that the government did not prove a RICO enterprise. In Satinwood, the Second Circuit stated that for an association of individuals to constitute an enterprise, the individuals must share a common purpose to engage in a particular fraudulent course of conduct and work together to achieve such purposes. That's that. Citing this language, the defendant contends that the government had to establish that the defendant, his employees, and entourage came together with the common purpose of recruiting women and girls to engage in illegal sexual activity and produce pornography, not merely the broader purpose of promoting defendant's music or brand. To the extent that Satinwood imposes a more stringent standard for pleading the existence of an enterprise, it conflicts with binding Second Circuit and Supreme Court precedent, as several district courts in this circuit has found. Woo, she did her homework. Hold on, let's see what she say now. Okay, that's a whole bunch of text. Oh, a whole bunch of case law. Okay, the Honorable John G. Cottle explained that in Turcotte, the Supreme Court distinguished the elements of an enterprise and pattern of racketeering. Hold on. Okay, the enterprise is an entity for present purposes of a group of persons associated together for a common purpose in engaging in a course of conduct. The pattern of racketeering activity is, on the other hand, a series of criminal acts as defined by the statute. The former is proved by evidence of an ongoing organization, formal or informal, and by evidence that the various associates function as a continuing unit. The latter is proved by evidence of the requisite number of acts of racketeering committed by the participants in the enterprise. So she says the former is proved by evidence of an ongoing organization, formal and informal evidence of various associates function as continuing. Okay, so she's saying that the group can be functioning together both to do things that are legal and are illegal at the same damn time. Okay. One element addresses the group organizations while the other addresses the conduct. Right. In Turcotte, the Supreme Court held that individuals in an enterprise must share a common purpose to engage in a course of conduct. The court did not say that the course of conduct must be fraudulent. That's where she's going with this. Okay. So that's what I just said. That the group is functioning both as doing some bullshit, allegedly, and then they're not doing some bullshit. Says, okay, Satwood language conflicts with the well-established precedent that RICO covers both legitimate and illegitimate enterprises. Okay, so she's saying that I guess she's rejecting Satinwood, and she is showing favor to Turcotte because that supports more of mandatory law, right? Which I told you, mandatory law is what you have to follow. Mandatory laws first, primary law, and then secondary law, which is case laws and periodicals and things of that nature. Case law, secondary law is something you can look at it like this: job aids that explains the law, whether it be primary or mandatory. So, okay, so she says, Turcotte. Okay, the United States Supreme Court has held that she supported hers, y'all, by the United States Supreme Court. Now, you know as high as you can go now. It has held that RICO protects the public from those who would unlawfully use an enterprise, whether legitimate or illegitimate, as a vehicle through which unlawful activity is committed. It says, it is true that members of an associated in fact enterprise, such as is now charged, must be connected by a common thread of purpose, which means that, what's your purpose here? Okay, your purpose is to, help his ass with his day-to-day activities or whatever, right? And one might often expect such a purpose to be of a criminal nature. But the ultimate question is whether an associated in fact exists. For this, it is not required that each participant have a separate mens rea. So mens rea, I told y'all, mens rea is the mindset, the intent, where your mind at, what you tend to do. Is the intention to be, is it to be criminal or legit, right? And actus reus is the conduct, and the causation is the cause and effect, right? So, where she said, okay, for this, it is not required that each participant have a separate mens rea, so long as each can reasonably be said to share in the common purpose. Okay, for each to have a separate mens rea. So, okay, so she's saying that everybody involved doesn't have to have a separate functionality, right? She's saying that as long as each can reasonably said to share in the common purpose. So, let's see. So, as Judge Cottle explained, if Satin would require that a plaintiff allege a course of fraudulent or illegal conduct separate and distinct from the alleged predicate racketeering acts themselves, the decision would appear to conflict with United States versus Mazi. Okay, it says in which the Court of Appeals held that proof of the separate elements of a RICO enterprise and a pattern of racketeering activity need not to be distinct and independent as long as the proof offered is sufficient to satisfy both elements. Distinct and independent. Hold on. In which the Court of Appeals held that the proof of the separate elements of a RICO enterprise and a pattern of racketeering activity need not be distinct and independent as long as proof offered is sufficient to satisfy both elements of the enterprise and elements of a pattern of racketeering. Okay, that's what they get you. Okay. There also appears to be no doubt that these same statements are inconsistent with the holdings of Mazi and its progeny. The court agrees with World Wrestling Entertainment on that point. The quoted portion of the First Capital Statement is not well supported by the Second Circuit precedent, as evidenced by the fact that First Capital cited only one district court opinion in support of it, and it's flatly inconsistent with Mazi and Turquette. And as the Honorable Kenneth M. Karras explained, neither the Second Circuit nor the Supreme Court has expressly overruled Mazi. This is critical because the court cannot ignore binding Second Circuit precedent unless it expressly or implicitly overruled. Oh, so you got to consider that. Finally, Judge Cottle noted that the validity of the enterprise pleading requirement was not in fact squarely before the Satinwood Court, and it was unclear why the Court of Appeals went on to discuss in dicta the adequacy of the complaint with respect to the RICO enterprise element, when that issue was not raised on appeal and not briefed by the parties. Accordingly, the government did not need to prove that every member of the enterprise shared a common criminal purpose. Okay. And it says, determining whether the alleged members of the enterprise shared a common purpose, lawful or unlawful. So according to the government, did not have share a criminal purpose. So she's saying that it don't have to be every member doesn't have to be moving together with the criminal purpose. I also reject the defendant's claim that one of the enterprise's objectives, promoting the defendant's music, had no nexus to the underlying racketeering activity. In this circuit, the nexus between the RICO enterprise and the predicate racketeering acts must be established by the evidence that the defendant was unable to commit the predicate offenses solely by virtue of his position in the enterprise or involvement in or control over the affairs of the enterprise, or that the predicate offenses are related to the activities of the enterprises. Okay, meaning which, that's what she's saying, he benefit, and that he can only carry this out by the involvement of the enterprise, the people that's in it, and the position that he held over them. Okay, wait a minute. What else she said? So the jury could rationally find both that the defendant was able to commit the predicate acts, predominantly illegal sexual activity with women and girls because of his commission of the predicate act. Boom, that's what I just said. So she's saying, y'all still there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Because
Yeah.
child, I'm getting a damn little circle on the thing. Okay, so she is saying that the jury could rationally find that both the defendant was able. Okay, she said the jury. So she said the jury could. So was this brought up on in sufficiency? Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me scroll up. I'm acting like I'm doing this on screen. Okay, it was a challenge to sufficiency. Okay, let me scroll back down. Okay, so she is challenging the sufficiency here, but is she challenging the sufficiency on her on the appeal? Let me see how she brought it up. Or is she challenging Constitution? Hold on a minute. Let me see how she's challenging, how she wrote this up. Okay. Y'all know J-Bo slick, honey. I have to, you know. She ain't slick. She's very good, but she can wiggle around you. Let me see what she says. Okay. What is she saying? Is she do the sufficiency or is it constitutional? Let me see what she challenged. She challenged this. Now, did you write it, girl? She. Okay. She said. Okay. She challenged this as the government racketeering records of evidence. She had a comment legal fraud. So she, see, that's why I checked you. I knew it. See, you lady, you don't fool me not one bit. You went around that. Okay, hold on. Let me make sure. Government. The remedy the blasphemy connected and further punishment methods under the guise of liberal account because of the government manufactured ill-fitting written theory for sure. Hold on. Okay, so you challenge this as the government failed to prove the guilty. You challenge that the government failed to prove straight racketeering here under your post conviction motion. You brought it in as sufficiency, and that's why she responded like that. I knew you had did something. Okay, defendant makes rule 29 challenge the sufficiency of the evidence of every. That's what you did. And I'm talking to myself, y'all. I'm just trying to lay this out in my head. Okay. Okay. What did you say? What did you say at the end of your argument? Okay. So the RICO statute was never intended to remedy criminal conduct of individuals carried out misdeeds through the routine services by their unwitting personal assistance under the government. Distinct courts logic are entirely rogue actor working in otherwise entirely legal organization could be prosecuted under RICO for merely duping his assistants or associates into facilitating his misdeeds with mundane tasks. One could think that countless duties of unwitting personal assistance, such as making hotel reservations, calling an Uber. Okay, so this does not a RICO enterprise make. Um, okay, you didn't challenge the sufficiency right there. You didn't do that. You did you did sufficiency insufficient proof that guilty of violating man. You did insufficient with the Mann Act. You did insufficiency with Mann Act again. With the health law, that's unconstitutionality. With the that's that's unconstitutionality. The government failed to prove the defendant guilty of forced labor. That's insufficient again, probably. And the denied a fair trial. Okay, that's unconstitutionality. And the defendant was denied a fair trial, unconstitutionality. So okay. When she challenged this in a post conviction motion, she challenged this as, the saying that the jury, based on the evidence that was provided, could not make a reasonable decision whether or not R. Kelly, there was an enterprise, and that the enterprise was, distinct from one another. With her motions, she challenged this as okay. Let me look at this again. Hold on. Because what I'm trying to say is she did as any smart attorney would, take what came back from Judge Donnelly and rework it to where it's essentially the same. It's not essentially the same objection. It's different. She's challenging whether or not RICO in this situation on her appeal. She's challenging whether or not RICO is the whether the government proved RICO, whether he should have been charged with RICO, period. Okay. Something totally different. That's saying that the jury did not have sufficient evidence to make that decision of whether or not he should that R. Kelly should have been whatever he had going on would be considered a RICO or not. It's essentially the same, but it's not. And I knew she was doing it. I'm talking to myself. I'm talking to y'all, but I'm talking to myself at the same time. But because she's challenging the plain language of the law and what does it actually mean here in her appeal, right? Whether it is RICO, it was the correct law applied, in this situation. On the post conviction motions, she was challenging the sufficiency, whether or not it should have even went to the jury based on the evidence that they had. So that was smart. Mm. That was smart. That was smart. Yep, that was smart. Okay, fraudulent course of act. Can no common purpose engage? Defendant is not distinct. And the government's RICO and was flawed from the government evidence was taken to light only show the defendant employed a collective of people over his 25 years career promoted his career and music. They did not show objective to commit sex crimes against women and girls. Accordingly, the government failed to prove an enterprise and defendant's racketeering conviction must be vacated. Okay, I was right. I knew that's what you was doing. I knew that's what you was doing, honey. So, all right, so let me tell you, team lock 'em up. Her argument with regards to the RICO are different. So don't say that she argued this before and they denied it, right? Don't say she argued this before. The concept she kind of argued before, but she's using a different vehicle. Oh, perspective. Oh, I can see you down there, honey. So she is arguing the same concept, different vehicle. So I know, like, I know a lot of times with team lock them up, they say, "Oh, she argued this before. It got denied. It got denied." I get that, right? And it could very well, because appeals are hard to grant. But this is a little different, okay? Before, she argued whether or not this portion of the evidence in the case, whatever, was even sufficient enough to go to the jury for them to make a rational decision whether or not their RICO enterprise existed, right? On her appeal, she's arguing that hold on, I want to put words in her mouth and pull it back up. She is arguing that, I am putting words in her mouth because I ain't really saying it here, but she's arguing that the government did not prove he shouldn't have ever been charged with the RICO, because there was no RICO existed from the start. That's different. Same but different. If that makes sense. I know y'all probably like, what is Miss Angie talking about? It it makes sense to me. Okay. Just go with it. But I knew that's what she was doing. Because it pretty much saying, it's like saying that her client should have never been charged with a RICO. Remember, that's what she was saying before she had even put up that post conviction motion. Remember, she was on that HLN news and all of that, and she was pretty much saying that he shouldn't have been charged with the RICO, and the RICO, wasn't intended to be used for these purposes, blase and squaze. Okay, that's the argument she's now making with the appeal. The other argument she made was whether or not it was sufficient enough. And I know y'all saying, what's the difference? I'm telling you the difference. Just how she could categorizing the arguments. The same thing, but she's categorizing it different. The artist, the foreigners from okay, what y'all arguing about in the chat? Y'all arguing in this chat. What y'all doing? Chicago to me, his lawyer doing so-called. His entourage got into a fight in Lafayette. Mitch was live. Go look it up. I was on tour. What y'all talking about? Robert Kelly, what's going on? Okay, well, why they arguing with you, Robert Keller? Yeah, hold on for a minute. All right, I had to use the restroom real quick. Oh, I thought somebody was saying something. I didn't know. So let me suck on. Y'all probably, what is Miss Angie talking about? So in some cases, she may be asking, hey, she may be saying, can you determine whether or not the jury could have made a decision based on the evidence and the jury instructions and everything they were presented in court? Or can you make a decision based on what happened in court and based on the evidence that my client shouldn't have never been charged with this particular crime? All right. So in the okay, perspective. No, I enjoyed it. Thank you. Hey, Lisa Jones. So with the post-conviction motions, she's asked, and here on the, but not with regards to the RICO. Okay. So on the RICO, on not the RICO, on the appeal, in some places she's saying, hey, appeals court, can you make the decision that the jury could not have made a rational decision that my client did this, that, and the third based on the evidence and what was submitted in court and the jury instructions and all of that, right? And in some cases, she's also asking, hey, can you make a decision that my client shouldn't have been charged with this particular crime based on what you see? All right. So if that'll kind of break it down a little bit, I'm trying to translate in a layman's term. Okay. Based on, the law. Can you make that decision? So if you read RICO, which is asking appeals court, you read RICO, and based on what they have to prove, whether the RICO person and the RICO enterprises are two distinct entities, and the predicate acts and and all the other stuff that the RICO law mandates, right? Did they prove that in order to have my client even charged with this? And on the post-conviction motion, she's saying, okay, when she asked Judge Donnelly, said, hey, my client, I'm sorry, the evidence that the prosecutors put forth did not prove the facts in the case, did not prove the elements, and whatever was presented throughout the trial, the jury could not have made a rational decision. They couldn't have. So anytime you see them start challenging the sufficient, well, it will say insufficient, right? And then sometimes, depending on how the lawyers writing it up, you might say sufficiency as well. So anytime you see insufficient or sufficient, you know that they're challenging whether or not a rational jury can make a decision, right? That's what they're doing. Other than that, yeah. So that's pretty smart. Let me, if y'all don't mind, let me. I'm just being nosy as hell. Um. Okay, the Supreme Court has consistently rejected arguments aimed at narrowing the statutes. Oh, okay. So let's read. Let me read a little further. It says an association, in fact, enterprise is simply a continuing unit that functions with a common purpose. The Supreme Court has consistently rejected arguments aimed at narrowing the statute's broad reach. Thus, an enterprise need not to have a hierarchical structure or a chain of command. Decisions may be made on an ad hoc basis and by any number of methods, by majority vote, consensus, a show of strength, etc. Further, members of the group need not have fixed roles, and the group need not have a name, regular meetings, dues, established rules and regulations, disciplinary procedures, or induction or initiation ceremonies. While the group must function as a continuing unit and remain in existence long enough to pursue a course of conduct, nothing in RICO exempts an enterprise whose associates engage in spurts of activity punctuated by periods of also makes clear that RICO statute is not limited to groups whose crimes are sophisticated, diverse, complex, or unique. For example, a group that does nothing but engage in extortion through old-fashioned, unsophisticated, and brutal means may fall squarely within the statute's reach. Against this backdrop, I address the defendant's argument that the government did not establish the existence of enterprise, that the enterprise activity affected interstate or foreign commerce or part of racketeering activity. Okay. The jury confession find predominantly illegal sexual activity with women and girls because of the leadership that will try to prove the defendant's debt collection was successful. If so, such proof would satisfactorily connect the unlawful debt collection with the charge because enterprise defendant employees recruited young women. I'm trying to find and see about the distinctiveness. Oh, she got in about the bribery. So Judge Ann, and she's in here quoting mandatory law and Supreme Court and all that shit, right? So she said that they have rejected other courts by trying to narrow the broad language of the RICO statute. So, just telling you. Kelly, what are you doing? I'm trying to. Where is the distinct? How did she feel about that? Okay, a judge classified assignment would require if the plaintiff alleged a course of fraudulent or illegal conduct separate and distinct from the alleged predicate racketeering acts themselves. The decision would appear to conflict with. Okay, hold on. Course of fraudulent or illegal conduct separate and distinct from the alleged. Okay. It does not need to be distinct and independent as long as the proof offered is sufficient to satisfy both elements, meaning both there's an enterprise and that there was a pattern of racketeering. So there's an enterprise. What the enterprise consists of? What does the pattern of racketeering consist of? Okay. I wasn't calling you for that. Okay, for the same reason, I reject the defendant's argument that the government has failed to demonstrate that the purpose of the enterprise was distinct from the racketeering activities. As explained above, the government need not to establish that the enterprise had a common illegal purpose. Further, while the enterprise and the racketeering and the pattern of racketeering activity are separate and distinct elements, proof of a pattern of racketeering activity may be sufficient in a particular case to permit a jury to infer the existence of an enterprise. J-Bo went around your ass, baby. That's why she did it the way she did. Mm-hmm. Okay, the defendant also argues that the government failed to prove an enterprise distinct from the defendant because the members of the enterprise, the defendant's inner circle, associated together for no purpose other than to carry out defendant's needs. The cases on which he relies, however, are distinguishable as they involve enterprises that consisted merely of a corporate defendant associated with its own employees or agents carrying on the regular affairs of the defendant. Okay. As the Second Circuit Court has explained, because a corporation can only function through its employees and agents, any act of the corporation can be viewed as an act of such an enterprise, and the enterprise is in reality no more than the defendant itself. As the second. in the Second Circuit, this distinctiveness requirement bars a corporate entity from being named as both defendant person and the enterprise on its own. The defendant is not a corporate entity. An individual defendant who acts through a corporation may have formed and associated, in fact, an entity distinct from himself. Ooh, she got him right there. The defendant is not a corporate entity. An individual defendant who acts through its corporation may have formed and associated, in fact, with the distinct from his, and that's why they put associated in fact in that indictment. Wait a minute, Team Chaos, hold on. Okay, holding it the case involving a corporate employee who allegedly conducted the corporation's affairs in a RICO forbidden way. That a corporate owner employee, a natural person, is distinct from the corporation itself. Okay. The prototypical RICO case is one in which a person bent on criminal activity seizes control of a previously legitimate firm and uses the firm's resources, contacts, facilities, and appearance of legitimacy to perpetrate more and less easily discovered criminal acts than he could do in his own person. Ooh. The defendant is clearly distinct from his enterprise, which included the defendant and a group of other people. The fact that the group associated to support the defendant and meet his needs does not make it indistinguishable from the defendant. The fact that the group my ass is sleeping. Indistinguishable. As the Supreme Court has held, there is nothing in the statute that requires more separateness than that. Oh, and she ended on that note. Oh. Yeah, that's why people don't like fucking around with these RICO, hearsay, rules of evidence. Lawyers don't like fucking around that shit like that, though. Child, you rather go be a damn dentist and go through all this. That lady, I'm telling you, I guarantee you, Judge and Donnelly's IQ. My IQ is it's in the 1%, right? Okay. And so I know hers, but I know hers higher than mine. I bet that you see the shit she comes back with. That's an old Einstein helper. I mean, just crazy. So smart that she crazy. I ain't saying she crazy, but I'm just saying. Like, I don't know, Team Pill. I don't know about that. Oh, your phone died. Oh. She had 75% overturned. You mean you saying her stuff that been overturned 75% of the time? Oh, peace and love. You so sweet. I know y'all there. I be talking when it gets late like this, honey. Not late like this. When I get sleepy, whatever like this, baby, all my shit start shutting down, and my thinking capabilities. I don't care. Let me tell you something. I don't care how you may know something, whether it be well or whatever. Especially when you don't pull up with this shit all the time, whatever. But when you sleeping, when you impaired in any way, whether it be by drugs, alcohol, whatever, your ass be like, honey, I don't know. What? So they turned y'all sure they don't turn that latest stuff over 75% of the time. But now then she done got about 5 or 6 people stuff overturned. Whoa. Really? But she playing with the right one though. And we know that. But 75%, that seems a lot perspective because it's hard to get that overturned just on GP. Girl. I want to tell y'all it was so funny. It was so funny that Levi was talking about how someone replied. Sorry about that. I don't know what happened. But anyway. And so I was talking to my ex. It was so funny that um Levi came up here and talking about, you know how them women be plotting on your man and send the cousin in there to 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 I guess strike up conversations and whatever with the dude and whatever, and then next thing you know, he done knocked the woman down and all that type of stuff, and then the next thing you know, he done cheated on you and shit like that. So I was talking to my ex, right? So he had came up to the job one time, and how you guys come to the job, and so my one of my best friends and shit, honey, that man I come up to that damn job, y'all, and let me tell you, they didn't give a damn about me or nothing else. And listen, for the most part, nobody don't want nobody that nobody else don't want. But there is you're supposed to be respectful, but if you're being disrespectful, you're just looking like a damn fool your damn self. But but I don't get all bent out of shape, shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's some like the shit is being facilitated, whatever. I don't even get bent out of shape like that. I just shit, hell, you know, float on, honey. But anyway, so so when Levi was talking, I was laughing to myself because I was thinking about how my friend girl said how old dude came up to the damn job, child, and I just looked out the window and I saw him pull up, and I said, oh, let me go out here. So they wanted to see how he looked, child, and when I tell you, I called him one time on here, no, maybe twice, no, yeah, and we were talking about how the when he used to come to my child's games and stuff like that, how the women, especially the damn white women, some old Emmett Till shit, because the lady that accused Emmett Till, she died today or yesterday. Um, you know, just telling him how good he looked and all this other shit, right? So when he came up to the job, child, they acted like they all had to use the restroom. And I'm gonna show y'all something. Hold on, if I can get it to come up. Like they all had to use the damn restroom to see who he was. And when I tell you, they came out like in a damn assembly line. The whole department damn near was packed up in the ladies' room. And I made my friend remember when she did it. I'm gonna show you what she said. Now this ain't her being disrespectful to me or anything, but I'm gonna show you what she said. It was so funny. It was so funny. And I didn't take it as no disrespect or whatever. I just shook my head because all you seen was a line going into the ladies' room. We was in the hallway. And I just held my head down. I'm telling you, child, I done had women damn near about to knock me down, get to the damn men. I was like, my God. Like, go ahead. I just be looking. Like, honey, ain't no way in the hell. You couldn't pay me. I done seen it all, like, Mm, 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 mm. I done had, oh Lord, special, that Walker husband, my God, girl. You couldn't even go to Georgia, hollering his name. I was like, Jesus, I'm getting sleepy and goofy, but girl, I want to show y'all this was, and I didn't take this as no disrespect, what she told me. Oh, I didn't take this as no disrespect. It wasn't much, but she didn't take it as no disrespect. Because she said this then. Matter of fact, we talking about the one that, well, I don't know if y'all can remember or not, that some of y'all done seen. But when you look at those, think about those text messages, right? And I don't know how you can categorize them now. I mean, is it coaching? Is it, I don't know what to call 'em. I'm just gonna be honest. All I can be, this is a goddamn shame, but like, shit. I mean, it's a shame to me if you're talking to your not, I won't say it's a shame, but I was kind of feel a little it's not something I would ever talk to my daughter in that way. I don't give a damn what age she is. Put it like that. Because I don't want to insult no damn body just in case some of y'all talk to your kids like that. But um and I was like, shit. Like, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up and let y'all get out of here. But I can definitely see where y'all be saying, you know, the parents bear a lot of responsibility for this shit. And I can go as far as saying, like, when you don't know where I'm not, okay, I changed that. Because sometimes you might think you know where your kid is, but they will lie and say they one place and they're somewhere. So I can't say that you bear responsibility, even when it comes to something, even when you can, I wouldn't even call that neglect, right? But when that's different. That ain't what happened there. This is somebody that apparently knew what a kid was and was telling them, what kind of shit to do. So that to me, that's a little different, right? You kind of know what a kid was and you telling the kid what to do. So um but anyway, so and I used to say, well, I don't think the parent knew that she was having sex with or whatever. But maybe I can go back and say, well, maybe that little excerpt that we saw that was in when it first, came out in that post conviction motion. But when you put but when you have that part in there and all that other parts and shit in there, whatever, if you as a mother that keen to the game that you do this, whatever, you can't say you gonna be dumb, act dumb, and say, "Well, I ain't know that they was having sex or whatever." The two don't go together. You ain't gonna be that sharp talking about do this here and shimmy and all this other bullshit, and then say, "But I ain't know they was having sex." I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. You can't be smart on one hand and dumb as hell on the other. Hell no. How could you not know? Yeah, but oh yeah, it's up. So oh no, so you see what my friend was saying. Anyway, I was telling her, I said, do you remember when Blank came to the job and y'all cleared the department trying to see how he looked, and you were the ringleader, and he and I laughed about it when I spoke to him. She talking about, yeah, with his fine ass. I don't find shit like that. That shit don't bother me. Like, why would that bother me? But she's right. But anyway, that stuff like that don't bother me. But I'll get back on the respect thing later. But I was talking about the text messages shit, right? And although I haven't talked about them because I mean, no, nothing to say. Hell, it is whatever you read. Like, goddamn. And for that judge to say the parents are whoever they are, however they are, and whatever, shit, she could have read some shit that we ain't read. We haven't read yet. Like, I mean, it's a lot. But I can't sit up there now and honestly say that I don't believe that the mama, at least the mama, didn't know that girl was active. Cause shit, how could you not? I do believe that some of the stories they told was right. Will it? Like I said, it's not going to even be. Because here's the thing, right? The appeal or a habeas is not a relitigation of the case, right? Even if you get a new trial, those text messages still won't be relevant because I don't know what if that, just say, well, we can't say, I don't want to do a hypothetical because it won't be the same elements or whatever, but I'm just trying to say I can't see of some elements where those text messages would be relevant, and it probably wouldn't get charged anyway because then you're talking about double jeopardy. Okay. But it just makes the story a lot different. So I can see where he got so upset because he probably knew how each one of them, became in his custody, right? I never believed that nobody on any side told 100% the truth. I always said that. But, damn. Mm, mm, mm. Yeah, it was. It's a lot. It's a lot he gotta deal with. Oh. Let me go over this real quick. Cause I have been talking about 2255 for a long time, right? A writ of habeas corpus, right? And Levi mentioned it tonight, but let me give you some ideas of um what it is, and I'm going to read it. I'm not going to freestyle because I've freestyled so many times, whatever. So I'm just going to read just a little bit of it. So, a writ of habeas corpus is a legal mechanism that enables prisoners and detainees to challenge the conditions of their conviction, sentencing, or detainment, effectively stating that they have been wrongfully imprisoned or detained. It is designed to be an extraordinary remedy used only in unusual circumstances. When an attorney brings a habeas corpus petition before the court, a writ of habeas corpus is issued by the court to the government official in question, such as a prison warden, to produce the prisoner in court so that the court can determine whether or not the detention is lawful. If the prisoner prevails in the court and determines that they are illegally detained, the court will either release the prisoner or modify the terms of sentencing to comply with the law. It's the last method it's a last method a convict has to challenge their convictions or sentence after all appellate options have been pursued. In other words, it's considered the last remaining hope for people who are wrongfully incarcerated. And here are the common grounds for a writ of habeas corpus petition. It says you had an incompetent legal counsel or a competent attorney was not provided. In other words, you did not have adequate legal representation to mount a fair defense against the charge. You were convicted under an unconstitutional law. You were convicted under a law that has been since changed, so what you did is no longer considered a crime. You were incompetent to stand trial at the time of trial and therefore could not properly defend yourself. The prosecution in your case committed incidents of misconduct. These could range from improper jury selection to introducing false evidence to procedural errors. Oh Lord, honey, I can hardly see. It says the condition of your confinement are particularly harsh or unsafe. This generally falls under the umbrella of cruel and unusual punishment. Okay. And you file this with your trial court. So I don't know. Be honest with you. I don't know. Mm. So y'all tell me. Tell me, because I wanna make sure we are advancing. Tell me. Okay, Cool J. But tell me this, y'all. Do y'all think what do you think he would more likely seek relief in the appeals court or after the appeals have been exhausted and during the writ of habeas corpus? What do you think? I just read to you exactly what it is. When? When you think he's gonna, where do you think most likely he'll get more relief? Because with a writ of habeas corpus, you can argue things on the record, and that was off the record. Right now, I'm gonna tell you now. Um, the parts, if those text messages were to be considered, it won't be anything used in there about what y'all think is going to be used. Now, I ain't on the defense team, whatever, but I can safely say this, unless she go crazy or something. All about, like, she'll probably use more about to show where, the mother was involved in it, with the enticement, whatever, and having to deal with the travel part of it. Sex, you'll probably stay away from that part of it. They use them to prove some type of sex. I don't know how they would still make extortion or a scheme out of it. I don't see, because what was the benefit? What were they supposed to get? Did they get it? And where is the language to suggest that is what happened? Mm-hmm. I don't know. Wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, also, like it false evidence. Also, I said that. I was trying to make sure. I don't know. Oh, let me find this out for you. This I don't know. Okay, so he got 2 cracks at that. Oh, listen, y'all are gonna be in for a long ride with all this shit here. Y'all really are. And if they grant a habeas corpus, you get the same type of remedies as the appeal, pretty much. You can either release you, reduce your charges, modify your sentence or sentencing conditions, or order a new trial. You know. And yeah, so y'all, I'm just being honest. I don't know. Now, I know what I wanted to say. Like, Levi, I have no idea why Levi would sit up there and forget. And we don't win. Or he'll either forget or his just convictions be so strong that even I talked to you about the shit and went over 1,000 times, whatever. Position still ain't gonna change. He'll bring it up as if he right. Now he sat right there and said they're damn prosecutorial misconduct. I'm trying to figure out how's it prosecutorial misconduct. Where is it the prosecutor's fault? What they do? That's what I'm trying to figure out. What did the prosecutors do? That's prosecutorial misconduct. And it better not be them goddamn text messages. I mean, email. You can't say nobody just because they decide to cooperate and change their mind. If they even read the damn text messages, that's prosecutorial misconduct. No. That is somebody cooperating. And the prosecutor said, you know, pretty much says thank you and can I validate your parking? Like, what the hell ain't prosecutorial misconduct? I thought that was gone out his mouth. I wish he would have come back up on here. Cause we be trying to move forward in life. We be trying to move forward in life, and girl, he say the prosecutorial misconduct. Child, I felt like I had them herpes all over again. No, Stephanie, no. No, no, no. First of all, I don't believe they did any of that. And second of all, you got to prove that. No, we going backwards. Oh, we Michael Jackson and backwards, y'all. No. Child, I seen Janet Jackson. Do you know that heifer? I'll be 57 this year. Girl, you almost 60. When you old, if you older than me, you old. Okay, that's just bottom line. Your ass is old too. But child, she's out on concert. She done hooked back up with that, from what I understand, with that old Jermaine Dupri. And Janet seems to have the problems that I have, right? When going up and down in weight. I don't know, do y'all do this? It does if I gain weight or lose weight, enough where you can tell, right? My shape change all the time. Like it don't matter. You can lose weight. If I lose weight 5 times, or in the course of my lifetime, I done have 5 different shapes. And if I gain weight 5 times, I done have 5 different shapes. She do the same goddamn thing. But I can tell when you been fucking around with that treadmill. That treadmill is the quickest way to get your ass that old straight box shape, honey, where you don't have no hips. None. You are up and down. Like she done been on that damn treadmill. Mess fucking around with that treadmill. Baby, when I see if I come and I'm going down and I see that shape like it's gonna be straight up and down, I hurry up and give me some damn insure and a biscuit. You got me fucked up. I can't be right here without no hips. I can't flow like that. That ain't cute at all. Uh-uh. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Let me tell you. Listen. And I think that's what's going to happen to me again. It looks like it's what's going on, y'all. I'm like, oh, they were like, yeah, because I'm feeling right now, and it's all bone. Like, what the fuck? That ain't cute. I would say, hey, I'll go out there and tell them people, I don't experience a flare up. I need some of them damn what you call them things? Prednisone. Have my ass around here tripping. Yes, honey. But I'm like, Janet, you fucking around with that treadmill, girl. And then what killed me, she had her hair in one of them old goddamn I done put this ponytail on in my kitchen motherfucking hairstyles. Yeah. Like Janet. Like she done got some of that gel from the dollar store and done gelled it up on her. Like that old ponytail you put on your head when you in between hair appointments. Ooh, child. Ain't that some ladies that we have to go through? When you get your hair cut short and your ass, and so it's time for you to go back. So it done grew a little bit between appointments. Now, this is back in the day. Now you got to get that gel and shellac it on your goddamn head, then make it through for the last 2 or 3 days of the week and shit. You got to go up there to that job with your head gel down. And I ain't talking about nobody, because some people out here still do that. But I'm just saying. So we did in the 90s or whatever. We had our hair cut short, when we was rocking the Halle Berry, the Toni Braxton, and all of that type of shit like that. And the hair grow out the style. Remember, where you done had it shaved on the sides and the back and shit. Now that's all done, it done grew out a little bit. It can't lay down right. Now you got to take that whole gel and put it on your hands and slide your hair down and run on out there to them people's job. Okay? Now you know what I'm talking about. I'm telling the truth. Yeah. She looked like she took that gel, Janet took that gel and slid it up in a ponytail and put that goddamn thing on top of it. I ain't lying. Look at the thing they look like somebody, like she did that. Like, Janet, where's your hair and makeup people? Look like the makeup people here, but the hair people, they still stuck on somewhere in California. Yeah. The Jermaine Jackson Stephanie, please do not make me moonwalk. Stephanie, when was the first time you was introduced to Jermaine Jackson with that hair? Wasn't it when he was up there after Michael Jackson goddamn died? He was at that hospital. I'm gonna say like the old folks, that hospital. Did y'all remember that? Didn't y'all stop crying for Michael Jackson when you seen Jermaine Jackson head shellacked down with that goddamn Just For Me and whatever the fuck he had going on, and some kind of little high top or mid top, I don't know what the hell that was on top. And I'm trying to tell you, what did you stop crying for Michael and trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with Jermaine Jackson's head? Honey, like somebody done tattooed the hair or something. That I was so, oh Lord have mercy. Oh Lord, honey, I thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Jesus. I got to say, I done dated a whole bunch of people. Thank you, Jesus. But ain't none of them I was concerned with their hair. The only one I was concerned with their clothes, but that wasn't really my type of flow. I just ain't have no, just wasn't doing nothing. So I just ran around town with him a little bit. That wasn't really my situation, but technically it was. But nothing I was coming on outside with. But I'd have looked over and seen my nigga head look like Jermaine Jackson's, and baby, I would have had a heart attack. Like, where is you going? Who is doing that to your head? Look like a cheap Ken doll. Honey, what is going on with this hair? Oh, y'all, I was so confused. Girl, I was so confused. His hair was fucked. I'm going to tell you who else had. Y'all might not know. What was Andrew Bynum? He used to play for the Lakers. I don't know if he got on some of that stuff or whatever. But you get a chance. Y'all ain't basketball enthusiasts. You look up Andrew Bynum's hair. And baby, that shit was something, honey. You had to stop and look. And so one thing y'all know about me, I know y'all don't think I'm shy. I'm shy as hell. I know y'all don't know that I get the shock look. And I will stare like somebody. And your family say that, so it's ignorant to stare and point and shit. But I would sit there and stare at your ass like I'm, slow or something. Just looking. Because I don't get it. And honey, my friends, even my daughter, they would be tearing my ass up. Stop looking. Stop doing that. Fix your face. Yeah, they talk to me like that. Because they know, baby, I would stop somewhere and I would just stare at your ass. Because that's ignorant. And I'm ignorant, Yeah. That'd be the point. Honey. Girl, Stephanie, Google that hair. I had to look. Like, what is going on with his hair? Child, baby, listen, I be on the job. You ain't finna go out that door representing me. Okay, now think about around here, right? I don't know how it is with well. People that know you in town, whatever, they know that if you at work and you doing something like I'm on life number 2. Okay. All the work I've done on life number 1, that is over with. I'm on life number 2. So I'm doing several different things, right? I'm a rookie, okay? All kinds of shit. So I get to where, I ain't got to dress up and shit. I ain't got to do none of that. I can put a cap on my head and run on, and do whatever. People that know you know that, you just going to work, whatever, this, that, and the third. People know you that when you're going somewhere, you're not going to look all fucked up in your head, ain't going to be all, toe down or whatever. Okay? Or people that know what they're looking for, they'll know that, okay, she got on some run and do this shirt and pants, right? But they look at them shoes, right? Them tennis shoes. And they can tell that's a $200 or $300 dollar pair of tennis shoes. Look at that watch. That watch $500. So they'll know that she's just looking this way just to be looking. She ain't really looking this way like when they'll know that. You know what I'm saying? They'll know that. That's just how it is. I don't know if y'all around here, honey, if they invest that much time into bullshit like that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying is like, like that before I buy some Wranglers jeans and shit, I'll buy a $5 pair of jeans. Okay. That's the concept. I know. That damn cliquish status quo bullshit, that is a bunch of bullshit, but it's just how it is, okay? So, girl, listen. That man had, I don't know, that damn just me and all that bullshit. Mm-mm. And you the family member that don't whisper when talking about people. Hey, Stephanie, baby, I stare at you, your motherfucking ass so hard. And listen, I can either be staring at it all depends on what I'm staring. I can be staring at your ass because you doing something fucked up. And you need to stop immediately. And I ain't just talking to no child either. I'm talking to a full-grown adult. Don't let me cock my eyes over at your ass. Because it's going to be some shit. Okay? But, this is just habit. You could be saying something, doing something, whatever. You can be lying or whatever. And I would in your face, turn and stare at somebody to let you know that I know you lying or full of shit or something. And here's the thing, right? Some people that haven't been scared to ask me, what the fuck you looking at that person for? Have asked me, what the fuck you looking at that person for? Most of them won't do that. They do scared to. But other people, like just say for instance, like the person, I was talking to my friend about whatever she say with his fine ass self. He don't give a fuck. He was like, what the fuck you looking over there at them for? Yeah, I said it. I don't give a damn. So yeah, but yeah, yeah, I don't too much whisper or whatever, but the looks on my face, honey, child, they always be telling me to fix my face. You know how they say R. Kelly told good people to fix your face. How that girl said, he said, fix your face. Yes, that's what he'll be telling me. Fix your face. Because I gets all into it. Not only will I stare at you, I will lean my head to the side, child. And look at your ass like, huh? Huh? My friend's ex-husband, who unfortunately killed himself, we was at his son's game, and he used to drink all the time, right? He was just an alcoholic, right? And that man, we was at his son's game. I was sitting on the outside. He was in the middle, and his wife was on the other side. I would be, I was staring at some of these girls. I don't know why I was criticizing them. I wasn't really criticizing them, but I don't know why I was staring at them. Because back in the day, we used to wear heels and shit to the goddamn football games and shit. Knowing damn well we should have been in tennis shoes and shit, something comfortable. We had to sashay our ass on out there. Okay? Like we going to the to a goddamn fashion show and shit, and we in it. I was watching them girls, baby, and listen, the 6-inch heels, they call them kitten heels. Them girls was stepping in 7 and 8s, baby, stepping. And I'm just looking like, girl, your back ain't gonna be shit when you get my age, which is probably why my back ain't shit. But I was staring. He was even when I wasn't staring, he tanned me up. And he got a big old man arm. And when you poke me in my, and this when I was on Lure Street, I was kind of Lure there. And so it wasn't nothing but really bones. And he would hit me. I'm like, God damn, you tearing up my side. Or for staring. Because I be staring at them little girls trying to walk in them shoes. You look over your glasses. My mom used to do that. Look over them glasses like, Woo. Child. Listen. They done sent my ass to etiquette school. I went to both Sears and J.C. Penney's etiquette school. I've been to the debutante ball. And all that old crazy shit. All of that. I performed from all over Florida. Certain like the little parts of Georgia. They had me in a whole bunch of shit. What I really wanted to do is I wanted to play basketball. I wanted to play basketball ever since I was in 7th grade. Because when I was in 7th grade, I was 5'7" then. So I was tall. But my honey, they had, and see, they just sent me to etiquette school because they saw where I was fighting and ganging and stuff like that. And then they had me in them pageants and shit like that. I ain't never win. I came up in, runner up like twice, but I've never won. It was some shit doing that, like little modeling stuff and walking stuff and stuff like that. Well, I did that for on and off for a little minute, but I want to show y'all this lady that used to be out there, but I don't want nobody to dox her, but I have her picture because she came in. And she's so pretty, her makeup, and they just fall all over that lady. But you motherfuckers dox the lady. But let me see if I can find her. She's so pretty. She's about 60 something, and she's still out there. She's still out there. We was talking about her. She's still out there. And check this out right here. She's still messing with some of the same people that I used to mess with. But here's the thing, right? When you are walking for black people, I ain't trying to put down no black people. I'm just telling you it's a difference. Black people, they will tell you that, people that's over the whatever the event is, right? They'll tell you to bring your own shoes, your own accessories, sometimes your own makeup. It's just too much. You might as well, you be like, well, God damn. And then let me tell you something, and this is how sad it is. You always do this. And I think if Passion Gangster, whatever was around, they'll tell you this. Always keep you a backup outfit. Ain't that crazy? Like if you modeling that shit, like what kind of shit is this? But she's still out there, and I think she does it. Just I don't know. I'll show you her. Don't dox y'all, motherfuckers. But she is so. She still, do her makeup, and some people that's really into that shit, they stay with a full face of makeup. Just on GP, honey. I'm not with all that. But girl, let me tell you something. I remember. Is this her? No. I remember when this girl started dating my ex, and we ended up in the same pageant, y'all. uh, 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 uh. We ended up in the same pageant. And he came to that pageant, y'all. And this was so crazy. And this is what pisses me off. Don't sit up there and tell your girlfriend, point your ex out. Don't do that. Because it makes everybody uncomfortable. Especially me. I'm not saying shit to you or about you. I'm acting like I don't even know you. They'll talk about my ass. And then that causes them people to stare at me. I can't stand that shit. Don't be staring at me, bitch. Get your ass on somewhere. I'm trying to find her. She is still out there. And so she came and she was buying some little tank tops and shit, y'all. And I was like, and she told me who she was walking for. I was like, oh Lord, you got to bring your own motherfucking shit. But let me see where she. I know I took it. She's so pretty, y'all. And this is the thing about why I want it to be a little darker, because the people with that skin tone like a little darker than I am, they wear the color brown makeup they wear, and they can like Beyonce's color. Okay, and you see how Beyonce can rock that red hair and shit like that. I always want to do that red hair. And like one time when I had shreds, I had black and red, that black and that red in my hair. That's the only way I was gonna get it. Ooh, Lord, honey. I want to show you this lady. Y'all want to see that? Hold on, I'll show y'all who this is. I ain't gonna tell you who this is, but I'll show you. Hold on, I'll show you somebody else too. Let me see if I can happen this picture, because you motherfuckers like the dogs. Hold on. Maybe I can. Let's see if I can. I do it like that so y'all won't see. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all can see this damn lady. I can see this dude too. No big deal. In the backdrop of Jville. Oh, I'm trying to find her. And I'm gonna tell you, and so that lady, she comes in, she reminds me of like some of my aunts and stuff. She's a very tall lady, um but none of my aunts are tall, but how she is made up. Like got on full face. This her? No. Got on full, oh, this is my half a grandbaby. Wait a minute, I can show you her. That's a shame. I got to damn show half the damn pictures. Boy, y'all, something wrong with you motherfuckers. Half the damn pictures. Oh Lord. Where the meme experts and shit at? Where's old Cove, the meme expert? They'll be able to tell me how much I could show and all of that and shit. Hey, the picture experts and shit. That's my one of my half granddaughters. What lady at? Y'all be like, she's so pretty. I try to tell you that. She really is. And how she put on all that goddamn makeup. Where the lady at? Anyway, so she was telling me, she's still in it. She had to go update her photos and but when she was buying all that stuff, y'all, I was like, Lord, black people will make you bring the whole damn outfit. They were talking about, bring your shoes, bring your uh, bring this, bring that, bring your makeup. Unless it's a makeup, one for makeup, What, like the fake, now the fake ass girlfriend, she did it seriously. She did print modeling, she walked, she did a lot of those pageants and shit like that. And they only put me in it because they saw what I like to wear um pants all the time. And I was out there fighting. Hey y'all, when Levi's first came out, y'all, did y'all wear Levi's? Levi's hooked me up. I can't find the lady, y'all. I showed y'all my little cousin. Oh, so cute. I showed y'all Asia. Piece of him anyway. No, I can't find the lady. Oh man, I can show y'all my. Hold on, well, let me show y'all. I don't know where the lady at. I'll show y'all. You remind me of boy that I. Grand babe. So I'm gonna open. Let me show y'all. I'm still looking for. I'm just looking at these pictures I can safely put up in there. But I don't dox people. I'm just. It's a damn shame I can't put the whole thing. That's a guy. I mean, you know, online been around. I don't know for how long. For a minute. I ain't quite met no set like this here, where you can't feel free to show photos and shit. This is I put like something. It's somebody who's single now. There's somebody who's single now. And I'll show y'all my half again, baby. I have again, baby. This is when I bought all them clothes and shoes. I mean, I bought all of them stuff, but this is when I bought the most because she's my daughter's. Never mind, you motherfuckers. Retarded. Oh, I'm trying to find the damn picture of the damn lady. And she's single too, so if anybody, y'all got a daddy or something, y'all want to meet a nice lady, this is a nice lady, but she tall though. She taller than me. Let me take this down. And here go my half again, baby. That's my half again, baby. That's her last year. She look exactly like her daddy. When I tell you that baby look just like her daddy, look like you ever had, I don't know if some of y'all have kids that you just pushed out and the child look just like they goddamn daddy. Just like that baby look just just like. Oh, you know what? Maybe y'all can help me with this here too. I need some y'all to help me with this. Tell me what movie is this so I can if y'all don't know, ask your kids. Yeah, yeah, she looked just like her daddy. Just like. Y'all, please tell me what movie is this. Because I couldn't watch it all. But honey, do y'all remember Charlotte's Web? Charlotte's Web back in the day tore my ass down. That little spider and that pig or whatever the hell was going on, as I can remember, tore my ass down. Y'all, somebody can tell me what movie is this. Maybe ask your kids. Because I want to know what movie this is. Like, well, it's about it's a little dog that convert into a man, and he fighting some other kind of something, over this little boy right here. And I don't know what it is, but I need to watch. I need to finish watching it. I don't know what it is. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. She's so smart. Oh, wait a minute. Who you talking about? The baby or the dude? I know that's I can show you too. I'm gonna drip drab some shit for y'all asses. Um, I'm gonna drip drab. This is the narrative killing season. So now I don't y'all know I don't have a tattoo on my body, so this is not me. And of course you can tell by the color that it ain't me. Y'all see what that say? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Now that ain't my arm. I don't have no tattoos. That says Anjay. That says white Anjay. Mm-hmm. I can find every goddamn thing but the damn lady, y'all. I want y'all to see this lady. Y'all have tattoos of other people's names on your body. I'm not talking about your children, but other people's names. If I wasn't so afraid of tattoos, if I didn't like them, I would get one with somebody's name on my ass. But shit, I mean, but and here's the thing, right? When your ass break up, their ass is branded on you. Mm. Y'all want to see this I don't know if y'all want to see this shit or not. And I'm bold. I'm just showing y'all shit. I'm bold, honey. Ooh. I think I share a lot. I mean, and as much as I share, I ain't shared a host of shit. Mm-mm. And a lot of times, if we were dealing with normal people around here, ooh, child, the stuff on here I could put. But we're not dealing with that type of people. I could have people that are actively in law now, and they could shit explain that shit way much better than I can. And they can talk about different things. I don't know why I got a picture of that person. They can talk about especially when it comes to sex trafficking and shit like that. When it comes to all different things about law, not just sex trafficking. Oh, here she go. Damn, no wonder. Here she is right here. Sorry about that, y'all. This is probably not one of the best pictures, but y'all can understand what I'm saying. She active, you know. Picture. Hold on. Here she is. Probably should get a better picture of her, but she is still out there, honey. On the walk. And turning and shit. Okay? Like whatever you talking about, what do you think? Oh, let me show. Here she go. Let me open it up. This not the best picture, but y'all can get what I'm talking about. Y'all can see what I'm talking about. You see how she still fixes up her hair and her makeup, and you see the color in her hair. That's when you that shade of what was that, brown or pecan or whatever it is, you can wear that color hair. You can wear that color hair. But you see, she got the fucking neck thing on, all that, the choke on every goddamn thing, honey. The whole thing. I love when they. Your text getting deleted. He is he Weinstein's appeals lawyer now. God damn. I mean, hell, what the man name? That I can't stand him. Oh, you should hear him in court. What's his name? That beat every goddamn body black that gets shot. What the man name is? Crump. Whoa, he talks so slow, child. Yo pressure. You be like, oh my gosh, hurry up. I can show you the 3-wheel. I'm sure. I mean, and you think you fucking around, that lady outdo your ass on that motherfucking walk, baby. You got her fucked up. That's 3-wheel. I'm being so bold. They say he got jumped last night. What? I didn't hear that. Y'all, I wish I can put on Zeus right now and show y'all the men's what is it? The Bad Men's Club, Bad Boys Club. Y'all, but you know they're gonna take it down. They would take this whole channel down. Y'all, when I tell you, I'm telling you, Jonathan is in there, back in there. Orlando Brown, know who that is. And Raz from B2K, he's in there. Along with Kirk Franklin's son back in there. You remember, he was in jail. He got arrested and they had him for murder or kidnapping or something. And apparently he is out now because he is on the damn Bad Boys Club. Now, either this has been filmed prior to him going to jail, or he got out. I think he got out. Oh, it's some, where the money resides is in there. Really beat. I think it's a couple people in this sector that has Zeus, that watches it. I think it's a couple people that has Zeus. That's that show. Girl, listen. And I tried to make Jojo watch that show, right? So let me tell you this, right? We had an agreement. If I did something, he would watch the show. I mean, it. The first season had a whole bunch of gay guys. Okay. First season had a whole bunch of gay guys. This season is not a whole bunch of gay guys, but I'm thinking, and guys, you just have to know this. I don't know this, but you have, you have to know this about guys, I guess. When it's not saying that they're homophobic or anything like that, but guys don't like to watch where a whole bunch of gay guys is having activities. I ain't talking about sexual activities. Just if it's a gay show or something like that, like they're not finna watch RuPaul drag and shit. Okay. But I thought because it was at least 2 or 3 men in there that was supposed to be straight, and there was a whole bunch of fighting, I didn't think it would matter to no straight. I ain't know. Shit, how I'm supposed to know? So then, of course, he changed, watch it or whatever. And I was like, man, they even doing the auditions in your town, like whatever. Yeah, that's the show that Andrew Carr was supposed to listen. Child, Andrew got his Andrew talks shit. And he think he can throw hands. Andrew got his ass above that show. Now, I did get him to watch some of Andrew's clips, but I was just showing him some funny shit, right? And so that wasn't, but and Andrew supposed to be straight now, whatever, but you can still tell he got it in him or whatever. But I was just showing where that boy is crazy as hell, and it makes me laugh so much. Makes me laugh so much. That boy has me. Oh, I love to crack up. But yes, honey. So yeah, that's what he said, Queen Brielle. But no. But we had an agreement that if I did something, that he would watch the show. And I don't like motherfuckers like that. If we have an agreement and you say you're going to do something, do it. Like, I don't like shit like that. Don't tell me you're going to do something and don't do it. Especially when I did what I used to ask me to do. Yeah, Mr. Delivered. Child. But I know one time, honey, you never know how hard somebody is asleep. And I just, I just said what really be saying. I said, where the money resides. And Joker gonna wake up talking about where the money resides. I like, oh, don't say that. I said, that's a gay guy saying, because he been a fuck around and said that. Hell, I shouldn't have said nothing. Oh Lord. And had everybody looking at his ass. Just like when I went to Atlanta a few years ago, and y'all, I don't know nothing. Yes, I am naive to certain things. I did not know nothing about no Magic City. Why would I? Okay. My friend Tim, I'm up in Atlanta, and I'm up there with all these, bougie ass people. And I'm on the phone with Tim, and he told me, Angie, tell them to take you to Magic City. Because, when people know about you, they know about you. Okay? He know I don't know a damn thing. So he can get away with, they can get away with shit like that because they know I don't know. Child, I done told them people. I was like, hey. I said, hey, can y'all take me to Magic City? Listen. You had people looking all over their glasses, turning around slow, looking back at me like, honey, they was looking back at me like, baby, like I had a booger on my entire face. And I said, and he on the end just laughing. I said, boy, what the hell is Magic City? He told me that's a strip club up there. He just laughing. And once again, I have to explain. I was like, yeah, I'm sorry. They do me like that because I'm not familiar with stuff like that. Those people, honey, they grabbing their imaginary pearls and shit like, oh my God. Yeah. But yeah, dude, all kind of shit like that. You wouldn't want to watch that game. But I had told him, I said, if I do this, I said, you got to watch at least an episode. And then when it comes time for him to watch the motherfucking episode, here we go. Man, see? I'm going to tell you what was funny. It was a show that came on it. Let me tell you something. I only watched 2 episodes of Honey Boo Boo. That was by accident. Okay? My friend had told me, he had texted me. He said, I'm going to need you to watch this show. He told me what it was called, what station was on. It was, I don't know the name of it, but it was these black people had this funeral home and they would bury people in these things, right? So the black guy who had his own barbecue sauce or whatever, he had died. And they buried him in one of those grills and all kind of crazy shit. And people got buried in race cars and it's just crazy shit. And he also, the people over the funeral home had people like they would go to funerals and pretend like they falling out and crying and shit. And they would have rehearsal for the ones, for them to practice who can like really pass out and cry and shake and shit and be all on the floor and shit. So I had to sit there and binge watch that. Okay. So when we got down to the last episode, then right after that, 2 episodes of Honey Boo Boo came in. Now you have to know my child. I told her she don't do nothing black, nothing ghetto. She don't fuck around none of these reality shows, none of that. She's just not there. Okay. All right. She's not doing it. She's not wearing her no ghetto stuff. I'm not doing none of that. Right. So she used to come in my room and watch TV with me. And she was grown. Honey. So we don't watch the black people and with, her mouth open. And I'm just looking in shock and amazement. Honey Boo Boo comes on. Mind you, this is a little kid. Y'all remember Honey Boo Boo? This was a little kid. That little girl came on, was doing all that cussing, and how that family was acting. I looked over at my child. My child's mouth was open. I'm not using as a figment of speech. Her mouth was literally open. She just staring up at the TV. Like, what the fuck is this? That Honey Boo Boo, I know, embarrassed a whole lot of white people. That shit was just not right. Honey, goddamn Boo Boo. Honey, that shit was so goddamn crazy. The mama, the little husband she had, I think was Honey Boo Boo daddy. I don't know what the fuck was going on. They sit up down that big old nasty section. Oh my gosh. It was crazy. It was an episode where the Honey Boo were talking about the goddamn nets. That's what she said about the goddamn nets. I was like, my child mouth was open. She ain't never seen no shit like that. So the crowd earlier doing the monologue, they didn't know anything about no mayonnaise sandwiches and no sugar water. Has any of y'all had mayonnaise sandwiches and sugar water? And people in the looking in the window, if y'all can type in and say, yeah, y'all done had the shit. Whatever. Do y'all still hold resentment from somebody giving you a mayonnaise sandwich and sugar water until you go to bed? And when I think about it, I didn't have chores when I was young, and my daughter didn't have chores. I don't think my daughter made up her own bed until she got in college. I was making the damn bed. She ain't started washing clothes until she got in college. Hell, shit. Some of our clothes are still mixed together. Hell. That's straight up and down. And I don't know if some of if like being too lenient ends up working, making the kids not, good or right or whatever. Or giving the kids mayonnaise sandwiches and shit like that and send their ass off the bed. Dude, I don't know which one does the most damage. Because sometimes I had to yesterday I had to pretty much tell my child that some of this shit is you, ain't no big stuff, whatever. But like some of the shit she be talking about, I'm like, girl, you wonder why I don't make certain things you say a big deal because it happened. I said, do you know how many people that didn't have it nowhere near as they talking about? Yeah, I know, but what that makes her is just difficult because now you want some extra shit. Like what? You want extra shit. You have kids that been working since they was 14, 15. I mean, like, especially people that live in the South, because they can get out there and work in them fields and shit. You had children that actually had to go to school, then get off, and then go to some damn job. Like, are you crazy? I remember when I was in school, people had summer jobs, people had jobs after school regular. Shit, we thought that was motherfucking goddamn child abuse. What is Honey Boo Boo? Hey, Alicia. Oh, girl, Honey Boo Boo is this little girl. Okay, Mama June is her mama. Her mama now is carrying the reality show, right? Mama June, I think, had that surgery or whatever and lost that weight. I think she did because a lot of times with that surgery, kind of lead them people disform. And what I mean by that is because you took the easy way out, the places that's supposed to go down didn't go down. You didn't go out and take your ass out there to the what you call it, to the motherfucking gym and shit. And now you got them big old motherfucking arms and shit. And the rest of you done went down or whatever, but now you got them big old arms or them big old legs or something, and you just look like disfigured. You know what I'm saying? Because you got them big old motherfucking arms that remind you of your grandmama that's sitting around in that house in the duster, um, you know, turning, mixing the sweet potatoes the day before Thanksgiving to lay down in the pies and shit with them big old arms. Yeah. Them arms ain't go down. Them people would be fucked up. You know, depending on who it is. Now, Brooks surgery thing, whatever, you can't hardly she don't look, she ain't going all ill-formed and shit. Cause her arms and all that went down or what have you, to it's proportionate, but not everybody. They have to put on all them girdles and shit. It's crazy. I'm not sitting around that motherfucking shit and cut my goddamn breathing off. Fuck that. I'm not talking about this ain't up for everybody. So don't talk about you talking about people with surgery. No, I'm just talking about only the motherfuckers this applies to. Well, my Mama June and Mama June head still big and shit. Like, So anyway, she done got her a different dude. And Honey Boo Boo is her daughter. Honey Boo Boo used to be in pageants, okay? And it started from there. It was a reality show, based on their country ass. I think they lived in a trailer. I can't believe you don't know who Honey Boo Boo is. I have, I won't call her a friend now, but I call her somebody I know. Child, do you know how funny it would be if I can get everybody on here and we can do like a live of talking about just oh my gosh, listen, because I'm trying to tell you, your girl, I have said myself, I'm hella funny. I'm hella funny, and my whole goddamn circles of people or friends I deal with, they hella funny, and a lot, a lot of them do come with a lot of education and credentials and shit like that. So I have a girl I know. She works over at ADP. She got a one of them jobs, a very high job at ADP. And honey, she was dating this guy right now. This guy, he had our ass as a secret because although I didn't know her, I just know her from being up there to the gym. He, and see, around this time, like 11 o'clock or whatever, 11 or 12 o'clock, I used to get a call and they were like, and they used to go on the weekend and be like, come up to the gym. They balling, at the gym. 11, 12 o'clock. And let me tell you something. I get my baby and the kids be up there too. Bring my, in the sense, of course it's been the summertime or on the weekends. Bring my child up there and whatever. And they'll, be playing or whatever. And so we didn't know that this dude was doing it like this. Okay. He had his girlfriend that he introduced us all as his girlfriend. And it was actually his baby mama. And so we started seeing little to none of her. So I didn't even know that he was going with this other lady. But this lady that I met named Tangy, she was from Orlando. And honey, when he seen her, he was on her. He was also on Renee. And so we thought he was talking to Renee. Actually, we didn't know who really Renee was talking to, but we thought that he was talking to her. He kind of claimed, kind of didn't, whatever. So that's why it's so important, to get them motherfucking claims. Because if you got them claims or whatever, then it makes it difficult. So when a motherfucker won't claim it, then that's something going on. That's a problem. But anyway, and so I'll tell you this, I'm getting my ass about him. And so his ass was fucking with Renee. So when this big old thing, I think I told y'all this before, but this big old situation that took place in Jacksonville, hit the papers and everything. So that's when the girl that worked at ADP, she was trying to figure shit out because when the shit hit the fan, her dude who she was talking to, which ain't nobody know, we thought he was a Renee man. Him and the guy were good friends. They was on the dirty together. Not being together, not two men together, but they was doing fucked up shit together. And this involved a dude from Polk County. And of course, yours truly was somewhere. I have nothing to do with it, but I was connected to just about all parties. So, damn. So, of course, it put me as the information bureau. The motherfuckers was calling me, and I was like, I don't know, and I can't get nobody on the line, right? It hit the papers, and it had something to do with the schools. It was crazy. So, anyway, so let me tell you what she did. So that kind of gave her the avenue to find out what was going on. Because I'm gonna tell you, the dude, he was also a coach. He would tell me during the games to sit behind him so he can lean back. Never mind you, my ex in there, as well as two guys that liked me, but I was really, they was friends, but I was really talking to one. And I know, don't even go there. I know. So he would always tell me to sit behind him. And I think that she thought maybe was something going on between he and I. That was not the case. But anyway, when the shit broke, somehow I look up on my job and she's in my inbox, and we kind of had a party line going on while I was at work, right? It was, we were kind of on the board, one of those message boards, talking and shit, right? So that's how she came, started talking to me and my friend, right? My friend girl. So when the shit all broke out, and I think she only did this because she wanted to see, was he trying to holler at me or what was going on. She announced that she was dating the guy. And I was like, huh? I was like, wait a minute. Now, you know me. Now, I'm taking for granted that you got, because you in the same circumference. So you got to know that something is going on between him and Renee. And shit, and the girl Tangy, who her and I became cool, he was trying to holler at Tangy. Hell, all of us ended up on the same floor at the Homewood Suites in motherfucking goddamn Orlando. Listen, I know y'all like, wait a minute, Miss Angela, this story is going crazy. Hold on. So listen. And okay, I put it in the chat. So we sitting up here. So the shit done broke loose. She come being slick, trying to figure out what was going on between him and I. And oh shit, wait a minute, I already gave you another email. So she gonna announce that she been dealing with the dude for about a year. And you know me, I don't hold shit back. I'm like, wait a minute. You've been dealing with him for about a year. Now you do know he talking to this one and this one, right? Like, what the fuck? Why nobody ain't said nothing? She said she done been all out of town to meet his mama, that they used to live together. I'm like, bitch, how and when? How is this working out? That's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers are lie, baby. How and when? Please tell me that. So, anything. So when the dude shit hit the fan, hit the newspapers or whatever, shit between him and her got rocky. Now her ass is a big wig up there at the ADP. So shit, they had them fell out or whatever. She had furnished his whole entire apartment, bought him clothes and everything. She has at that time she had a master's. And we had some other friends, right? They was up there, Them same girls broke into his apartment and stole back the furniture and the clothing at his apartment. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They put it on the goddamn line. They jobs and all. They didn't give a fuck. They stole that shit back. So that's when I say, I don't know why somebody would have a problem with me saying I would kidnap my child back. Yes. The fuck? And I know you ain't gonna do more police, as an officer, when I was doing all the motherfucking reporting my child missing, you gonna come fuck with me because I done stole her back? No, and you're gonna have to find a law that supports that. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. But what I'm saying, so they broke in there and stole all the shit back. This is so crazy. So the next time it was a game, it was him because he was coaching JV. I was wondering. I was like, well, why is Coach so-and-so seem like he got a jacket from one suit, the pants from another suit, some shoes he done borrowed from somebody else? Why he looking all fucked up? So the girl came to the game, right? The game was going, the JV game was going. And when how the gym was made, you come in, you have to pass by him because the seats are on one side. It didn't have seats on the other side. It just had seats on one side. So you had to pass by him, and it was a home game. So you had to go by him first to get to the seats. So she passed by, and they ain't say nothing, whatever. She kept going. So when I get to know her, she made me remember that particular game or whatever. And she said, child, they had them broke in too. So I ain't know her. She had them, but all I can remember is why this man got on different articles of clothing from different suits and shit. The material didn't even match. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And so, so we laughed about that. And she said they had done took all his stuff. So, because I met her afterwards, and she, said what they did. We would have never knew that, because that wasn't even his type. It looked like to me. I mean, I didn't know, but like, what is a type, But he had them passing out, child. He had the women passing out. And she brought all that shit. And they stole all that stuff back. And left that man with, I don't know, I can't even say the clothes on his back. It looked like the borrowed clothes on his motherfucking back. Because it was terrible. And, honey, so shit was just all over the goddamn place. So we ended up in Orlando. And we was at them goddamn Homewood Suites. I came down. I wasn't going, but the other coach had told me to come down and said I can stay in their room. Because I'm always one of the guys. So I stayed in the room with them, right? Honey. So by that time, he was, kind of talking to my friend Tanja. Tanja is from Orlando. She lives down there. So he had them went out with her. I'm in the room with the other guys. So by the time when he got back, Renee knocks on the door. And she's standing up, and he's a tall guy. She's standing up looking at him. He looking at her. They got a door open. And I'm sitting up there, honey, with my goddamn, I wasn't minding my own business. Looking at them, looking at each other and shit. Because she was upset, honey. Well, he had to went with Tanja. I didn't know the other girl was at another location, but she was in Orlando too. The one that had them put his goddamn, that them broke into his house and shit. Yeah, this was crazy. This was some crazy shit. And this all could have been avoided if somebody would have made the public service announcement that they together or something. Or ask some questions or something. Because wasn't nobody asking no goddamn questions and shit. Hell, like, I don't even know why I got off into this subject, because it's probably because I'm sleepy and crazy. But it was just, I'd be in some shit. I wasn't in it, but I was in it. Because I ended up having to cuss her ass out. But she started, started getting close to my child. And then here come, then it was me. And I only believe she did that because she thought that there was something going on between me and that dude, and it wasn't. It was not. Actually, I'll just tell you the truth. The one where all the shit hit the paper, he was trying to talk to me. That was the one. But child, it was so much shit. I stay in some shit. Not stay in it like in it, involved in it, whatever. Like the troublemaker in it, whatever. It's just be like I'm gonna know all the parties or one or two of the parties. I'm like, oh gosh. And some shit I don't even want nothing to do with. And that was a crazy time. My daughter remember that shit. And I got yelled at because that man told me that I was asking him questions like I believe that he was guilty. And sometimes you go back to what you know, what your training is. And I had to ask the questions. That shit involved so many people. So many entities. Kids. It was terrible. And then who you think they call to try to straighten it out? They be in the midst of it anyway. Yours truly. Oh my God. Why I start telling y'all this story? I don't even know. Okay. Hey y'all heard that song from I think I'm gonna kill my boyfriend, or I done killed my boyfriend, or some old crazy shit. Wait a minute. Oh, I see. Oh, I'm a damn sure try to find out. Let me see if I can find that song, and I'm gonna get on off here. That old crazy. Y'all know that song I'm talking about she gonna kill a boyfriend or some shit. And and the girl sound white, and I don't know if she black or white, cause they talking about, cause I thought that girl Sizzle or whatever the girl name was, I thought she was black, but they say that's who sings it on the thing. Hold on, let me see if I can play it on this thing. Using one of my gadgets, y'all. It's got to be that. I think this is it. Hold on. Oh, she black? Sizzle black? Look at this crazy ass song.
I wish it didn't have to be this way. I really do. But sometimes in life, we have to protect our own heart, even if it means ripping it out of our chest. Au revoir, mon amour.
Ooh, what's the video? Oh, she's shooting. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I don't know how to use this shit yet. Yeah, this the song. Let me see if she black or white.
Even though it's salty, wait to see you with some other but know you happy. Wait to see you happy if I'm not the one driving. I'm so mature, I'm so mature, I'm so mature. It got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I ain't doing one night, I just want you. If I can't have you, no one should have mine. I might kill my ex, not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next, how I get here. I might kill my ex, I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I get this sense that it's a lost cause. I get the sense that you might really love her. The sex gon' be evidence. The sex is evidence. I try to ration with you. No murder's a crime of passion, but damn, you was out of reach. You was at the farmer's market with your perfect peach. Now I'm in the basement, planning on my patient. Now you lay your face down, got me taking off a beat. I'm so much older. I'm so much older. I'm so much older. Let me get that to tell me this other man right. One day I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I might kill my ex, not the best idea. His new girlfriend's next, how'd I get here? I might kill my ex, I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I did it all for love. I did it all on no drugs. I did all of this sober. I did it all for us. I did it all for love. I did all of this on no drugs. I did all of this sober. Don't you know I did it all for us? I just killed my ex. Not the best idea. Killed his girlfriend next. Now I get here. I just killed my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in hell than alone.
That's some crazy shit. This some crazy shit, huh? She need to be locked up for making this song. Girl, you crazy.
You push me past my own capacity, boy. Permission to crash, collecting damages, boy.
She need Jesus, baby. When I tell you, they play this song on the white station, the black station, the rap station. I'm like, what the fuck is this about? I'm like, girl, you sound crazy as hell. What you mean? So let me see. So it said that, see, now this ain't, I don't know, this ain't a good, let me see. Let me see if I can find something on the news or on a reliable media to see if this really happened, if R. Kelly got jumped in jail. Let me see. Let me see. Because, I like real, I like my sources to be really real good. Okay, that's 2020. 2020. 2020. I don't think so. Uh-uh. I don't think that's the truth because I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere on anything reliable. You heard that before? That song crazy as hell. I'm like, girl, you talking about killing somebody. Just get another one. Just get another one. I guarantee you. You can get another one. Yeah, but I don't see it nowhere else. And child, you can't believe what everything printed in the damn thing when it comes to these celebrities, especially him. Now I can say that because he be having all kind of shit printed out. He got the craziest fans. I'm gonna tell you. I want his Chris Brown's fans that damn crazy like y'all. y'all be y'all be doing the extra most. But anyway, honey, let me get on the hell on out of here. We done talked about everything. Now I got to go back and look for those things that y'all put on my mind. Y'all along with the girls and Levi that came up here, so I appreciate them. And Miss Carla was like, well, let me posit this. I'm like, oh, I called it. I'm like, okay. Using, it ain't really a big word, but I called it. I'm like, yes. So you only gonna hear that word over here, girl. Over here. And the only people that's gonna catch it is somebody that knows what the hell it means. So but y'all, I'm gonna tell you. Y'all, and I hope y'all notice the truth. It is something not right by some of these people around this motherfucker. I'm trying to tell you. The shit that you have been told that are good things, these motherfuckers make it bad. Or they weaponize it against you, or they criminalize it for, or they listen to you and try to use different things to push their own narratives and shit like that, whatever. And I'm glad and see. I'm trying to get everybody to see once we strengthen each other, we could build a force to just be like, okay, we got to treat you motherfuckers like how these people treat people that you wouldn't fuck with anyway. You wouldn't pay no attention to. So I was glad when Levi made a public service announcement that he ain't about no beefing and all that type of shit. Honey, just let them say what they want to say, whatever. At some point, if you wanna kill that narrative, or you want to do whatever, or you just want them to do, do and say whatever. Let them, until such time. However you want to handle whatever, but you don't have to get back into no back and forth because you don't know if some of these motherfuckers are fans or stands and all kinds of shit. These are some weird people. This is the only place I ever been where you get the goddamn negative points for education and shit. Then they want to challenge your education, but they don't want to tell nobody how you got the education. They just want to say you don't have it. All kind of shit. It's just crazy shit, right? Where people that say that they done had one night stands and all kind of shit, went after people's husbands and shit like that, whatever, throw themselves after whomever. They ain't the hoe, but you just because you have, you don't be single a lot, you the hoe. How the fuck is that? How's that? Hey, you done married at least, married some of the motherfuckers. Hell, you done laid down with. How you the hoe? Like, I don't get none of it, child. And the thing about it is you ain't. These people, have and I'm not talking, listen again. You have to understand when I'm talking under disclaimer number 2. Disclaimer number 2 means that you had the mayonnaise sandwiches and the sugar water and the hand-me-downs and all that other bullshit, and you became a fucked up individual because of it, and probably some other shit. You be fucking with people out here fucking with other people that have experienced that whatever growing up, and y'all ain't fucking with people, and you doing the best you can, and you are a decent person. I'm not talking about you, so please. Okay, yeah, I'm not talking about you. Just talking about the motherfuckers that are just fucked up. Man, done expend and all that shit that you done went through and played a part of how your ass learned life. Suicidal motherfuckers. There's all kinds of shit. And I ain't quite sure how that works, but man, we have to stop the back and forth with these motherfuckers because we feeding a sickness. They happy when you acknowledge their motherfucking ass. Nobody else is but your motherfucking ass. You gotta stop arguing with these motherfuckers. Let them die on their own, honey. Don't even give a damn. And just shake your head. You gotta keep them away. That's all I'm saying. You gotta keep them food and all kinds of shit. I mean, it's a shame when you gotta act like you ain't with a motherfucker. Like, what the hell is that? All kind of shit. So you can have peace. Like, it's crazy. That don't happen in your normal life with normal people. You would be able to share, stories and tell stuff that happened. Do you know how many people outside of this that we, if we ain't there personally to witness it, we tell, what happened, or we get a gang of people, and we tell our stories, and we be laughing and stuff like that. And this happens, when I'm online with normal people, They don't have no motherfucker that's just jealous as hell or whatever, just, changing what you say and what they say, whatever. What they want, all kind of crazy shit. Crazy motherfuckers. They don't have that shit going on over there. I don't know. Maybe one day I take old Levi over there online with me, and where I don't know if he ever been online before with other people, but we can go over there and have a normal good time with my real people, whatever. He'll be able to ask all the police all the questions he wants to, all kind of shit, and hell, we have a normal goddamn day. It's some crazy shit over here, honey. Anyway, y'all, let me get on off here. You would say, I know I saw. I don't know. I don't think it's true though, because I don't see no. It's not in the regular media. That would have made it, especially somewhere he just arrived. He already, and then what's the name? Sharon or Levi ain't put it out. Mm-hmm. Anyway, y'all, let me go on to bed because I'm sleeping. I will see y'all when I see y'all. Hopefully, I'll get a chance to come back on here tomorrow and we can talk about the other stuff that I want to talk about. And also answer those questions. So I'll see y'all on the next time. Peace out, and I'm glad y'all chilled with me. Bye, y'all. I love y'all. Be safe. Make sure you do something good for yourself and somebody else.